Hi there. Hello, hello. Alrighty then. Let's game. Let's do it. I want to play some, we're, by the way, just going to show some 18s. I want to play some No Apex today. Today's a No Apex type of day. Unless we happen to get an 18 Algathar Academy, then I will play Apex. But otherwise, I'm just going to chill. I'm going to play my favorite Guardian Druid build, hang out a little bit, listen to some music, vibe. Probably not too long of a stream. And, if you're listening to this, just know I will probably take the next 2 days off of stream. Just to chill. That is a big mage. Fire mage. Whoa, a fire mage. Let's try fire mage. Sure, why not? We'll take Heather. Oh, sure. Why not? It's Heather. Can. All right. Let's see how it goes. Alrighty then. Heather. Give me a minute. All right. Now, as I have mentioned previously, I have been significantly enjoying Midnight, but I think I've been playing a lot. So I'm going to try over the next 2 days to simply not play as much. I think that this would be healthy. I think it would unfortunately behoove me to simply take a little bit of time, go to the gym, get a foot massage, go to a spa. I don't actually think I'm going to go to a spa, but that's the idea. That's sort of the plan. I think that's a good plan. What do you think? It would behoove me. I like that word. That's a good word. You know this word, Moa? Good morning, Moa. You know this word? Is behoove. Behoove. Yes. I like that word. That's a good one. That's a good one. Alrighty then. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, I'll pull a little Discord notification out. Do. Okay. Hey, Moa. You still hunting for the 18 Algathar Academy? I was really thinking. I rewatched the video that I put out last night. Good morning, Noob. Good morning, Slutty. Good morning, everyone. I rewatched the video that I put out last night, and I was just like, yeah, how do we sort of recover the magic of WoW? And I think that one of the things for me, at the very least, is that I should absolutely take a little bit more time. I think once or twice a week at this point, because the thing is, I'm super enjoying the season. Once or twice a week, I should actually chill. Like, you know what I mean? Like, once or twice a week, I should actually just not play WoW. I think it's important. I unfortunately believe that this would be an appropriate and probably positive decision. So that'll be tomorrow. Tomorrow and Tuesday, I will try to take off a little bit. Tomorrow and Tuesday for me, and then I'll be back, of course, next week when we get our turbo mythic gear and stuff like this. That is the plan. That is the plan. What do you mean tomorrow off and Tuesday? So no stream basically tomorrow and then Tuesday. I'm refunding my sub. DH, thank you for the resub, by the way. I see you there. Thank you for that. No, I actually think that I wanted to be competitive this season, and I have been. I like how much I've been able to do on the Guardian Druid, and I'm looking forward to continuously being able to do that. Next week, get Resil 18, push into some 19s, etc. But I think it would be good to just remind myself that I, too, play this game for fun. No Monday, last minute alt keys. I have already done a little bit of alt keys. What key do I need for Resil? Just Algathar, basically. Just the Algathar. Yeah. It's Algathar, and then Terrace is not that bad. I think I need Terrace as well, but I think that's just I need to find an 18 Terrace. I don't know if you can. I mean, you could probably fail Terrace, but I think that's an easier one. I just need to find it. Alternatively, just the Algathar, which, again, I could always get next week. I'm not that fussed about it. You know, when you stop and think about it, although I know everybody wants to get score, everybody wants the points, everybody wants the IO. The truth is, when you actually, thank you, Moa. The truth is this. If I don't get 20 more IO by next week, I'm going to be okay. Did you know that? What's up, Not Sapien? Would you recommend Lightsmith or Templar on Paladin for doing 10s? I think Lightsmith is better. I like Lightsmith. Lightsmith is much easier and much more forgiving to play, in my opinion. What's up, K-Tom? Yeah, you know, the truth is, I know. Dr. Daedalus, good morning. Hey, K-Tom. The idea is pretty simple. If I don't end up getting the 20 points of IO before the reset, I'm gonna be okay. I think it's sometimes just important to remember that. Sometimes we can get so caught up with everything that we can actually just forget that the IO is not actually the end of the world. So they say, at the very least. So they say. Is Heather streaming right now, by the way? This hunter that we're playing with, the Ginger Hobbits. Hey, how you doing? I hope, did you ever try WoW, the Ginger Hobbit, or are you just saying hi? I don't remember if you actually ended up playing or not. I think you've mentioned before a few times, but my memory ain't what it used to be. I'm gonna be real with you. Memory just ain't what it used to be. Oh, yo, why don't we ask her if she wants to stream with us? Let's ask her. Yo, what's up, Sir Duda Rave? Heather, wanna collab? Can ask her. Hey, Sir Duder. I hope you're doing all right today. I'll be playing my No Apex. Hey, Kilo Kai. Hello, hello. Sure. We will collab with Heather today. We just happen to be here. Look at that. Look at that. Cool. What level keys are you slamming? I guess we're going to start with some 18s today. That's kind of the around where we're at. Like 18s. I mean, obviously, if we fail the 18, we can get the 17 back up real fast, though. What's been the highest stream viewers at one time? What is No Apex? No Apex is just the literally No Apex build. I'm going to play my, speaking of which, right here. I want to play this version of Guardian. I like this version of Guardian. It's a lot more chill. It does a little less damage, but overall, it's not bad. We'll time this. No problem. Yep, just like a chill version of it. And also, I think that's a Fire Mage. I really want to see how this Fire Mage does. Haven't seen him. Elitism is wild right now. Wiped at the beginning of the first boss on Mysara Caverns. Everyone left. Super fast on time. Yeah. It does feel like that, Exilios. It's weird. It's very strange right now, by the way. It's pretty weird. It's interesting how quick people are to just say, oh, one bad thing happened and vote abandon key. You know what I mean? Nico just resubscribed. Interesting. Thank you, Nico, for the resub. Hi, Nico. The Awu Howl is broken. Oh, sometimes it does get a little demonic. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Which one? I did the Paratech. Yeah, we can. We just have to kill the Lich when it comes in. Yep. Sure. No problem. Can do. He is bad at technology. I am bad at technology. That is true. But yo, Nico, resubscribe for, wait a second. You resubscribe for 6 months in advance? Nico, am I reading that right? Wait a second. What is this? Do you play Apex build at all? Yeah, I have. No, not on all keys. It depends. Like sometimes if I want to do max damage, I can play Apex, and I have played it now. I've timed like every key both simultaneously with No Apex and Apex. Apex certainly does a bit more damage, but you'll see. I know it's not like I do no damage here. But this is the No Apex macroed Ironfur. That's what I want to play today. Unless we get yeah, you did sub for six months in advance, Nico. I am glad that you like and are so confident in my stream that you would sub 6 months in advance. I respect it. That's a bold move, Nico. Thank you. All right, let's go. Let's do it. Let's roll. Let's play some game. All right. Not my key. Mine's a 17 right now. So yeah, we'll play No Apex today. Basically, here we go. Countdown. Let's play a game. So no, sometimes I like to do a mix of both. I'm a big fan right now of, I personally prefer the No Apex playstyle, but we'll see. What's up, Yoda Carter? There's so many little things for Bear, but the truth is you will time keys for sure with No Apex. You don't have to play Apex. It is, in fact, just a playstyle difference. Some people really enjoy the Apex and some people don't. I like having a chill morning when you're drinking your coffee. What is your coffee of choice? I wish I could drink coffee, to be honest with you. I really like coffee, actually. But I feel like I don't really get to drink it. It doesn't work for me the way that it's supposed to work. Everybody always says, man, I feel so great when I drink my morning coffee. But actually, I always feel so tired. It puts me, not to bed, but it puts me into like a sleep that I don't enjoy. It's not a nice nap. Yeah, unfortunately for me, the coffee does not make me feel awake. It makes me feel very tired. Yeah. But you can see, like, this is a double Grave Blade pull, by the way, with no Apex. First of all, my damage is not as high as it would be if I was playing Apex. I would have 500k on this right now. Like, I would be a DPS on this first pull, because you can walk in with your full set of, like, pre-Apex, pre-Incarn, etc. And that's when it feels the worst. But alternatively, in the overall of this key, you're not really going to notice that much of a difference. Yeah, no, DOTC and EC Apex with Apex are basically the same damage. I've looked at a bunch of logs, and they're very similar. At the highest end, it looks like DOTC, maybe, but, like, it just depends. More people are playing DOTC, it looks like. I know Pyrrhal is, a few others are, but effectively, they're pretty identical. No Apex is safer. No Apex is super chill. No Apex is like a... First of all, I feel kind of immortal on it. Second of all, I mean, this pull I could die. This is always the hardest pull, actually. But no Apex is a vibe. You are just literally vibing. You macro your Ironfur. You really don't think about too much. You're just vibing. That's the whole point of this. You really just don't have to think with no Apex. It takes the thought out of the tank, and you can just vibe. Like, you can see my health bar is not going to move on this pull on top of everything else. And it's, again, it's not like I don't do damage, but I have 10 stacks of Thrash right now, so this is like Giga DR. You can alternate the globals as per the guide that I made. So it's just like, it's a super chill version of Guardian. It plays exactly like the Thorns of Iron used to. Could you put the cooldowns you're using on the screen for the next dungeon? You can see my rotation down here. Yeah, I've just macroed the Ironfur with Thrash in the same way that we used to. It's exactly, it literally plays identical to the Thorns of Iron from last season. I want to take these last few hits. Yeah, so my rotation is down here, and then when you see Ironfur, remember, I'm not actually pressing Ironfur. I just have the Ironfur macroed already. So I've compared now, because I've been healing a lot of keys, and an interesting thing... Ooh, I got stuck on the little thingy. LOL. One of the interesting things that I have figured out is that Brewmasters don't exactly do big damn in keys. Now, their single target can be a tiny bit higher. I've seen some Brewmasters playing like Counter-Strike and stuff, and they can put out a very respectable amounts of boss damage. But to be honest with you, a lot of the Brewmasters that I've been healing now as a Resto Druid, they require a massive metric ton of healing. That's like one of the first things to understand. I don't know if anybody else has experienced this, but when you're healing keys right now, it's like Brewmaster is the meta tank, but goddamn, they need so much healing. Like a lot. It's kind of crazy just how much healing they actually need, you know? I should be decursing. Those curses hurt. So there's that. And then two, my damage on no Apex is effectively what a Brewmaster would do with just a regular Brewmaster. So I'm going to save Incarn here. This is a save Incarn moment. I take that last slash. I should be soothing these as well. They drop less puddles. Hey, Weiner, how's it going? Yeah, so it actually, so for example, yes, when you macro your Thrash and Ironfur, you don't have to think about it. So for example, I'm not actually pressing Ironfur, but my Thrash will press it for me because I don't press Raze or Maul in this build. You barely press Mangle too. A little bit if you're in higher keys, I think, for Ironfur, but I'm not even playing Soul of the Force, so. Yep, this is like the most chill version of Guardian that I could come up with. And for me, that matters. I have a loose threat here for a second. Also, this build has way better snap threat. That's another interesting thing, though. This holds aggro way better. No, this is, well, look, I have one Thrash. Look, I'm not going to lose aggro at all. This comp in particular is not going to really be ripping aggro from me, but this is the threat on this build is significantly better. Unbelievably better, actually. You will never lose threat with this. No, 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 no. It would not. The only thing about Ret, and because there's actually a VOD of me doing a plus 18 Pit of Sauron 2 weeks ago when I was 8 less item levels with this build with a Ret Pally who was much more geared than me. And all I had to do, it was frustrating for sure. All I had to do is make sure that I knew I had to just mark a target with Skull, and whoever he execution sentence, I had to just taunt that target back. That's it. That's going to be this here. Yeah, that's all I had to do, actually. Now, packs are dying pretty slow right now, so my cooldowns are a little off, but that's okay. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You can see some healers almost ignore Brewmasters. I guess it depends on what key level, but in higher keys right now, I am terrified to not be healing a Brewmaster. They have, literally, I am spam healing them half the time. Like, sometimes I want to be in cat form, but I'm just like, nope, I got a Brewmaster. Like, literally just nope. That's how it feels for me, personally. I feel, Brewmaster does not feel particularly, like, wonderfully tanky to me right now. Okay, I'm just going to go here for aggro for a second. 1 second. A little Starfall tech. Oops. So here, that was a bad gather on my part. Look, 1 Thrash, no aggro. Literally. That was actually a bad gather. I was just being lazy. And the truth is, no aggro problems. 0. This build is Omega for aggro. It's because, there's a lot of reasons for that, but mostly it's just because your Thrashes are so juiced up. You have, like, this build has what? I mean, it ends up being something like 50% more Thrash damage. More than that, probably. It's probably more than that. It's probably more like significantly more Thrash damage. So 1 Thrash effectively secures threat. If you can connect with Thrash, you just go... All right, Shawbill, which is pretty sweet damage, but yeah. So if you're running the Counter-Strike, especially with like Empty Cellar, if you drop high tolerance as a Brewmaster right now, it's not that you're trolling, it's just you have to be extremely confident and play extremely well, though. The build you're playing, it's the no Apex one. Yeah, it's in Discord. If you want to do exclamation Discord, you can find it here. Good brews, bears, and warriors. I think warriors also pretty good, though. Oh, good morning from the UK. Yo, what's up, Joe? Should I switch from Apex to no Apex? You can try it. I mean, the thing is, the talent points are... I always think that it's so weird, you know what I mean? Like, that 1 Thrash is going to secure aggro there. Talents are so weird. Everyone is optimizing, and I get that, right? Like, it's fun to optimize World of Warcraft. I'm not saying don't optimize. But what I am saying is that talent specs are free. You can literally do 1 key, try a build, then do the next key, and try a different build. I really think that people forget that all the time. You know that? I swear, it's like you literally could just try it. Like, you don't have to do anything. Just try it. People act like if you play no Apex for a single key, that your whole WoW journey is over, that you will be blacklisted from the community for as long as you shall live. That just isn't true. I missed my kick. 1 second. Let me target the Cold Wraith. That was a tough one. You know what I mean? But it's like such a weird mentality with it, because actually you just game. Our damage is feeling very low because this pack should be Omega dead right now. Okay, I in-cap this one. This pack normally does not live this long. And this pack hurts me too, so... 1 second. Yo, what's up, Random? Finish your Algathar? Oh, did you get your 18 Algathar? That's awesome. You got your... Wait, you got 18 Algathar? Zelda? Yo, what's up, Zelda? How's it going? Hello there. Hi. How's it going, Zelda? I remember you from before. Oh, you weren't doing an 18. Okay, gotcha. Next time, then. Yo, but I really feel like people just forget that all the time. In my opinion, people just have this weird association with the fact that you always have to play the best talents. And I just feel like in WoW, it's a game. You can try something, decide that it isn't for you, and then swap back. So if there are 2 different builds that you can play both. Why not? You know what I mean? That's what I think at the very least. In my opinion, it should be something that way more people are just totally comfortable trying. If I miss your comments on YouTube, it's because I'm chilling today, by the way, and just come to the main stream in case. If I am accidentally missing your comments on the YouTube, then please just come to the Twitch stream and I'll respond there. If I do miss your comment, sorry. You missed my question. Sorry, what add-on are you using for your Ironfur stacks? Oh, I got that one. That's an easy one, Joe. Joe, I am using Simple Ironfur Tracker. That is what it's called. Just Simple Ironfur Tracker. But yeah, this build, by the way, is a total vibe, but also look at my damage. It's not like my damage is nothing. My damage is actually pretty decent. Like, it's pretty solid, I think. Yeah, you could just lost here. That's no problem. All right, Lich is in the pool now. We go like, oh, bam. We go like, oh, bam. I'm trying to pick between Guardian and Prot Warrior. I feel like both are actually pretty solid. I want to play my Warrior some more. I've just decided that I don't have a lot of time to gear like every character and keep them maxed up right now. So at the moment, I will be focusing on just two, and I've chosen my Guardian Druid, my Resto Druid basically, my Druid, and my Monk are the two characters I want to spend a little bit more time on at the moment. Past that point, I'm not sure. You know, I really got to talk to my DPS about where we're placing these things, because this is also a really rough placement and will make this fight way harder. Because I can try to drag them over here, and there will be a little bit of space, but we got to start not putting these next to the other puddles. I still don't understand where that memo came from, to be honest with you. You don't have to place these next to the other ones. You actually want to place them in the open area so that we have more room. Oops. B-res immediately. I got him. I got him. It's okay. So, like, right there, if we place one in that corner and then one over here, then I have to do one, not the other. Here we go. So I'm going to go like this, and then I will roar. I can cross the puddles, but no one else can cross the puddles. There you go. Didn't hear if you answered, so I'm not seeing too many Prot Warriors to base your build off of. I'm struggling to do. So the Prot Warrior right now, as far as I know, they have two fundamental options for how they can play. I think that the full Apex build is slightly more damage. I did a key on my Prot Warrior last night. The full Apex build, let me just help my healer a little bit here. Rebuff. Yep, thank you, Teddy. Good call, good call. Then you have your 1 out of 4 Apex build. So I'm going to choose this one. I don't need any of my healers healing. It's all good. I help my team. I off heal. And so Prot Warrior has like two big talent options right now. Well, not quite the right one here. My bad. It's okay. I will literally help. I will cast a regrowth on the mage. And then I'll go like this. And then I will cast Frenzied Regen on myself and drag him to the open area so that my team knows where we're going. Nice. They do not make it that easy to understand for new players. Oh, Quinner, I agree with that. I think it's WoW's big problem, no joke. I literally think it is the main problem with World of Warcraft right now, is just that how anti-new player the game really is. WoW is so, unfortunately, not new player friendly, you know? I play Brambles instead of Moonless Night. Well, Moonless Night doesn't help for what it's worth. Yes, if you go to my Discord and you find the tank information, just check the pins there and you'll find the exact macro that I use. It's okay. What's our timer at right now? Overall damage is certainly a little lower than it normally is, but that's okay. We're going to grab some more targets from my Mistweaver to heal this Pard pull. We come back in here. I use like a little combat potion. Make sure I have threat on this, but I've tagged it with a thrash, which means I will have threat 100%. More targets here actually means that it is easier for my Mistweaver to heal. I will watch that Icy Blast on myself. Not harder. I've had friends who said they want to play, but it's super overwhelming. Yeah, WoW is not a new player-friendly experience. The new player, I mean, because it doesn't teach you anything that you actually need to know. And then when you walk into a key or a raid or something like that, and then you actually are playing with people who expect you to know what to do, you just haven't learned any of it. And so you're just sitting there and you're like, but the tutorial told me to press this button and I'm pressing this button, but it doesn't teach you anything about threat. It doesn't teach you anything about even the utility that you can provide. It doesn't teach you anything about the routing or the this or the that. Like, it literally serves almost no purpose. You might as well have almost not done the tutorial. You're just clicking random buttons. And I really think that that's the one thing that they should add to this game that would make a substantial difference in how people experience the game. would be an actually better tutorial that matters, right? Yeah, like what about like line of sight? What does line of sight even mean? What does DPS stand for? Like think about the basics. I'm not even talking complicated stuff. I'm talking basics. What does DPS stand for? How would you know? You should know that it's damage per second. But when people say DPS, why isn't there just one line at least that just says, hey, by the way, when people say DPS, this is what it means. What about HPS? I'm serious. Like I'm talking basics. Like there's nothing that explains these types of things. And there should be. Because if you're a new player, how are you supposed to know? And I think that that's where WoW really goes wrong, in my opinion. You learn about threat while doing dungeons? No, I don't think so. Not at all. Because you just want, because like in leveling dungeons, right? No, I don't think so. Because in leveling dungeons, you're going to go, somebody will get threat from you, but they won't die. Like you won't really notice anything. Or if they die, you're not going to have any sort of understanding about it, right? I got 3K today. Congratulations, Ryan Dale. If I want to push into like targeting 3.4, yeah, 13s are a bit harder than 12s for sure. And then obviously as you get into like 14, 15, 16 for that 3.4K, I say make friends. A lot of people, JK, that's the disconnect. You're assuming, and that's where the disconnect happens. So that's the thing. You said, but obviously any gamer would understand this logic. That is the disconnect. Not everyone who plays World of Warcraft has been a gamer for 20 years. That is the expectation that creates so much of the disconnect in World of Warcraft. You assume that everyone that you're talking about has already been playing games for their entire life. But that actually isn't true. A lot of people have, in fact, not been playing games for their entire life. You just assume that they have been. And that assumption is wrong. Does that make sense? Yeah. Because that's the whole point. I'm talking new player experience. You're talking experienced player experience, which is not the same thing. Also, I don't know how I feel about Fire Mage. We took him for this key. He is highly qualified, but I ain't impressed. I feel unimpressed. They so squish. They gotta press. If they don't press buttons, they die. I do believe he had Ice Cold and Alter up, but it's just he just die. They die a lot, especially if you're the tank. It's true. You also hardly ever do dungeons to level anymore. Oh shit, we don't have a res. Okay. This ain't Brazil. No problem. No problem. Cause DPS die. All good. No res. Not Brazil. Just push, can push. 17 back up past if you want. You guys want? No, I can target twice in a row. Yeah. Yep. I mean, I'm new, so in my 10 to 12s, I'm barely getting by. They don't seem to be that fond of me. Yeah. Games that have been here for as long is usually hard to find new players. So that's what but that's the thing, JK. How can we make it so that we can find new players? That's the thing. So if your perspective, right, is how can we make it so that we do find new players? Can I find your talents? Yeah, of course. Sorry, here. You can just find this here. Make WoW 2.0. That's one thing they could do. Sure, could do that. But here, you can find all my talents and stuff are right over here. No problem. I did good keys today. Nice, Druid Tank. That's awesome. What keys did you get, Druid Tank? Yeah, League makes new players daily. Correct. There are new players in League of Legends literally every day. And even though LoL is terrible to learn, it's still a better new player experience than WoW. No, that's the thing though. But League of Legends is literally still better of a new player experience than World of Warcraft is. But let's even acknowledge back into they're failing at the new player acquisition. Yes. Are heavily and lose sight of what new players need? Yes, indeed. You tried starting LoL, it was horrible. What ability do you macro Ironfur to in this noble? It's just Thrash. You macro to Thrash here. Alcathar, I did first pull with all your help. Nice. Solid. That first pull is scary, man. That first pull do be scary. You tried a 14 Pit of Sauron yesterday on your Resto Druid and you struggled so much. To be fair, Nala, I also played Resto Druid in a Pit of Sauron yesterday, and I also had an issue with it, but it was just the route was a little weird. I didn't expect some of the pulls. No one really helped with defensives. People weren't using anything. And so sometimes as a healer, it's actually a real thing, by the way. This is complicated and it's hard. Redeem stretch. That's actually a good call. I should move and stretch today. It's a good idea. What's up, Smifle? Well, to summon your tank for Guardian on your Druid or Heroic. I tank 14s all the time, but never raid. You can copy a raid damage build if you'd like, or you can just be super... You could actually just be super tanky. Any Guardian Druid build is tanky, but if you want to do max damage and stuff. Doing that, I'm only able to do 14. The team expect me to deal with more damage. I have a problem with that. Kagami, what are you deciding to play? Yeah, but the question is, what build of Guardian are you playing? There are 3 different Guardian Druid builds right now, and all of them work. So you have to decide basically what's going to fit your playstyle. They all work just fine. So you basically have to make that choice. 2 questions here. Number 1. I think this is a great conversation. Let's talk about it. I'm gonna steal his key. Ready? Boom. I got it. He thought it was his key. I stole it. It's my key. So, how do you find my tank damage is low? Well, let's try this. So, for example, I'm going to do this Guardian Druid key right here. I'm going to do a massive pull. This pull is hard. There's going to be double Grave Blade, and you're going to see my damage on this pull. It's not low. Could be a little higher. I'm going to go here. I'm going to group this. And then my rotation once I'm in this pull is not that complicated. I believe I accidentally targeted the Lich with Lunar Beam. So I even made a mistake, actually, because that Lunar Beam... Reset. 1 second. You didn't see that. The blast went off on double flash. I went to kick. The only thing is that first pull, if you do double Grave Blade, that one will kill me. I thought we would kick it. My bad. It's okay. The first Lich cast that on me. No, you didn't see that. That didn't happen. Normally I kick it. That's okay. Normally I kick that. Because of that. If I think it's going to go off, I can press SI. I hear you, but I like when shit dies faster. But that's the thing, though. It's not that much more damage. I mean, you can play Apex if you want, but it's genuinely no Apex is such a vibe. Like, if I wanted to, I can do 500k here. If I wanted to. 500k is no problem. The only problem is we got to wait for in-card. We got to wait in-card. We got to wait in-card now. That first blast, if I double Lich, by the way, has to be kicked. Because I have... So it'll... with Lich, the first Lich. If only we had kicks in this comp. If only we had kicks in this comp. That would have solved the problem. But no one kicked. Just wondering how to make an interesting tutorial. Oh, that's actually a good question. So I would love to do this. So going off the topic that there isn't a lot of prerequisites teaching guides, like knowing what DPS means before. Yeah, so Mythic Plus is almost 10 years old. I've noticed that a lot of guys just tell you what to do and not how to do it. I agree with you. Class guides are hard to filter because it's just popular people yapping the talents. I also agree with that. It would be cool to see guides. I agree with that, by the way. No, I don't press Mangle in this build. I basically don't even press Mangle at all. That's one of the differences with this. Like, I could take Mangle off my bar as an example. Mangle's a DPS loss in this build. It is, unfortunately, I sometimes press it out of reflex, but for what it's worth, it is actually a DPS loss. Yeah, that's okay. I could just perma-kick the Lich. I tried the Starfall build. Super fun. I don't 2 minutes between Heart of the Wild feels clunky. I like the fact that it's there, but let's have a conversation in 40 seconds when we can do this key. I'd love to talk to you about how I think they can make new player friendly. I think that would matter. I agree with you, Sour Potato. And I think that the decision making is very weird. I've been doing a lot of coaching for World of Warcraft. I've been doing a lot of tank coaching recently. And a lot of times when people walk into the first coaching call with me, they think that I'm going to spend an hour talking to them about their rotation. But if we have a coaching call, right? Patreon is like 30, 45-minute call. Individual calls an hour. If you have an hour with me for what it is worth, others I read. Oh, thank you, BD Carl. I make sure of it. Everybody should know that my stream is a safe place. I think that everyone knows at this point that if you're hanging out with me, we're chilling. No, I don't like toxicity, and I won't really tolerate it, to be honest with you. So if you're here with me and we're vibing, then we're vibing.
This is a wholesome place to talk about the game. It is that simple. First season ever tanking out your Resilience 12 today. Nice. Good job, Eric Haley. I hope you've been enjoying it. But yeah, so anyways, from here, we go like this. There's so many things about keys that are simply just not well understood, for sure. And I wish that we had more accessibility about it. I wish you asked me a question, and I think it was a great question, by the way. How do we actually make it so that WoW is more new player friendly? Or how do you get people into a game that has been out for 10 years, Mythic Plus? Or how do you get people into a game that has been out for such an incredibly long time? That's a great question. I do actually have something. I have thoughts about this. I think I have a few solutions. My solutions don't come from a random place. Do you know why I think? Here, let me put it this way. I didn't realize how anti-new player friendly WoW is. Because I have been playing it for so long that until I started streaming, which by the way was only a year and a half ago, and started making videos about tanking, making videos about like guides, about how to help people, about the best first tank you can play, making the tier lists on beta cycles, until I started doing all this, I didn't actually realize what the problem with World of Warcraft was. Because I'm just chilling in my little bubble. I've been playing this game for 20 years. So many of the things that I took for granted, I didn't actually realize were a struggle for the community. But in making that content, I have learned so much about why WoW is so anti-new player friendly. Something as simple as routing for tanks. Is routing a problem? Everybody will kind of be like, yeah, routing it can be very overwhelming, but you just learn it and you do it. That is an experienced take. It is not true. Routing is the most unbelievable barrier for new tanks, because what you're not factoring into that conversation is the absolute pressure and the toxicity that a tank is going to get for messing up the route in a +2. If you've been playing WoW for a long time, you're going to be listening to this and thinking, but there's no such thing as a route in a +2. That's because you haven't done them. That's because you are not a new player. That's because you have already, you don't do +2s. You start the season, you go to your +2, you +3 the +2, and if you're in my stream right now, you're probably a Mythic Pluser, so you're listening to this, and you just think, well, we do one +2, we go to a +5, we go to a +8, and then maybe we double time that, and we go to a +10, and voila, that's where we are now. But it's like, that's not how most people play. A lot of times, people are getting into the season right now. It's week 4. We are chilling. I'm doing 17, 18, 19 keys. There's a lot of people, though, who are not. There's still a ton of people who are literally just getting into the season as we speak. That is a completely different experience. And the takes of when I talk about tanking or healing or this or what the new player problem is, I'm talking about those players. I'm talking about the people who, let's say you were like watching this and you're like, this looks super fun. I want to try Mythic Plus, but you've never played WoW before. And you think to yourself, well, there's people like that don't exist. I mean, come on, we've all been playing for so long. It's like, no, there's zero explanation. There's zero tutorial. There is nothing that helps you understand the things that you have to understand in order to literally not get yelled at in a key. There is zero explanation on routing, on even what acronyms mean. People will throw around your DPS is so low. What is DPS? There's just nothing. There's zero explanation of it. You're like, well, your HPS is low. What is HPS? And I think that it would be so easy to solve, because people who need to learn that, this is the context that we're all lacking, okay? The people who actually need to learn what these terms mean are the ones who would actually read the tutorial. Because if you're a new player in a game and you're interested in learning about it, they don't know what the dungeon journal is. I hear you, JK Morgan. You say, but you can read the dungeon journal. No one reads the dungeon journal. There's not even a thing in game that tells you what the dungeon journal is. Does that make sense? Like, so that's the thing. We're like, but there are resources. You can just open MDT and look at the mobs. But they don't know what MDT is because the game doesn't tell you to download. The only way you would know what MDT is if you actually watched a YouTube video or a stream outside of World of Warcraft and learned that there was an add-on that can help you plan routes, help you actually understand what the mobs do. Otherwise, you would have no idea it exists. This is the gap that we're talking about. This is exactly the problem. Is that people are like, but you can just use this. What's an add-on? Where in the game does it tell you to download CurseForge, look at the most popular add-ons and download it? That's what I'm saying. Like, there's nothing. That's why. That's what we're talking about right now. It's a completely different world. The conversation that we're having is split between two different camps at the moment. And it's like, yes, but we've been playing, but you're still thinking that you're from a perspective of I've been playing the game for a long time, so I know when I first get into WoW, I have to look at what the add-on situation might be. Most people are not going to do that. Like, because again, they're not told. There's nothing in the game that tells you, hey, by the way, there's this thing called an add-on. You should look into getting at least these ones. They actually just zone in and then get confused. Yeah, you got your first add-on after failing a bunch of 10s, and you were like, man, what's going on with this? And you finally got your first. Yeah, but it's kind of ridiculous that you wouldn't know what that add-on is previous to that. Tanks and healers are very underappreciated. DPS at the very least, like I said, if they don't know what's going on, at least it's like there's a puddle, you dodge. At least it's like this, right? But a tank and a healer, if you don't know the mechanic, then your whole group is over. The run is bricked. That's a different story. But at least, again, where do you learn, by the way? Let's say that you're like, I like the idea of being a... Think about it from this perspective. You've never played WoW before. This isn't correct, by the way. But let's imagine you've never played WoW. A healer is most attributed to what role in other games? Think about it from this perspective. Zone out for a second. A healer is what? A support role. But where do they teach you what the healing buttons do? I'm talking basics. I'm talking, let's say you're like, I like the idea of being a resto druid. And then they just casually go rejuve, and do no healing. There should be something that just tells you, by the way, press this button to heal, press this button. I'm just talking basics. You don't have to go over the whole thing. Basic stuff. Press this button to heal, press this one to do damage, and press this one to do this. I don't know. Why not? Like, that's what's missing from the new player experience, is we're talking the most basic explanation of the things that help people get into the game, read the skill. You're again thinking too far. But again, JK, you're still thinking as if you have been gaming for 20 years. If I start a new game, then yes, I'm going to be thinking, okay, what are my talents? Because there's probably going to be a talent tree of some kind, right? If I started playing a new game, I would think to myself, okay, let me think about what my hot is going to be, and let me think about what my AoE button is going to be, and let me think about my single target. I know all that stuff. There is no comprehension of this. But Blizzard has always been horrible with the new player experience. Yes, but that's what I'm saying they need to fix. And I'm saying because I love this game, but it is very difficult for people who are not experienced gamers to get into WoW. And I don't think that's good. I think that's bad. Like, do you know what I mean? There's a new button there. So that's how many new buttons are there? If there were only 4 buttons, sure. There's way more than 4 buttons. There's so many buttons. Think about it. Open your talent tree right now and tell me what you should pick. What's a class you've never played? I'll make this, even if you've already played WoW for a very long time. What is a class you have never played? Okay, JK, have you played every single spec in World of Warcraft? There are 2 specs. At this point, there are 1 spec in the entire game I have never played before. Everything else I have played at some point. Okay, what's the spec you have never played? What, out of curiosity, for me, it is Enhancement Shaman. If you tell me to read the Enhancement Shaman abilities, I won't really, even me, I'll be like, I don't know what this is. It'll say Maelstrom gets increased by 3. And I'm like, what does that mean? Is Maelstrom, like, okay, that's my resource, but what does it mean? Evoker for me. Okay, so if you were to read Evoker ability and it says this has a chance to proc Essence Burst, you're like, what does that mean? And it's like, if you're asking that question, imagine what a new player is going to be asking. I'm not saying they need to handhold you, because that's not going to be fun for anyone. I'm not saying they got to play the game for you. No. You asked me the question and what started this, and the conversation is, how can we make... Think about it like this. You're talking... Okay, so hand-holding is, I have something on my screen like a weak aura that tells me to press this button at exactly this time with nothing, no information at all. I don't need to think about it. A weak aura just tells me, hey, by the way, press this thing right now. Okay? That's hand-holding. What's not hand-holding is to actually have something on my screen that indicates that there is a snare effect that can be removed by a Blessing of Freedom or by a Tiger's Lust. That, no. That isn't hand-holding. You have to do the mechanic. Because right now, that already exists. Let me put it this way. What if there was something as a dispel? What does a dispel mean? What if there was something on your screen that literally just said, there's a dispel? Use, like, not who to press it on, not what to do, just there's a dispel. What do you think? Would that be good or bad? Also, we really got to be better at placing these things. This happens every time. I swear, DPS, they never learned this mechanic. Here we go. And that's the thing. How would DPS know this mechanic? So, not describing single button assist because I don't want them to play the game for me. What I want them to do is give people the option to play the game themselves. That is the key that we're talking about. What I want is for Blizzard to enable new players to make those decisions for themselves. So this is the thing. If single button assist is borderline hand-holding, that might be too far, actually. But the thing to understand about it is this, okay? If people are zoning in on their Ret Paladin, they would have no concept of what they could use their utility on. It would not be something that they would be able to understand literally at all. They would have no concept of it whatsoever. However, if there was just something on your UI that just said, hey, this is... Oh, we have to res the healer. Hold up. Res them easy, good here like this. So the new player experience in World of Warcraft is problematic because there's nothing that tells you these basic stuff. They'll have no idea why they freed him, though. They could, but it could be solved. You would learn. That's the... Okay. We got to take a step back. This conversation is so important that I want to make sure we're all on the same page. J.K. Morgan, how do you learn? If I tell you to press the if I learn any skill, not just the World of Warcraft, if I, for example, was to tell you that you want to learn, I'm trying to think, a physical skill. Let's imagine that you were getting into fitness, J.K. Morgan, and you went to the gym, okay? Let's imagine that that was the case. I think this key might actually be bricked, funny enough. we have Lindo kicks. That thing. I think... also, on that first boss, hold up. Let me just explain. I don't know why DPS for future, we don't put the ores next to puddles. Use open space. We don't need to be that tight with it. We don't need to conserve space. Like I don't know why DPS do that. Just like put one next to the puddle and one completely away. Yeah. I know. We're not kicking. Mage is actually kicking stuff. I think it's good to put both. No, no, no. It's really bad. It's so bad. Just there's literally no need to do it. The curses that can be removed with a movement free should have a massive movement debuff. Okay. I'll go into this in a second. Hold up. Let's just reset this key real fast. Oh, I'm the lead. I got to vote to abandon. No, it's okay. Most wonderful thing is DPS that hold their defensive. Then yeah. It's just okay. That's just the difference though. When you play a new character you level up, it tells you learned a new ability. Who the fuck doesn't see who's seasonal glowing doesn't read? It doesn't give you how to use it. Later, let's have a conversation about it when we actually just zone back in here. Okay. It's a good rant, and I want to make sure I do it justice, but I'm also overheating and stuff like this. I'll just save my kick for it. It's fine. I'll just save my kick for it. It's all good. They have AI dungeons. They're useless. I don't know. I want to actually engage with you here. This is okay. This is a good conversation. Okay. I don't think no. I want to engage with you. I think that this is going to be so helpful once we actually get this, but we're all chilling a bit too much, including myself. You mean AI dungeons? I think you mean follower dungeons. I was to play bot games before real players too. Correct. And I don't think that's actually bad. I think that that's actually decent. But here's why. Okay. Here's why. I will explain why. I can physically explain why to you. I feel like old school WoW had a better... Oh, 100% it did. Yes, Nala. That's why... Listen, so many people who want to try WoW nowadays would actually prefer classic WoW. Yeah, that's not a joke. That's a real thing. 100%. Yeah, that's not even bad to say. Do you disagree with that? Okay, if you've never played World of Warcraft anymore, do you think that a new person would be able to explain, like, well, who do you think a new person, would they prefer, out of curiosity, would they prefer classic or retail? New player, never played WoW before in their life, would they prefer classic or retail? Classic, 100%. You know why? Classic is designed... Here, let's have this conversation. Oh, yeah. Yes. Depends on the player. Classic is a grind. Why do people play games? That's the thing. For the leveling experience. Yeah. This is such a strange thing to think about. I know that this is going to boggle some people's mind. But Classic is a way better first experience into World of Warcraft. And the reason for that is super simple. You are thinking, once you get to max level, man, retail is super fun. You ever had that thought before? Once you get to max level, you're going to have a giga time. That's the problem. Once you get to max level, you know that most people, when they play a game, actually play the game to level and want to enjoy the experience of leveling. Retail doesn't have that. Retail is very much a, you better get to the end, otherwise you're going to have a pretty miserable time. It is not fun to level. You are not connected to the story whatsoever. You have zero understanding of what's going on. Don't they still thrust you into the Battle for Azeroth opening campaign as well? Don't you just randomly start in a jail and you're like, who's Jaina? Like, they don't give you anything. I'm pretty sure that they actually just throw you in. Does that not happen anymore? That's good, because I had somebody, you start in Dragonflight. So what is the opening quest of Dragonflight? Okay, is Dragonflight better or worse? Is that good? Dragonflight now. Okay, so you start in Dragonflight, and what's the first thing that happens, out of curiosity? It's better? I imagine it's better, because at least they're like, it's not as dependent. It's like an individual story, right? So that feels like it would be better. That makes sense. Dragonflight has lots of advanced mechanics, but still, you're going too far. People don't even get to see the mechanics. What mechanics? People don't get to see the mechanics. They're not going to get to the level that they would get to experience the mechanics. So I don't think that's a problem. That can't be it. The leveling grind in Classic isn't. You're thinking from your perspective. Okay, you start in the jail in Oblivion as well. Totally different. Totally different. That's world building. Duxie. No. Duxie. World building. World of Warcraft basically expects you to already be attached to the world of Azeroth as they thrust you into it. They don't give you a reason to be attached. But in Classic, that isn't true. When you start into level 1, the very first thing that happens is you get a little cinematic based on the race that you choose, and it immediately gives you a reason to care. But you also start so incredibly weak. It's like the most ridiculous thing. You can barely kill a tiny little cub as a basic night elf. You can't do anything because you're starting as a level 1. And then you earn your accolades as you keep going. You get more powerful, but it takes time. And that progression is meaningful. But in retail, you start basically as a level 1, and then about 10 minutes later, you're level 10. And then about an hour later, you're level 30. You have all these talents that you basically didn't have to actually learn or anything. You just get them. Like, there's no real oomph to it. There's no attachment to it. It doesn't give you that same rewarding feeling of progression. There is no progression in retail as you level. The progression happens at max level when you can start doing content where you can actually start learning your class, getting better at your class, comparing your parses to somebody else, and then saying, oh, I did good damage here, but I did even better the next time. That's progression. That's when you feel it. But you don't feel that basically at all. You basically don't get that when you're leveling in retail. That progression is completely lost from the conversation. And so they thrust you into a world that you don't care about, and then they say, oh, by the way, here are all the things that you really, really, really should care about. So that's the first thing. But I would rather focus on the other thing, a continuation of the conversation we were having earlier. J.K. Morgan. How do people learn? How do human beings learn? I want you to actually think about this for a second. Dissect it for a little bit. What is the process of which you learn a new skill? First, you have to be exposed to it. Doing it, yes, sure. But there's a step-by-step process. Because if you wanted to learn how to do something, I'm not going to put you into the most advanced scenario. I'm going to start you with the basics. But yes, you have to learn by doing it, correct. But then you also have to there is a process of learning, right? Where can I see my routes? Just do exclamation Discord. You can find all of them there. So the idea is there is a process of learning. That process of learning is done terribly by Blizzard for new players. This is the conversation. When you ask me, how does somebody get into World of Warcraft? And when I tell you that WoW has one of the worst new player experiences compared to any other game that I have basically ever played in my life, this is why. Because other games, many other games, by the way, give you zero context. They basically thrust you into a world. They oftentimes don't tell you anything, but at the very least, there's a rewarding and very obvious direction of where you go. And I think that does matter. World of Warcraft doesn't have that. World of Warcraft thrusts you into a world, progresses you way too quickly, but more than anything, when you actually get to the content that you're after, it doesn't give you the accessibility that you need in order to understand and therefore appreciate it. Because if you think to yourself, man, if only I could understand the game. This is the problem, right? That don't make sense? 100%, but it's not a perfect, it never has been a perfect system. But at the very least in Classic, it captures more what people need, okay? I feel like Classic does a better job of giving people what they need, and Retail does a better job of giving people what they think they want, but realize very quickly they don't. because it's a faux sense of dopamine. It's basically like a Diablo Immortal situation. You think that you're getting all this cool stuff, and at first it's really cool, but it feels so hollow because of the way it's handled. It just, everything feels hollow in retail. Like, that's one of the problems with it. Keep in mind, I love retail, but that's because I understand the game. I think if you don't understand the game, I don't think retail is a good game at all. Because the real joy of the game takes place at the level that people won't actually get to see. Hold up, I'm focusing a little bit on this poll. I prefer going in blind and learning your own way. I agree with that, but I think that they should allow people to do it. Because, JK, what I was going to tell you earlier, and this is the conversation I wanted to have with you, okay? Oh yeah, I like clicking my abilities. What do you mean by understand the game? In order to get better at World of Warcraft, you actually have to understand World of Warcraft. If you don't understand World of Warcraft, you physically cannot appreciate the fact that you're progressing in the game. Progressing in WoW doesn't necessarily mean getting an item that increases your item level. It doesn't necessarily mean getting a piece of this that does that. It kind of more means that what we're going to do is we're going to improve our gameplay. But I kind of have to understand the nuance of my gameplay in order to improve my gameplay. Like, I have to actually be able to process what's happening in order to improve it. The Thrash macro, it's in Discord. You can find it there. TH, can you just pin, like, a Discord comment to things? You do me a favor and just pin Discord, just anything. Doesn't have to just, like, routes and builds there. Visual, audible, there's 3 types of learners. There are many different types of learners, but there is a human condition when it comes to learning. And the human condition when it comes to learning is this, okay? Here's the thing. To non-MMOs, there are never an ending, and they're like, but why? Exactly. If I understand what people want, I can give them what they want. But in order for me to understand that, I have to deep dive into the psychology of gaming just a little bit. Hold up. In terms of how people learn, in order to successfully teach somebody a skill, you need to expose them to that skill, and then you need to build confidence in that skill. This is a necessity. So you don't want to do the thing for somebody, and this is exactly what World of Warcraft gets wrong. And this is also where the conversation about how to make the game more new player friendly completely falls by the wayside. Because people think that what I'm saying is that I want them to play the game for you. I don't want them to do that, because if they did that, it would be a worse experience, because you're not going to learn. This is the problem. What they should do instead is give you the option and basically trick you into feeling as though you are the one learning. That's the real key. That's the thing. That's what they need to do. And that's what I was trying to explain to you earlier, JK, that you're saying, but if they just gave you the accessibility of saying, hey, look, by the way, that mechanic right there, this is a freedom thing. You can get out of this with a movement speed freeing ability. That means disengage. That means phantasm from a shadow priest. That means thunderous paws from a wolf. That means tiger's lust from a monk. That means blessing of freedom from a paladin. I know all these things because I played WoW, but there's no indicator. Now you're saying, do you think it would be good or bad for the game if there was something that flashed on your screen and just said, hey, this is a snare, there is a snare? Just something. Like literally that sentence exactly for what it's worth. Out of curiosity. That's just genuinely out of curiosity. If there was something that flashed on your screen, what do you think? Would that be good or bad for the game? A lot of people are going to tell me that that sounds a lot like hand-holding. That's what I think will happen a lot. A lot of people are going to say, oh, well, if they did that, then there would be no real skill expression, right? Here's the thing. They already do that, but they don't do it in a way that makes it accessible. Because right now, after this mechanic, like a raid warning of some kind, they don't have to tell you what to do about it. They just have to make that communication clear. And what I mean by this is that right now after this, there are going to be 2 icons on my party frames. I am using the default Blizzard UI. To clarify, I am using default Blizzard UI right now. And I can see that there are 2 debuffs on my party. I can see that it flashes blue. I can tell that it's a magic debuff. And the reason I know it's a magic debuff is because I've been playing this game for an ungodly amount of my life, for the vast majority of my life. But new players, what's the difference between something flashing blue? What's the difference between something flashing purple? What's the difference between something flashing green? You go, that's easy. Curse, poison, disease, magic. Oh, it's a magic? I can't help with that. I'm a DPS player. Nothing I can do. That's a healer mechanic. Oh, it's green, but I'm playing a spec that has a poison dispel? Oh, I can do something about that. They already give you the information, but they do it in a way that is anti-new player friendly. What if they did it in a way that was new player friendly, where they said poison somewhere on your screen, poison? You can dispel. You still have to do the mechanic by identifying who it's on, responding to it, and using your dispel. That's important, and that matters for what it's worth. That actually does matter. But that's what I'm talking about. In my experience, that's too much in your opinion. I don't think it's too much. You can obviously have some setting that now allows you to either enable or disable it. That's one thing you could do to basically have this so you don't have to have that information. And I'm not talking about weak auras that tell you exactly who it's on and when to press it. I'm talking about basic, some accessibility feature. The icons, but they have to give you an explanation of the icons then. But then there has to be something that says, if you see this purple icon, that is a decurse. I am a druid. I have decurse. That's the thing. From my perspective, I think if I was a brand new player to WoW, I wouldn't understand this. And that's where the RuneScape tutorial does a better job, because it allows you to do the action, but still makes you feel as though you're doing it, even though they're basically telling you what to do. And then when you go out, you know how to do it. And then you can improve and learn. And that has a very meaningful sense of progression. That has like a really nice feeling for what it's worth, right? But that's the thing. I play Tank Druid. What is the icon next to your Ironfur tracker? Because there's no explanation. And that's what I'm trying to say. Is that basically, okay, I can confirm all of this. You have to learn it on your own. And therefore, how do you learn it on your own? That means you have to watch a YouTube video. That means you have to go from a source outside of World of Warcraft to actually understand the thing. Classic did this better because you don't have to understand the thing at all. Classic basically was so new player friendly that it wasn't challenging enough that you actually had to understand it, because you could just basically slam your head against the wall, and if you just did it and you were there and you showed up, you would probably succeed. So that's why Classic didn't have to have this in the game. But Retail is a game where they're talking so much, their focus on Retail is getting to endgame so that you can appreciate the endgame content, which, by the way, is some of the best endgame content out of any game I have ever played by far. I love this game. I want people to experience Mythic Plus. It's the most omega fun. That's why I'm playing it. That's why I've been playing it for so long. I would love people to experience and understand just how fun Mythic Plus is. But in order for them to experience it, they have to start somewhere. And that's what Blizzard is completely missing, because there is no accessibility for a new player to start learning the game. And that is what I am after. That's what I'm trying to talk about. That's what I want them to understand, is just saying, if you allow people to actually learn the way that they need to learn, you are going to have a lot more players. It's just a fact. You're going to have way more people interested in playing your game. Hovering over the tooltips, what tells you to hover over the tooltips? I'm not saying that, again, I don't want them to play the game for you, because that doesn't help. Then you will have the experience robbed. You will have actually a worse experience. You're going to feel as though it's been taken from you, and therefore you don't have a sense of progression, and therefore you actually have a worse time. So what I'm trying to say is that outside of watching YouTube videos, there should be something in the game that tries to explain the important things that you should know. I spent hours and hours. Okay, so Renzer, you say this is your first expansion. I've spent hours and hours watching YouTube videos and reading Wowhead. But why isn't that information in the game? I'm not talking about how to min-max the game. I'm not talking about how to optimize. When you get people into something, they're going to pursue that optimization if they like it. So you don't have to have that information in the game. But what does need to happen is a basic level of introduction so that people feel passionate. And then once the passion is there, they're going to do all sorts of stuff. Elden Ring is a solo player experience where you can progress at your own pace and then you can enjoy it at your own pace. The problem with World of Warcraft is that this is not a solo player experience. It is an MMORPG. MMORPGs are played with other people. And if I were to ask you this question, which I've been talking about a lot recently, when was the last time that you messed up in a Mythic Plus environment of any level, and instead of people saying, you know what, guys, nice try, people open party chat and flame you? When was the last time that you heard terrible, absolute atrocities in this game? I don't think you're going to have to think very hard. It's going to be very recent. How do I know that? Last night. There you go, Sacred Crow. There you go. Literally last night. That's just normal human behavior. It is normal human behavior, but if the game is designed in a way that contributes to that behavior, that makes it kind of on them. Like, game design can be something that either helps or hurts this behavior. But in terms of World of Warcraft being, yesterday. So here's the thing. In terms of Warcraft being new player friendly, what they can do is design mechanics that are, hey, we're going to understand this intuitively, or at least they need to give you some explanation, something to get you into it. But back to the previous point, because I really want to harp on this, I just think that many people don't understand this very basic human nature condition here. If I get you interested in something, you are going to pursue it at a higher level. But my job when you're getting into something in World of Warcraft is not to get you heavily invested in the end game content. My job is to get you somewhat invested so that you learn on your own. Because if you want to pursue the information, it's rewarding. You can literally and physically see a difference in your gameplay once you understand your spec better. So when you watch a guide, or you watch one of my dungeon guides and you go, oh, I got it now, that is rewarding. But you have to get into Mythic Plus in order to actually watch the guide, in order to have that response. So this conversation is about the people who need to get into the game, not the people who have already been playing it for 20 years, not the people who go, yeah, but then you just, open the dungeon journal. What dungeon journal? I don't think that part of the tutorial in World of Warcraft at all tells you, hey, if you hit Shift J, you can actually read the abilities. And then also, that is no one uses that. What they should do is just say, there's an add-on when you start Mythic Plus, get the Mythic Dungeon Tools add-on. Because in order to actually see the routes and learn the abilities, this is the important thing. Then learn that. Then, why isn't there something in-game when I start Mythic Plus, I zone into my first +2, and there's just a little toggle that comes up, do you want some extra information? I can say no, and then do it myself. But they should, because it's not in the game. They should. I know they won't tell you to get an add-on, but that's my point, is that this weird unwillingness to understand what new players actually need hurts the game so much that people don't even understand how destructive it is. Yeah, they should add it to the base UI, but they're not going to do that. So at the very least, they should tell people, hey, get this thing. Do you know how much of a gameplay advantage having Platinator or Plater is? It is a massive gameplay advantage. Just tell people to get it. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. Just tell people when they zone into their first dungeon, hey, there's this cool resource. You should get it. I'm serious. That should be in the game, because it would help you, because it will make a sense. And I think that this is what's missing, is that you have to give people that introduction, and the conversation about how can we get new players into World of Warcraft is actually, by the way, how can I get people invested in a game that they don't care about? And that's what World of Warcraft does so terribly, okay? Most MMOs don't do that, you think are still fine. I think that they have a better curve of giving you that sort of real feedback of saying, hey, if you just do this thing, you're going to have a much better time with it. I do think that most other MMOs actually do have a curve that is more rewarding and basically does give you that dopamine that I'm talking about. So I think that World of Warcraft could learn from other games. Like, it could even learn from Fellowship as a Mythic Plus alternative. But I'm not talking about just Mythic Plus. I'm also trying to get out of my own head because I've been playing this game for way too long. Like I was saying earlier, I don't actually... When I started streaming and I started putting out YouTube videos, I had zero clue what new players went through. Do you know that? And I try to be pretty open. And I will admit to you, I had zero idea whatsoever. I had no idea what the new player experience in World of Warcraft. I had zero clue what new players went through. When I started streaming and I started making videos about a year and a half ago at this point, I started putting out content and people would be like, how do I do this thing? And I was like, what do you mean, how do I do this thing? It's super easy. You don't know how to do this thing? And they were like, no, please, can you help me? I was like, absolutely, of course. You don't know how to do this thing? The amount of times that I have been absolutely stunned that this was never explained is massive. I couldn't even tell you how many times this has happened. And that is the problem. And that's why I've been starting to talk about how can we make WoW more new player friendly. It's crazy. There are so many mechanics in this game that are just not explained at all. They go, what's snap threat? I'm like, what do you mean, what's snap threat? You just have to get threat on them. Like, when I talk about how to secure snap threat as a tank, they go, what's snap threat? I'm like, what do you mean, what's snap threat? You don't know what snap threat is? I was like, I guess they never explained what aggro is. It's not even in the game. So no wonder that new tanks struggle with it. That's crazy. Isn't that the same with most 20-year-old games? There aren't a lot of 20-year-old games, I'm not going to lie to you. And also, I do think that the curve, but even OSRS, again, because the downside of because JK Morgan, if you don't know how to play OSRS, do you know what the consequence of this is? It means you probably, unfortunately, you're not going to get your level 99 woodcutting. Who cares? Because you still get to enjoy the game, right? The consequences of not understanding World of Warcraft basic mechanics is that you get yelled at. Is that you have a very, very, very negative new player experience. That's the difference. If you are just bad at Elden Ring, then you just don't beat the game. But you still get to play it, and that's cool. The problem of being bad at World of Warcraft is that you get absolutely flamed. So it's a MMORPG. That's the real issue. It doesn't tell you anything. Yeah. LSRS basically has a basic... It's got Tutorial Island. Exile Reach Starting Zone still tells new players to engage the boss. I guess at the very least, though. Oh, does it actually, Suddy? I actually had no idea. Wait a second. Wait. Exile's Reach tells basically tells DPS that you're supposed to engage. Of course it does, because you're not the... It doesn't tell... That's hilarious. I didn't even think about that. That's a good point. It says, go ahead, I'll protect you. There you go. And you think to yourself, oh, why do they keep doing this in my key? It's like the game literally told them to. That doesn't surprise me at all. That is pretty... I mean, that makes sense, though. I don't think it does make sense. How often should I be casting Frenzied Regeneration? Technically, in Incarn, you can cast it a lot. If you're ever at risk of dying as a Guardian Druid, just cast it basically on cooldown during Incarn, because it has no cooldown. And all the overhealing from it creates a shield biz, and that shield keeps you very alive. So I could press it right now when I'm already at full health, so that this next mechanic, it basically won't actually hit me, and then my healer will have an easier time with it. You can press it before damage happens. Like, look. So you go like this, and you can see my health won't move, and that's because I've pre-pressed Frenzied Regen. You don't really use it. All the overhealing gets converted into a shield now. It's something a lot of Guardian Druids are actually not doing very well. So, anyways, that was a long rant. I definitely should try to clip some of that and make a video about it, because I think that it's really important. What is the add-on shows your Ironfur? It's called Simple Ironfur Tracker. It's called Simple Ironfur Tracker. And something stand behind me. I agree with that. All right, there you go. Shaggy winter legs. Yeah, but it's those little things that do matter. They absolutely do matter. What's a hot effect? This is a great question. A hot effect, Quinner, stands for heal over time. It stands for heal over time. However, having raid warnings for every individual would be an aesthetic nightmare. They could figure it out. You have to be very self-motivated to get into WoW. I agree, but how do they create that self-motivation? That's the question. How would they create the self-motivation if it isn't there to begin with? And that's what they do such a bad job on. That's what they do an actual bad job on. Do they need seat? Turn on the in-game buff tracker to show you how many stacks you have. I prefer this bar. I think this bar is much easier to track in my opinion. In my opinion, the bar is a better option for that. Castle Nathria looks sick. Plus, I haven't played this game in a decade. Let's see what's up with it. But even then, Mickey Fresh, you haven't played this game in a decade, which means you did play it before, though. Isn't kind of new. I'm just not sure how they're supposed to do it without holding their hand too much. You give people the option. So, for example, if you were to hire me, my actual job, I work as a trainer, right? This is the thing. I work as a trainer. So, for what it's worth, okay? If you were to hire me as a trainer and I was to explain fitness to you, I'm not going to do the workout for you because you wouldn't get results. But at the same time, I am going to tell you what to do. This is what I mean. So I have to give you the information. You have to take the action with that information. But physicality is very simple. If I tell you exactly what to do, and most people, when they hire a trainer, they don't really care about the science. Some people do. I'm happy to explain it. I'm happy to explain the why we're doing this exercise. Most people don't give a shit. They just want to be told, hey, show up. I want to be entertained for the next 45 minutes and do some fitness with me. I want to get results. I say, okay. So they hire me. We show up on a call. I fix their problems, and I tell them what to do. And they go, cool. Then they do it, and they feel super rewarded. They had to take the action. I told them what to do. Telling people, giving people the information is not actually taking away from their results, as long as they still have to do it, as long as they still have to take the action. So if you give people, hey, you can blessing of freedom, and then they blessing of freedom, they're going to feel good about that. That's a way to empower WoW players in order to feel good about their action. If they don't do this, and they have a weak aura that does it a little bit differently, same exact thing. It just doesn't help. The dispel mechanic is actually such an easy way to understand this. Let me clip this. This is actually a good clip. It's something that is very much wrong with the game. Cool? Is there a way to see Incarn with Apex still up? You actually kind of time it for what it's worth. They still don't know why they had to freedom, but they will learn. But they will learn like this, J.K. Morgan. That's the thing. If you have something and then you're given the information and then you perform the action and there's a reward for that action, then you will learn. And if you don't, that's okay. Then you were never going to learn anyways. But if you at least have the opportunity to learn, then you'll learn. And I think that's good. They're just following a script. The script doesn't perform the action for them. A problem would be a macro that says press this macro now. That would be a problem. If it said press this macro now and they press the macro, then that would be problematic. But telling somebody that they have a potential to dispel and allowing them to perform the action will create a positive feedback loop, not a negative feedback loop. This is education. That's the thing. Fire looks like it pumps. He was actually doing pretty good damage, yeah. It's just very squishy, and also I don't think we can. I mean, I'm happy to just game. I'm down for whatever, but if they actually really need 18 seat of the triumvirate, then I think this will be hard. Like your root snare button light up. Exactly. That would be fine. And that's fine though. But even that, Mickey, let it light up. That's a good call. Yeah. Make it light up then. That would also work. That would absolutely work. Down for whatever. I hate tanking seat, but I'm just chilling now. I don't know if Deco actually needs 18. 18 Cavern can do. Sure. Prefer Cavern. someone who played since release, and that's very fair, JK, because I also have played for a long time. So I would agree with you on that one for what it is worth. They have that for your group buffs, like in for battle. Oh, wait, that's also a good point. And why not? C sucks to tank to C is the worst key. I hate that key so much right now. It's actually my least favorite as well. I like the little niche of things that feel like a discovery. I agree with that from my perspective, but trying to get out of my perspective, I think, is tough. What's up, Heavy? How the keys going? Oh, pretty good right now. When you incarn with Apex talents, you press the Apex talents too soon. That's actually a min max. There are many times where you want to wait like a whole minute or two press. I'll make a video about it soon. I think I like caverns. I don't mind caverns. Adding it for more spells like Wrecking Throw, I just read that in the notes. That'd be interesting. I don't know how I feel about that one. But the idea is the basics, if they were covered, that would be so good. And in particular, just to talk about this one more time, okay? Thank you, bro, and good morning for everyone. Oh, good morning, press. You're welcome. What's the best way to pull before last boss of AA? Try to skip as much of it as high. On higher keys, you try to skip as much as possible, Jonesy. Yeah, they are routing. That is true, JK. And that's excellent. And this is the routing system in World of Warcraft. Okay, that's a great point. The routing system that they are adding next week is terrible. It is so bad. And yet I am so thankful that they're doing it because it at least represents a focus on trying to help tank players. I am very happy that they're putting it in the game. It is really bad, but I would still rather have something than nothing. I hope that they iterate on it, but the idea is that we're not looking for perfection. I just want Blizzard to recognize that the new player experience is really tough in this game, and I want them to give us more and more and more over time, not less. So I'm very happy that it's coming next week, even though it's really bad. Does that make sense? That's like, as hilarious as it sounds, I'm so happy that they're adding it. It's so bad. It's really tough. How is it bad? It doesn't respond or change for butt pulls. It doesn't actually adjust depending on what's happening in the dungeon. The packs that they're telling you to pull are not based off of any metric information as far as, at least it was on beta. They're not actually referencing anybody's routes. Like, I genuinely feel like when Blizzard coded the routes, they used AI. And they were just like, path a dungeon forward, that's 100%, because it doesn't make any sense. If I was Blizzard, it just adds up to 100%. Exactly. It's static, it's based off of just one thing, which is percentage. The problem with it based off of just percentage, yeah, this is actually the thing. They use the classic player. Well, let's talk about that in a second, actually. There's no option to... There should be. I think that would be good. All right, let's do 18 caverns. I think a lot of these polls that I normally like doing here, if they live a very long time, I could die. Let's see how it goes. Let's do it. This comp that we have is not exactly the highest DPS comp, so let's see how it goes. Should be interesting, though. No, let's talk about that. That's a whole other conversation. Whew, that's a good one. I like this conversation. The new routing system. We're hoping they do in shows of EA, so there should be so many things about it. Yeah. It's one of those things. We gotta clip a whole bunch of this. Should I just make a podcast at this point? I feel like I'm dangerously close to podcast territory. I've been full ranting for like an hour and a half. This whole thing should be a podcast. Could I do that? Do you think I could just take an hour of my stream and call it a podcast? I don't think so. I feel like I have to put some more effort into it. I know exactly. Like I said, I have thought about it. I could surely make a podcast with myself, but only me. Like, it's a podcast. Do I have to do accents, Harith? Or do I have to be like me and then who else? Like someone else? So like me and then Borat, or like who? You and I would love Shaw, actually. I have talked to him about this. Believe it or not, I've already talked to Shaw. Yeah, Shaw's he's a yapper. He's good. Put the ears on. It's like me in the ears. I could do it that way. What do you think? Imagine if you're at the point you need to. Let's talk about the routes in a second. Mirror the camera every time you read chat. Podcast needs structure to be engaging for me. Just like random jumping from it's not great to listen to. I agree with that.
Preparations, having meetings for the podcast, getting ready will be amazing. I think so too. Needs to have another route edited with a mustache and glasses. Basic route should be okay, but you should be able to edit it. I agree with that. But let's talk about the route in a second. I want to talk about it in the key because I'm thinking ahead, Vati. You want to see this 3,000 IQ play as I do this plus 18 Mysara Caverns in the background and hopefully don't die because it is a tough key. I'm going to challenge myself. I'm excited. One of the ways that I make this game more fun for me is that I am going to have a very intelligent, full rant conversation with you while I tank a plus 18 Mysara Caverns. Is that a deal? If I do it, if we time this key and I don't die, if I tank this key successfully, but I also have a full conversation with you, do I get bits? Would you give me 100 bits or like a sub for this? Would I have earned your... How about have I earned a modicum of respect? Would you respect me 1% more if I full ranted during this key? If you time this, yeah, okay, I'll sub. Oof, that's good. All right. Well, we have to time it first. What if I do it right? I got to learn Guardian. At moments I feel like I'm invincible. Are you playing the Apex talent right now? It's called Mini CC, but this might get broken next week. They have specifically said, Raphael, that this might get broken. God, I knew a Raphael when I was like too young to know a Raphael. I was working as a bag boy at a Ralph's in LA, and then this one very, very, very hot Brazilian dude, he walked in and he was just like, hello. And I was like, hi. And he was like, you want to get coffee? And I was like, I like coffee. And I didn't know what to do. I was too young. I didn't know how to process this information. Goddamn, that guy was very respectful. And also incredible. He was like, sometimes you look back at your life and you just think, everyone's had a Raphael. And you look back and you realize what a wasted opportunity. But it seems I don't have rage for Ironfur. Yeah. Oh, fuck, Raphael. All right, here we go. Countdown. All right. Reset data. Here we go. I'll tank this Mysara Caverns. Yep. We're talking about Raphael. What else were we talking about? Okay, here we go. So, anyways, first poll is on repeat. You did not have three brothers. So I do have a lot of thoughts about the new routing system from Blizzard. I'm excited that they're adding something. I think it is a great decision for them to at least be adding something. However, this is what I was saying earlier, okay? The fact that they're at least trying to add something makes me incredibly happy, even though it is terrible. The new routing system that is coming next week is actively not helpful. It is really, 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 really bad. But I am still ecstatic about the fact that they're choosing to do something for new tank players. Because new tank players need all the help they can get. WoW is a terrible new player experience, as we have been talking about all day. And I'm glad that they're at least trying. That, to me, is the biggest win about this whole situation. All I need them to do is keep iterating on it. I don't want them to basically just go, okay, we've added this, everything is going to be fine now. I want them to understand that this is a good first step, and then I want them to keep going with it. I want them to understand that this is basically going to be, okay, this is step one, now let's go to step two. Step two is going to be letting us customize the route, and then actually is going to be letting us also adjust it based on the key and what we need. And what I mean by that is this. Right now, you cannot adjust the route whatsoever. And also, it doesn't account for butt pulls, which is probably the key level that people will be needing this. If you need a route to be highlighted, it is very likely that the key level that you are doing is going to be a key level where people are going to brick your keys by pulling things that they're not supposed to. One of the things that I go over a lot in tank coaching is not just your rotation and all that stuff. It's actually how to deal with your hunter disengaging into things that they shouldn't disengage into. That's actually a thing. Are there still butt pulls in 15s? There are still butt pulls in 18 level keys. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, there are butt pulls. This happens a lot because DPS players don't often think like tanks and healers. And so absolutely there is. 1,000%. You betcha. You betcha. Butt pulls are common across all key levels, okay?
But routing is already out for 5s and belows. So next week, they're coming out with a system that is going to allow that same routing to be extended into higher level keys, which is a massive W, by the way. And again, now they're basically making it a toggle option. The problem is that the routing system, in my opinion, is still not clear whatsoever. It is not what it needs to be, personally speaking. I think that they need to cook on it way more. And I also think that there would be a few things. The biggest thing would not just be that it highlights in-game, but some form of overlay or some form of adjustment. Because the routes, who designed them? On beta, when we were experimenting with this system, it literally seemed like AI basically just went, hey, these mobs equal 100% and they're relatively forward. Just pull this. The problem with AI determining that is that it's not what actual key players would pull, like vast majority of the time. Either it's too little or it's that and therefore it's not fun. I still think that it's not going to solve a lot of the toxicity that tank players have to receive and contend with. I wish that it did, because you would think, well, if everybody knows the route, then that means that it's all going to be okay now. But I actually don't think that's true at all. I think that hilariously, that might actually be very false. I think that it's going to create the same exact system because it fundamentally doesn't do what it needs to do. And I think that there's no counter for whether you're still over or under. On beta, at the very least, one of the problems with the routing system was that it didn't actually highlight very successfully. So one of the issues with that routing system is that, for example, it was very difficult, at least for me, to see where the route was when I tested it. I also didn't test with it that much, but there are a few things that need to happen, I think, for it to be truly a successful integration into the game. I am very ecstatic that they've added it, once again. Incredibly excited that they have decided to put something to help new tank players, but I also think that it's a rough integration, and they could do way more. They could do way more indeed. I also still think that, yeah, auto-adjusting percentages, there are a bunch of things that they can do. There's a lot that is left to be desired with this system. But at least they're trying. If I was to make a video, I would be largely heavily positive. I in fact would be ecstatic about the fact. I would say overall, I am super happy that they've decided to add something. I just wish that they kept going with it, and I hope that they don't decide that this is the end all be all. Okay? So, one thing that I want them to add as well for new tanks is just a something that flashes on your screen and just says, you are getting hit from behind. There is a mob behind you. I think that would be such an easy W. Don't you think that would be easy for them to add? Do you know how many tank players don't understand that they take way more damage if a mob is behind them, shy of being a Guardian Druid? Unless you're a Guardian Druid, which is one of the reasons that this tank is actually so friendly for most players. That would be good. I think that would be excellent. But I also wish that they, with the routing system, I think that they need to make sure it's very obvious. When you guys have tested this system, do you clearly see which mobs you need to be pulling? Yes or no? When I tested it, it didn't seem to make that much of a difference. In my opinion. No, I didn't. You never even noticed it. That's the thing. Yes, it's extremely obvious. Okay, so we're getting a combination of both. It needs to be extremely obvious. I think if this system is going to work, then it needs to be quite obvious, though. You have a massive gold highlight. Do you think it would be obvious for somebody, Mickey, who has never played World of Warcraft? Not somebody like you who's been playing WoW for an extended period of time. And you can turn up the glow in the settings. Okay, that's pretty good. Because I just think, who is this meant for? And to be honest with you, it's meant for a ton of people who would really benefit from it. Routing is the biggest barrier for new tanks actually enjoying the game. There's obviously the pressure of, oh my god, I might die, and I might let my team down. But a huge part of it is just tanks being flamed for routing reasons. It happens all the time. It happens a lot. Depending on the dungeon, in Windrunner, it's super dark, so it showed up really well. Okay, all right. So maybe they need to work on the coding of it. That could be a thing. I could see that being an absolute part of it, for sure. I just want to make sure that this is the first step of many. right? The thing is, as a tank for many years, I kind of ignore that low glow, especially for casters. I see, okay. I wish that there were some things. One of the problems that I have with the routing system is it doesn't seem to actually address one of the big things that is a problem with routing, which is that, hey, there are some mobs, there are some polls that have X amounts of casters in it. In a lower key environment, it would be better if you don't pull them. A famous example was in Priory of the Sacred Flame. The way you did that dungeon in a high key was that you wanted to pull as many of the casters as possible because they were more efficient. The problem is that a lot of people saw that video. I believe Yoda was the one who put out a video that said, hey guys, the footmen are super high health and they give the same percentage. You don't want to pull those. Just pull 5 casters, and then what you're going to do is you're going to chain CC them. It's super easy. You basically just go VDH Sigil into Boomy this, into that, and then you're going to send Healer this, and then you're going to make sure you send the Cap Totem, and then you basically just go individual kicks and call it out like it's no problem. But I don't know about you guys. That doesn't happen in my keys. What happens in my keys, especially in pugs at a lower level, and I say lower level, I just mean like literally between, let's call it any level below a plus 18 currently. Everyone sends their kick on the first mob, and then everyone sends, if they're gonna send CC at all, they send it immediately, and then basically nothing happens. We get zero benefit from this whatsoever. I wish people understood that snap. We can Ring of Peace that in the future, and then we can go around like this. That works. Still, come snap, come snap. So, actually, based on what it's saying, I guess it's tangentially, I suppose. So anyways, I think that the routing should be in favor of making the polls a little bit friendlier. And one way they do that is by making sure that we do not have polls with massive amounts of casters. That's one of the ways that you ensure that the routing system actually helps people, is just basically ensure the fact that we're not going to have polls with 5 casters. I think that would actually go a long way. Okay, they're going to evade me for a second. So I have to make sure I watch aggro, and then we are going to get the headhunters in here. Should I learn Bear over Brewmaster? I think both are totally fine. I think ultimately you should play what you like. That I think the main thing to understand is play what you like. The best tank that you could possibly play is the one, okay? The best tank you can play. Oops. These are some big pulls. They are some big pulls. We weren't supposed to get these guys in here. The snap is fair. The throw spears are not so good. In fact, I'm just going to basically CC them. My monk can heal it no problem because he's Mistweaver. As long as people actually do the mechanics, it's okay. They're going to jump out. We have a freedom for one, like a Tiger's Lust, and then we have to kick the other one. If the shoots overlap with things, then it's a problem. It's definitely a scary pull, but normally you don't take these headhunters in here. The actual pull here is not supposed to be with the headhunters. Oops, I missed my vortex. So I'm going to go kick this, and then I'm going to go like this. And then we're going to go here. Yeah, luckily Mistweaver doesn't struggle to heal this, but yeah, it is a little scary for sure. Those spears do hurt. But we have a Disease Dispel, and then if we understand the mechanic, we'll be able to do it no problem. Okay, good pull. Now, what's supposed to happen in the future is that we can Ring of Peace out of combat and not pull those guys. But there was a slight error on the timing. No problem. Easy percentage. Big percentage pull. Big percentage pull. Nice. I love you're in Apex. Yo, what's up, Velvet? Oh, by the way, thank you for the sub earlier. I was ranting. I'm not losing aggro with it yet, but I think it's only because I basically do 0 damage. I'm playing no Apex here, Velvet. I'm playing the exact one that's linked in my Discord. You can do damage with no Apex, but there is a different rotation to it. I think that understanding the rotational differences is going to help people a lot in understanding this build. I have heard that a lot of bears are doing very low damage, but one of the things about my no Apex is if you're playing the Apex build wrong, I will still somehow manage to out DPS you playing no Apex. Example, in this key, Mysara Caverns plus 18. If I end up doing, I'm at 108k overall right now. I also, by the way, I'm glad, Wayne, and I'm honestly, Velvet Black and Wayne, I'm so glad to hear that. part of the thing that I'm super passionate about is that if you're going to be a tank player in World of Warcraft, I just want you to have like an omega time playing the game. I want you to chill, and I'm ranting, and like I don't mean to be complaining. I want to be productive in this conversation. Because for me, the reason to talk about the routing system, the reason to talk about so many of these things is actually just because, yeah, because I want people to have a good time. Tanks are it's very scary and very intimidating to be a new tank player in WoW. I want to be able to help with that. There are so many things that can help with that. But one of the biggest things to understand is that your tank damage is the last thing you optimize. In a Mythic Plus environment, the very first thing that you want to make sure happens is not getting a perfect route. It's not doing maximum tank damage. It isn't parsing 100. It's actually just not dying. The keys this season will be timed if you can avoid group wipes and tank deaths. Those are the things that you really want to make sure you get right. Optimize later. First of all, okay? Now, next. If you want to do damage with this build, what trinks are you using? I've got Heart of the Wind and Uln Seer on Heroic. Finding your videos? Awesome. People in plus 12 are complaining at your damage. Is your damage, how low is your damage? Like, give or take, Velvet, what's your item level and how much damage are you doing in your keys? It's like top 3 pieces of advice you give to a new tank. I'll talk about Rezer. Top 3 pieces of advice for a new tank. Number 1, I put out a short about this, I think a few days ago. Number 1, you are going to brick some keys. That's like, I actually think, I've thought about this a lot, and actually the number 1 piece of advice I would give to new tank players is that you will fail. And you go, huh? That's the number 1 piece of advice? Yes. Because if you have the expectation that somehow you're going to do everything perfectly, you're actually going to set yourself up for a lot of disappointments. It is not easy to tank. You will brick some keys. And you know what? That's okay. So does everyone else. You are not alone in that. It just feels really, 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 really bad when you do it as a tank, right? But you're going to brick some keys. Same advice for new healers. When you're healing, sometimes, well, actually, advice for new healers is completely different than advice for new tanks. Because one of the things about healers, by the way, this is a big deal. One of the things about healing is that as a tank player, if you die, it's kind of on you. Sometimes your healer was supposed to heal you. Sometimes something got butt pulled, or sometimes a kick was missed. But in general, tanking is a relatively independent role, right? But healing is a very dependent role. So oftentimes new healer players actually catch a lot more flack than new tank players because they're sitting there and they're thinking, I don't know how I'm supposed to heal this. Newsflash, you weren't. They were supposed to press a defensive. It's not your fault. Sometimes it is, and learning how to identify that is actually a very useful skill as a new healer. But it's not always a healer's fault. Sometimes it's actually that you didn't kick, you didn't do mechanics, and a DPS stood in a puddle, and now they're blaming you for that. Damn, I am just heavy clip farming today. I don't know what I'm on. This is, by the way, I won't be streaming for a few days. So I'm getting material, man. This is the thing. I've been really enjoying my little YouTube shorts and stuff. So this is me like heavy clip farming. I'm just on it today. I'm liking this. Here we go. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. We're just getting all the clips. Let's go. Let's go. I'm realizing I'm sitting here and I'm just like, woof, woof, woof. Whenever I think of materia, do you know what I actually think of? I think of materia from Final Fantasy. Do I ever do keys with viewers? I do not really, to be honest, though. No, I actually, no. Like, very occasionally, I suppose. I might just need, like, a weekly key or something, and I'll be like, anybody want to do a 10? But I don't have, like, a viewer key system. I just kind of chill. But I have so many alts that I do actually tend to do a lot of weekly keys. Like, I don't always do high keys on the bear. Sometimes I just want to chill. Healing is a breeze for me for the most part. But the thing is, I think that tanking is more stressful than healing. But sometimes I'm healing keys, and I'm just like, what am I supposed to do? Like, I've been playing Resto Druid this season, and to be honest with you, oftentimes the actual thing is nothing. Like, the truth is that realistically, the answer was nothing. I was supposed to do nothing. There was nothing I could do. An example being in there's a lot of situations like that where you're just I am actually beholden to my team, and if my team doesn't do the mechanic, then there's really not much. I think healing lower keys is more stressful. Tanking lower keys is more stressful. Tanking higher keys, it's like a bell curve. At a lower level, healing is way more stressful because literally nobody helps you. Like if you, oops, I bear form. If you accidentally, this is the thing with lower keys, right? If a DPS hits a defensive in a +10, I immediately think to myself, oh my God, I'm being spoiled. What is this? People are helping me? I'm like, whoa, that's so cool. But in a higher key, it's expected. So if a DPS doesn't hit a defensive in a higher key, they're trolling. But in a +10, I'm just like, oh my God, like, do you like me? Are you flirting right now? Like, what's happening? You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, it's a big thing if a DPS uses a defensive in that level. So I think healing lower keys is actually easier, it's harder, right? I think that tanking higher keys, though, where that just gets so punishing. As a healer in higher keys, your team is supposed to help you, but as a tank, it's like you miss a button and it's GG's. I think that's very scary to tank higher keys. That happened to me yesterday in an Algathar. I was 1 second off a cooldown and the run got bricked because of me. And I was just like, well, I played really extremely well the whole run, and I was a second off something. I had a plan, didn't go according to plan. GG's. It'd be like that. Tough. You got rank 1 Blood DK NA? Nice job, Sam. How does your Blood DK feel? What's the dungeon you struggle with the most at a very high level on your Blood DK, by the way? Yeah. Sometimes, if you ever feel lonely, damn it might just be because you haven't been able to interpret the signs of when people are actually flirting with you. That could be it. Barkskin 321. Here we go. Some of the DPS are tanks in disguise. Like one of them is right there. Are you enjoying your Blood DK right now, Sam? Pugs are hard if you have a pre-made. Yeah, it is another game. It's very true. And something that I think that people really misunderstand this advice. I talk about it nonstop. Probably Skyreach. That makes sense. Yeah. I can see that. Because there's just so many one-taps. That blast is going off. I don't need to SI. I'll just healing potion. It's fun because it's a challenge. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so blast is going off here. That's okay. Yeah. I think that the best piece of advice for being able to push content in Mythic Plus is just make friends. Because you're absolutely right that having a pre-made versus pugging, the consistency of it alone is just so valuable. Like, it's unbelievably valuable to have consistent people to play with. Do not underestimate how impactful it can be to just have people to play with more consistently. All right, let's go. We bring this on, though. On the left of your party frame, showing which spells it's targeting on. Oh, this one? It's going to get brick next week, so I don't even know if I would recommend getting it because supposedly it won't work next week. I'm not sure. I don't know at the moment, but supposedly. Has Brewmaster got anything similar to Demon Spikes? No, Rashawn. It's kind of hard. Brewmaster is a difficult tank to explain, but if you're getting into it at the very least, Shaw and I made a super cool video, and I think that that's an excellent way to start learning Brewmaster. I would recommend that's the video I would check out. We have a guide on my channel, on his channel as well. He is a super Giga Brewmaster player, and Brewmaster is such a unique tank, it's very difficult to compare it to literally anything else. Because it literally has its own way of doing things compared to every other tank. There's not really an active mitigation that you keep up, but it's like a flow state of when you press things. Now, granted, at a very basic level, there are some rules you can follow that keep it simple and will keep you feeling very tanky. But technically speaking, it isn't like you just keep up your armor and then you're fine. Like you technically speaking have to be thinking about the damage intake patterns, about when you like your stagger and a bunch of other things. Like it's a little bit more complicated than just keep up your bone armor or keep up your demon spikes or keep up this. It's a bit more nuanced than that. Although once you understand it, it's really not that bad. The one thing about Brew is that you will actually get it, and then once you get it, you're like, okay, I got it. At a basic level. for what it's worth. But I would check out the guide that Shaw and I made. I think that this will make the biggest difference for your gameplay. Yeah, you know, people touching Brew, it's so intimidating. Brew is such a weird tank because, again, there are so many people who are Brewmaster mains who love that tank and will say it's the best thing ever, but they don't like any other tank. But then there are other people who go, actually, I like every other tank. I play all 5 tanks except Brewmaster. There's a combination of both. It's a little strange. Brewmaster is like the only tank that's that polarizing. I think there are some people, I suppose, like kind of like that with Blood DK. Like there's a lot of people who are like, man, Blood DK is, I don't like it. And there's a lot of other people who go, Blood DK is so fun. Like it's like the premier tank experience. You gotta try it. Blood DK is like, you'll never have more fun than playing Blood DK. What would I say is the best starter tank? I actually made a video about this, Rezer. I still think that it's exactly the Guardian Druid build I am playing right now. Very specifically, though, not the Apex Guardian Druid. This is the thing. This is the thing. Apex Guardian Druid is not a very forgiving first tank, in my opinion. But Guardian Druid playing the macroed Ironfur is very much. Now, Velvet, are you still here? Because I would like to answer your question about how to min-max your damage. If you take a look, my damage is not exactly low right now in this run. Yeah? If you take a look at what Brewmasters do overall, I am doing what a Brewmaster would do, give or take. Right? My single target on this is going to be a little lower. But it's not like my damage is bad. I might have forgotten to rebuff after last death. It's not like my damage is bad. If we brick this run, it has nothing to do with my Guardian Druid damage. I think, actually, our timer is looking kind of sus, to be honest with you. But if we were to brick this, it isn't because of that. And so I think that... Do you have a video? This one, I made it for Patreon, and I made it for YouTube members. It isn't available for everyone. Thank you, Bezix. Just stumbled across your content. I found it to be really good. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate when people take time out of their day to just say something kind. We need more of that in the world. You know, the internet is full of trolls, like a lot. If anybody just wants to type in !Patreon, or you can find it for YouTube members as well. But I hope, like I said, that I can just make the game a fun experience. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying... My life right now is kind of stressful. I haven't been taking the best care of myself. Like, I should probably go to the gym more. I should probably, like, do things that would be healthier for me. But since I'm not doing them, I'm shocked. Trust me. No one is more shocked than me. I started drinking Monster energy drinks in the morning and then ended up with, like, a terrible caffeine headache. I did that for, like, a week. And I basically have been sitting here playing World of Warcraft for, like, 10 hours a day. Maybe less than that. But all of a sudden, I am super shocked that I don't feel well. And yeah, like it boggles my mind that I'm just like, where did this come from? I don't understand. Like everything was going well, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's like I'm not moving very much. I'm barely walking. I have my work, obviously, but I'm not going for walks anymore. I'm just logging into WoW. I'm barely sleeping. I'm drinking Monster Energy. I don't know where... Yeah, listen, I don't know where the thing happened, but I haven't been feeling my best. That being said, World of Warcraft, when I play this game, I don't want it to add stress to my life. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, this is supposed to be a fun experience. This is a game. Can release. Release, we're not gonna res here. This is supposed to be fun. I don't want to have to stress. This is my favorite game. And so when I play it, even though I like pushing the competitive level of it, it's still so important to me that I just have a good time. I don't want to add more stress to my life. What's up, Rottweiler? Can you link your talents? This is actually the build I am playing right now is the lowest potential Guardian Druid damage build that you could possibly play. This build that I am playing is, technically speaking, the lowest Guardian Druid damage build, not the highest. If I have done this key, and I did 114k overall on 18 Mysara Caverns with EC Apex build. This is not the EC Apex build. This is a macro Ironfur. So we're at 5 minutes. If I pull that defender into this pack, maybe their tech has been fixed. So I don't know if we can. We'll try to time it. We'll do our best. We'll do our best. Vlad, I'm gonna need you to type your message again. But the talents, just go !Discord. You'll find them there. Exclamation Discord for talents. They're linked right there. Okay, I'm looking at our timer here. So we pull this. We don't need any bats. This guy's percentage here. But it's very stressful for me. It's true. And also when you're pugging, it feels especially bad. I think you got to pull him up. I'm not kidding. I think you have to pull him up to the boss. If we engage boss right now, we win. But I am serious. I think we have to go right now. Up, 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 up. Up, up, up. Don't get hit by the big thing. And he's gonna die. He just procced his caught. I can try to off heal him. We need to just drag him up. If we engage the boss right now, there is a win condition. But we need to engage the boss effectively, like right this instant. So we're just gonna have to bring that Soulstorm guy into the boss. There's no option. Otherwise we lose. So it's a Hail Mary, but we have to engage the boss right now. It's 4 minutes. I don't think this lets you get 2 damage phases. I think it's the only way. I don't like this. I don't want to pull anything into this boss, but it is what it is. It would be, technically speaking, one of the ways that we might be able to save it, but it's super sketch because I'm going to try to drag the boss over here. But most likely, I don't think we quite have it. I think we're just going to be a little shy. Whoops. Yeah, there it is. It's super toxic to do something like this. Yeah, that's okay. It was a good Hail Mary there. It was a good try. Yeah, there it is. It was a good try. There was no other option. There was no other way. How's warrior tank on damage? Actually, surprisingly decent. I think I don't have mine fully geared. Nice try, nice try. I don't have mine fully geared, but I think yeah. Velvet, are you still here? JK just subscribed. Yo, thank you for the sub. For healer damage, so I think it doesn't have to be so low. It's going to be interesting to see. I think this season is going to be weird for healers. I don't think I mind how healing is right now. I kind of like it. No Render, running interesting talents as well. I've just started my journey. Yeah, No Render, he do be a big druid. He be a big druid. He likes Druid of the Claw. Sorry to hear you get a bit of heat from the Druid Discord. Yeah, that's okay. I'm used to it, BZ. It doesn't bother me so much, but I just still worry about what it does to the state of the game when new players ask questions and then they get omega giga flamed for those questions. You know what I mean? That does bother me a little bit. I wonder what that does to World of Warcraft when that happens. Watch your spells on the bottom of the screen, never mangles. Yeah, no maul here. That's what's going wrong. Oh, sorry. I was missing some questions here on your YouTube. My bad, my bad, my bad. If you got like 50K, yeah, actually, that's super serious. I'm serious. That you're right though. Garen Bradford, I apologize for missing all the YouTube comments here. If I miss your YouTube comment, come to Twitch. By the way, I'm gonna read it back now. Just yesterday, you got flamed. Yep, heavy. Went Apex EC and it feels amazing. Super tanky. Same as no Apex. I was smacking. Thrash. Yep. Switched to healer 1 week ago. I feel like I need to fix more mistakes. Correct. Love Guardian Druid in Mythic, running 12-13. It's got 276 item level, so I could be running higher. Just new, so I'm still learning. I hope that you're enjoying it a lot. Even though I was second in damage, you'll never have enough. I will tell you this. You'll never have enough damage as a tank. That is just a fact. That's true. Number crunching doesn't always necessarily mean the best in real game time play, unless you're playing out. Exactly. And that is a big factor, BZ, is that when you accounting for perfect play is very, very, it's not always productive because that doesn't really make that much, like no one is going to play perfect. And to clarify, in that key just now for the no Apex build, I'm playing no Apex right now. Yeah. I lived extremely well, given that packs were not dying. I still had 88k. So granted, at the end of the last boss, I would have had something like 85k in that dungeon instead of 110. I am very okay with this. And my single target is remarkably similar, actually. It weirdly is. It's actually remarkably similar. But I do think, BZ, when you're first starting Guardian Druid, you can totally play Druid of the Claw if that suits your playstyle, although I do find it to be much harder to engage with. I'm pushing 16s now as a Brewmaster. I see that 17s, there are not many groups. Yeah. M4, the truth is, yes. No, it's cool. So I don't maul, and I don't swipe, and I very rarely mangle in this build, because I'm not playing Soul of the Forest. So mangle is just here. Take you out of bear form when used? Yes, but you're not supposed to use it while you're in Guardian. If I just click this button in Guardian, it's going to take me out and cast Wild Growth instead of what I wanted to cast, which is Starfall or Feral Frenzy. Feral Frenzy single target, Starfall, and AoE. Not hard to think about, Brad. All you got to do is go click into Boomy form, click the button, go back into bear form. No problems there. All right. So this is the breakdown here. You can see not a single maul, very few mangles, but basically the breakdown is like this. It's just a glyph. I like it. Every time I go into bear form, it'll give me a different bear form, completely random. Do we want to do one of the 18s that we have? What did we get? What 19 was it, Deco? Did we do your 19 or mine? The Pit of Sauron, was it yours? Oh, we just got, was it that key we just did? Do we have one more? Or do we want to just run a 17? Something like fluid forms? No. I don't use fluid form. I think it's a waste of talent. Oh, the glyph is going to be, oh, no problem. You have 18 seat. I mean, if you guys want to do it, if you need it, we can do it. I don't really like that key, though. GG's. Yo, good night, Heather. Have a great night. It was good to catch you. It's called the Glyph of the Ursile Chameleon. It's right here. If you want, all Druid forms have this, actually. Watch this. You go Glyph. What's up, Gamble? How's it going? How's it going? You go like this. Yeah, you were close. Glyph of the Ursile Chameleon. This is actually a thing. You can get glyphs for a lot of things if you don't need this, by the way. Glyph of the Ursile Chameleon. There's a whole bunch of these for many different specs. They're not that expensive. So all you have to do here to understand it is you just go glyph of this. Tired, just got home from work. For real. Fluid form should be baseline. Kind of agree with that. I don't actually think it's worth the talent point. I don't take it. Because you just shift. I mean, you go here and here. And also, if I use it, sometimes my ping, because I always play with higher ping, right? So I have 266 ping, and I'm always playing with 266 ping. So one weird thing that happens is I know this. If I use Incarn to go back into bear or fluid form, it oftentimes double taps. So for example, watch this. I'm going to hit this, and I'm going to hit bear, and it takes me back out. Do you see that? Did you see what just happened? That bug right there is because I play with 266 ping all the time. So I have to be careful with things like that. That's a real thing. You see that? If I press Incarn to go back into bear form, it'll take me out of bear form, not into bear form. That's happened a few times, and I have to stop doing that because it'll actually kill me. It's very frustrating. What plater is this? That's a Boonkin Heart of the Wild. You can use the macro for it if you so desire, but make sure it's the right macro for what it's worth. M4, I would say when you get into 17s and pushing higher keys, then you really want to make sure that you're doing it in a way, you want to make sure that you try to start developing your friends list. I think 17s are kind of puggable right now, but I would say that 18 is that range where you're going to have a harder time finding keys. But I also, by the way, this is interesting. Oh, not 17. I'm sorry. We want to do 18, right? Okay. This is an interesting little thing. Don't know if you guys knew this. The time that you play, if you're on NA realms, time is a huge factor. You ever think about that? It's actually not talked about nearly enough. If you play at off times, you will have a much harder time finding keys. Like right now, if I were to browse groups and I were to see how many 18s are listed, let's find out. If I were to browse groups, there are 0 listed. Is this correct? It might be bugging right now because I think 0 was too little. There's a few right now. Not bad, actually. So there's ours, and then it's just bugging. So there's a few. Yeah, we got like 1, 2 windrunners right here. That's it. I see 2 right now. Okay, so there's 2 potential keys. But last night at 3 a.m., there was like 12. So if I, for example, wanted to pug into an 18, I would probably have to play at like 3 a.m. my time. It is a factor. And Ellie Shami, pretty good Ellie Shami here. Oh, we're not OCE ping though. It's a decent AUG. Take AUG. Sure, we'll take AUG and Devour, probably. If we take AUG, we take Devour, I think, for this key. Yo, what's up, G-Dub? In terms of all times, it's kind of hard. Time difference is rough. I don't know about EU realms because I wish I could play on EU sometimes, but at least for NA, it's a big deal. Yeah. As a reminder to everyone that is currently listening right now, I will be off stream for the next 2 days. I will not stream the next 2 days. I got to rest my voice. Where do I live? I live in Thailand.
Hage. So I live very far away from the servers that I'm currently playing on. Good morning, lad. Hope you're good. Thank you, Curtis. I like your new color of your name, JK. Thank you for the sub earlier. It's 9:50 Sunday. Not many gamers on in the EU right now. That's true. JK, where are you from, by the way? And also to clarify, JK, I think it is important that I clarify this. When I was talking to you earlier, it was not adversarial. Twix? Wait, is that actually Twix? Is that actually Twix? Wait a second. I'm not even kidding. Is that actually Twix? Yo, what's up, Sabbath? Thanks for the keys. Those pulls were baller. Yeah, I'm glad you like them. Is that actually Twix? Yo, is that actually you, Twix? I wasn't going to take a Shadow Priest for this. Now I don't want to die. Hold up. Wait, no, we got to show off a little bit. Is that actually Twix? Why do I feel like it's not him? No, it is. Who the fuck else plays Shadow Priest? Honestly, true. Oh, that is him. That's cool. I love the discussions in here. Yeah, it's actually Twix. That's a legend right there. You guys know who that is? Twix is cool. He's an interesting dude. I have played with him before. He will. Okay, who do you think? Out of curiosity, let me ask you a question. Who do you think is going to do more damage in this key? The meta Warlock spec, Arson, Giga Gamer, or the Shadow Priest? Which do you think? Guess. You can guess right now. The Shadow Priest or the Warlock? Who do you think would do more damage in this key? Affliction is not meta. I think he might be playing demo this key. I'm not sure. He mentioned he might go demo for this. The Lock, but I'm biased to Lock. I've seen S Priest. Well, it's just we'll see. Going with the Bear if I play Apex maybe. I kind of want to play no Apex this key though. This key is so scary. Have you used tanked Seed of the Triumvirate yet? Dude, it's so scary. I don't like this key. This is my least favorite key. Why did they add this key back? I'm going to be real with you. I'm not a fan of this particular dungeon. Arson easy? We'll see. Yeah, that's good. But I'm glad that you liked my pulls. I think that I pull my Sara Caverns, by the way, very differently than other people. I don't know if you noticed that, GM. Sabbath. I pull my Sara Caverns completely different than other people, but I really like the pulls. Like, I think they're awesome there. Yep. This hurts, man. This key is not... It's anti-fun behavior. The champions, they're so... I mean, I'm going to be super tanky, but yeah. Priest is going to smack for sure. All right, sup, Slimy. Yeah, I have a hard time responding. You guys know that I play with my Twitch chat on my screen, right? Did you guys know this? I've explained this before. When you say Apex, Bezix, I will happily explain this to you. Yeah, let's go to see the Triumvirate. You guys know that my chat is like here the whole time, right? That's why I can respond. That's why I have conversations. You don't want... If you haven't seen this before, you're going to judge me so hard. It's going to be an unbelievable judging moment. All the keys that I ever do, it's literally right here. You just don't know that. You don't see it because I've made it invisible for you. But you guys want to see what my screen actually looks like? Okay, here we go. Fine, I'll show you. This is why you should come over to Twitch, though. And I'm still judging. Listen. Okay, I'm going to show you what my screen looks like. But you have to promise me that you will... Well, actually, no. You could judge me. That's okay. I don't really mind. Judge me all you want. Are you ready? Here. I'll show you. So when I'm in a key and I'm tanking... This is the only way that I can actually have a full conversation with you. We listen and we don't judge. You're about to, JK. 3, 2, 1. Let me find screen capture. Sorry, I debated you. Okay. 3, 2, 1. This is how I play all the time. All the time. Just have it right here. This is how I do the whole key. This is what I do. Hi. Yeah, be nice. Be respectful. Whatever you say right now, don't be rude. This is how I do it. This is how I game the whole time, but I can't combine them. So this is an overlay, and it only works for Twitch. That's why I'm able to keep up. But yeah, so like as I'm in a key, right? This is what happens. So like for example, if I were to go pull this pack over here and build some resources, as I'm fighting, I do this. This is the thing. Yep. So I'm like fighting the pack, and I just have you guys right here. Yeah, that's the thing, right? But this is how I do it. This is how I'm able to do this, though.
Still cleaner than what some people ran for Weak Wars last expansion. That's true. You also notice, I mean, there's a few other things for what it's worth. I don't use a cooldown manager. I don't... Doesn't go support for overlays, I know. So, for example, I don't use a cooldown manager, number one. I don't like unnecessary information on my screen. I'm not a huge fan of it. I don't really like having things on my screen too much. All right. So anyways, let me turn this off now. As it will... Let's take a shot if the stream is doing poorly. I appreciate the reference there. For all the YouTube watchers, I appreciate you. But sometimes I feel bad that I miss your message, and I apologize for that. We can do 1 CC on the first boss. What would you say is unnecessary info? A lot of stuff, to be honest. There's a lot of times people think that it helps them to have different information on their screen, but it doesn't necessarily help them. Anyways, I hope Twix is having a good season. You very rarely see... You very rarely see Shadow Priest these days, but that doesn't mean they're bad. It just means you very rarely see them. Yeah, damage numbers, I could see... I think about a lot of things if you see... Like, when weak auras were a thing, that could be problematic. Party chat, that's also true. No joke. Yeah. You can't click through the chat? No. I just have to turn M4. When I just turn... That's why sometimes people see me do weird camera angle like this. Like, if I'm in a pack and I accidentally turn like this, it's so that I can moonfire through. Because I can't... If I moonfire through the chat, I actually can't do it. So, yeah. That's why I have the chat kind of to the right. So I go like, boom. In the middle of your screen. That's true, Eerie, and I got to take that off. I don't know what that was. This is because when I was playing Apex, so I don't need this add-on right here. I don't need it. When I play Guardian Druid, like primary resource bar, I don't need a rage bar here. Secondary resource bar, I don't need this on the Druid. I think an Ironfur bar is decent, maybe, for like first boss here. But when you macro your Ironfur, it doesn't matter too much. All right, let's go. Here's the route, by the way, that we're doing. It's there's stealth detection now at the end, so you got to pull. I think you do this, but we're gonna need that corner now, so we have to change the route. We pull this one destroyer 15. We pull it into this corner pack. If we do it really fast, it does not aggro the middle destroyer. It's basically this. This is kind of the idea behind this route. And then you add pull 9. Yep, that's true. Beezy. Right now, there are 3 different ways to play Guardian. They're all very viable. People will tell you that there are 2 ways to play Guardian. There is a third one, and that's the thing that I've gotten a lot of, how to say. How would you describe it, Beezy? Have you seen, I don't know, maybe you mentioned it earlier, so I don't know if you've ever been a part of those conversations about a month ago. I stopped talking in the Guardian Druid disc. I don't even check the messages anymore. I used to actually take a look and just see if there were any bug fixes or whatever, like after the beta cycle, but to be honest, it really bothered me, not personally, just maybe by principle. Maybe the morality of how that was handled, I really did not appreciate, because I think we should be attempting to give new players as much help as possible. And I just am really not a fan of bullying at all. I think that in any context, not a fan. Second boss reset randomly on beta, Lidmech, but I haven't seen it happen on retail yet. That does suck, though. I'm sorry to hear that. On beta, I have. Dude, I might die in this key. This is the one key that can kill me on bear, pretty much. Well, I say that. There's a bunch of keys that can kill me on bear. All right, here we go. Ugh, let's try. I hate this key. This key is so much damage on tanks. I know what I need to do, but at the same time... Yo, what's up, Equinox? Wait a second. That's not actually Equinox, right? Wait. I'm assuming... Do we just have all the Giga players in here right now? What's up, Equinox? That's funny. Yeah. Also, yeah. Healing this key also sucks. Tanking this key sucks. Healing this key sucks. Dude, look at the Shadow Priest damage. Okay, exclamation clip. I told you it's not... Sometimes you think a spec is meta, but it's just because you haven't... Sometimes... Okay, hold up. Exclamation clip in a second. Sometimes people think that a spec is bad because you never see it represented. But a good gamer on an off-meta spec will always make that thing look like a beast. My Shadow Priest popped off on this pull. He did so much damage. But Shadow Priest is bad right now. But it's not bad. You just never see it played. It's just that nobody plays it. But it's actually pretty good. That was good damn. He did a lot of damage there. He did big. He did a lot. Those were big numbers. And I'm playing no Apex, so I did not pop off. I would normally, if I was playing Apex, I would do big damage there, but I would do less damage here.
It's always back and forth, though.
Which talent tree should I use? So max damage for Guardian Druid right now, there are 2 different builds. Both of them work for max damage. They're very close to each other if you play both very well. The problem is that many people are not playing both extremely well, to clarify. If you Mortal Coil a champion, it will charge back and bleed me. Please don't do that. That was unethical behavior right there, though. Yo, what's up, Vicious? How's it going? You get your Resil 18 now? Did you get your Resil 18? So, to answer your question, Bees, 3 ways to play Guardian, okay? They're all valid. Each one of them works for what it is worth, okay? The first one is the standard EC meta build. That standard build, we can actually pull this. I have cooldowns. I'm not going to have a problem with it. And it actually makes it easier for my monk to heal this. If I was playing Apex, I would do a lot more damage in this key, but it's okay. I got result. Oh, nice. Congratulations. Nice job, Vicious. I didn't get to finish my 18. I need 18 Algothar and 18 Terrace. I think both of those keys are not too bad, to be honest, though, for what it is worth. Yeah, it's not necessarily that keys are super hard this season. I still think that the biggest barrier to keys is finding them. Like, you know what I mean? The hardest thing about keys right now is the same as it always has been, which is just finding them. Like, because I play at such off times, when I go check the looking for group finder, there ain't nothing there. That's the hardest thing about keys at the moment, is that they don't exist. There are like 2 listed. But that's okay. I'll get it next week. I'm not that fussed about it. The problem for me, to be honest with you, is that I don't care enough about my Mythic Plus score, and so I don't tend to work hard enough. Like, I'm supposed to be working harder, you know what I mean? Like, I'm supposed to care more, but I just don't care enough, and so I accidentally forget to super give a... I don't care enough. But if you want a tank for your 18s next week, I need 18 Algothar if you happen to get one. I'll ask for that. I don't mind. I'm not a prideful person. Okay, claws right now. 3-stack Ironfur plus Frenzied is fine. That can kill me, actually, at this key level. You can die to this boss. Okay, let's move over here. Hopefully my Druid was fun for you to heal before. I think, so what I was saying, Bees, let me finish my point earlier. There are 3 current ways to play Guardian Druid. All of them are quite valid. It's not that any of them are bad or any of them are wrong. They have different play styles, and you should choose whatever works the best for you. I might die to this. Okay, Incarn is a beast, because I was running through puddles wildly to try to group these, and then I'm going to Vortex them together. We messed up a CC. That's why I don't like this strategy. I'm running. All right, Chinese strat, run. Just kite the whole time. Okay, whoo, scary. What's up, chilled mocha? Ooh, man, I could go for a chilled mocha right now. That sounds really good. Damn, chilled mocha? That sounds delicious. That sounds really good, actually. Wait, the longer I'm thinking... Okay, I'm not going to get a chilled mocha. I don't do well with coffee. I can get a hot chocolate if I wanted to, or I can get like a milkshake, but I will not get a mocha. First time here and I don't have a milkshake. I wasn't going to order a milkshake today. You know what? I'll take that. Sure. That was a fair rescue. Okay, so here's this. I DC'd. My game. Hold up. Wait a second. All right, hold up. Can you hear me? Type 1 if you can hear me. Is this World of Warcraft or is this internet? Can you see? Is it me or is it you? Am I alive? Holy shit. Okay, wait. Am I alive? Okay, so it's not streamed. That's good. That's good information. Am I back in the game? Am I casting? I just hit buttons. Welcome back. Oh, thank God. Oof, dude, that's so scary when that happens. Welcome to living in Thailand trying to play World of Warcraft. How did you survive? I hit a lot of buttons. This is the power of the no Apex macroed Ironfur build. This is the power. Even if you DC, you can still live sometimes. Even through a was that the input lag? No. That particularly right there was way worse. That wasn't input lag. That's just my game being hilarious. Yep. That just happens sometimes. That wasn't input lag. Oh man. Yeah, this is tough. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna roar. I just want to pull these guys over. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that, man. Twix knew I was gonna come over here and pull these. That's such a giga play. You see him put down that feather? That's a play right there. He put down the feather for me. That's actually just Shadow Priest. That's good. That's incredible. I noticed those little things because I've played Shadow Priest once or twice, and those are such little things, but they're very solid optimizations. So we wild charge to one of these, immobilize them. That was a beautiful feather right there. That's just another example of how sometimes you don't always want to play the thing that's Omega meta. Sometimes it's actually good to play the thing that's just you want to take the player, right? Although I don't want to say that too much because there is a reason that things become meta, and discounting that is also doing a disservice to the conversation. If, for example, you're like, well, it doesn't matter at all, that would actually be also false. It does matter, but still, player skill can account for many of the things. I one time healed a Shadow Priest, and they didn't understand that they had to press Desperate Prayer or anything on this bleed, and they evaporated. S-Priest visually is a pretty stunning spec. Visually speaking, S-Priest is beautiful. I agree with that. The apparitions as well. I think Dragonflight season, like the end of Dragonflight, when you just had the gig of this, that was cool. Tell me when you want the lust. So first of all, let's get through this. I'm going to pull these guys here. Wait for me. I think the biggest sucker punch for a lot of is... So, in the vast majority of key levels, and I mean vast majority. I need to wait for a second. I didn't actually connect with Thrash, so give me a second. 1, 2, 3, boom, like this. Here we go. Yeah, that was when you had the many. You had even more apparitions. That was cool. I did think that was pretty sweet. When does the fly? So, Beezix. I've been trying to answer your question for a little bit. I will do my absolute best to stay on topic, okay? Yes, because what you've asked me is a good conversation. It's a good topic. Some might even say it's a hot topic, if we're all old enough to understand that reference. So here's the thing. Currently, there are 3 Guardian Druid builds. I would say I would rank them in terms of difficulty. Apex EC, Apex Druid of the Claw. Both of them are played at a high level. Depends on who you prefer and how your play style is, what you like. Both of them work at the highest key levels, okay? So you have both of those options. Okay, number 2. You have a few different options. Then you have my no Apex macroed Ironfur build. This build does less damage, but it's super safe, and it is the easiest version of Guardian Druid. As in, you really don't have to think about much of anything at all. It's very... you know for a fact that you will live, shy of these champions just owning me because they hurt a lot. But effectively, you're pretty immortal. You still do decent damage, as long as you understand the differences of how to play this correctly. It's not like my damage is super low, but I'm going to lose about... I think we did the math on my... I did 18 Mysara with Apex, 18 Mysara without Apex, and the math ended up being something like 20% less. But my healer was able to do a lot more damage, so it kind of almost... Because, like, when I play the no Apex build, my healer literally never has to touch me. Like, I feel as though I am the tankiest tank in the game, like, even tankier than Brewmaster, when I play the no Apex iteration of Guardian Druid. I feel just unkillable. I feel like an immortal god when I play no Apex. But it does less damage. It's a trade-off. Is there any news when crests become uncapped? No idea, but that is certainly an interesting conversation, isn't it? because we're going to get the double myth items next week. And then as a consequence of this, this pull can also kill me here, by the way. This one, hold up. It's an 18C to the triumvirate. Uno momento, por favor. I must focus. I must focus. I missed my kick as well, and we don't have a lot of kicks in this comp. Okay, I'm back to Barkskin. I'm chilling. Whew. Little bit of a sketchy moment there, because if you didn't know this, one of the hallmarks of a good tank is understanding when your healer is going to be stressed, because your job as a tank player is not to soak up your healer's smart healing, especially this season if you play with a Resto Shaman or a Mistweaver. Very important concept to understand is that they do a healing rotation, but that healing rotation will target the person with the lowest amount of health. So if everyone's taking damage, okay, this is an important thing. If everyone's taking damage and you are low health as a tank, then your DPS will get less healing and they might die. So if it's at all possible, you always want to game it so that your full health, that's why I'm pressing Frenzied Regen instead of damaging buttons right now, so that your team gets all the healing. Oh man, these champions. I hate these mobs. Okay, 2 bleeds there, no problem. And then we're going to pull these little ones. This is an extra pull because I think that these guys are kind of easy now. So I like pulling this. I think it's a really good percentage. It's an adaptation, but I don't know if it's actually big value anymore because I used to do this here, though. I switched my Boomy to Bear, wrong stats. EC Apex is doing the same overall damage in your group as the no Apex or compared to Druid of the Claw. Could you clarify for me which one you mean? I'm not sure I'm following. Peach Child, yo. Compared to no Apex or compared to Druid of the Claw? And then, so the no Apex build, what it allows me to do is it just allows me to chill. Like, it's just a super chill. Lust is up. I think you lust second boss. I think you just send on second boss, probably. Because second boss is still a nightmare. All right, build resources here. Doing same DPS as other DPS classes in your group. Oh, yeah. At a higher level, that's not true, because DPS just get a lot better at higher levels. But for what it is worth, yes. No Apex does large numbers, 1,000%. It does do a lot of damage, 100%. However, it does damage in big bursts, and you also have to route around it. Please don't butt pull. I've never pulled this guy through the enemy mobs. I know, I'm just checking that he's not going to butt pull anything. That's what I was scared about, too. Yeah, I know, that was super scary. I noticed that as we were... That's why I had to slow down here. Okay. That was super scary, actually. I know, everybody saw that about to happen. So, honestly... Am I pulling too much right now because they don't have stealth detection? Wait a second. We don't need this. This is the pull we don't need. I just realized. The thing is that Twix has Phantasm every time. My Mistweaver is a Mistweaver. We are playing with a Warlock. I guess it's that side. Oh, we don't need this. I'm doing the route as if we were going to invis skip, but we can't invis skip anymore. That's my bad. I just realized. I don't think we actually need this pull. I hope we don't have timer problems here. If we miss time by like 30 seconds, that's actually on me. Because we have to take this next Void guy. But then we don't really need anything else in this area. Because you have to play more at the end, right? There's no way to skip the Destroyers anymore. They added stealth detection. Aw, champions suck. Let me chain the mobs, god damn it. Stop. No, God, I hate these champions, dude. They're the most annoying tank mobs. Why did they design them like this? I hate these mobs. They suck. They're just absolutely terribly designed mobs. I hate them so much. The bar in the middle is Ironfur, but when you're playing a no Apex build, honestly, you don't need the Ironfur tracker. I only got it so I could play Apex build. Oof. What's up, semi-turned panda? What a name, by the way. What a name. We have to play this, Pat. This one you can't really skip that well. So this one's a necessity. You got to play this Warden here. I can't... We don't have to take anything else, but I just realized that I am pulling as if... We can take Adept into boss. I can fight Adept on boss. It is worth the chain right now. We can grab some funnel. We'll grab a tiny bit of funnel. I'll take one of these charges. You're looking for group jail? Yeah. What level are you at now? So my Mistweaver gets way more funnel healing as well. Taking a Stalker into boss is super questionable. But it should die before he gets another bleed out. And if I'm wrong about this, then we're dead. It should die right now. Like right now. Please. Okay, no bleed, thank God. Because actually this boss can kill people. This boss is super scary. 16 Brazil, makes sense. Yeah, around that level, it gets kind of tough. How are you doing today? Honestly, pretty good. I've been enjoying stream and the conversations that we've been having. Oh, kick. Holy. We got to get a range kick on that. My kick is a charge, and if I tried to kick, then I can charge through a bunch of the orbs and stuff. Oof. One overlap? Yeah. The big guy eruptions are... The big thrashes? I like big thrashes. Yes. So the thing about no Apex, BZ, is that I get to play... You realize that when you play the Apex for Guardian Druid, it's a 6 talent points investment. That's a lot. To Westo Druid from Guardian Druid. I think that you can carry Pugs harder this season as a tank than a healer. I think that also Resto Druid is just not a good healer to carry Pugs with, to be honest with you. Although it can meet all the HPS checks, it doesn't really prevent one-shots that well. And I think that it's not the best Pug healer, in my opinion. I think Resto Druid really shines actually at higher key levels. So we're at 77%. We can do the Warlock skip, but we only need 1 pull after this. Okay, I can get that kick. That one's fine. Let me off heal, because this is a really good example of where Guardian Druid can carry. I can do 1 Dream of Cenarius, because this is the overlap here. 2 Dream of Cenarius, keep everybody alive. I'm going to look if there's any orbs left. My job to soak them. No orbs left, we're good. Yeah, so I get to take 6 talent points. I've put them into Sundering Roar, Waking Nightmare. I also get juiced up Thrashes. Dude, this build has the most Giga Omega Thrashes. I Dream of Cenarius that? Yeah, my Thrash hits way harder playing this build. It's basically like old school bear. You get like Ursox Fury Remembered type bear. It's Omega Thrash. Big Thrash. Okay, I'm going to roar. I got a plant here. I'm planting. How will the new changes? There are no new changes to bear. It's just Blizzard with their weird tooltips. But just so you know, there are actually no new changes to bear whatsoever. Bear is exactly the same next week as it is this week. The only talent that is changing is the thing called Dream Guide. We might play Dream Guide now. That's my off healing there, and that's my off healing again. Saves his life. Love it. Yeah, there's a new talent called Dream Guide. That gets buffed by 100%. Maybe you play that. Light here. I got you. I off heal this again. I got another proc, so what I do is I don't press Frenzied Regen on myself right now, because what I can do is whoever gets this bleed in like 3, 2, 1, my healer said light, so I'm going to help out. Watch this. Guardian Druid go burr. 3, 2, 1, the bleed is going to go out, and like now, whoever gets it, I'm going to immediately top them. 1, good, and he caught himself. Nice, beautiful. My AUG is actually on point. He can do that. Okay. Our timer is very good right now. We got to run past. Follow. Just come straight through. If we're really fast here, it's not a problem. Come straight through. Okay? We got to go straight through the middle. We don't want to pull the other destroyer. Gateway. Oh, no gateway. I forgot. We gateway skip the end. We just need to pull him to the left. But I can't aggro the other destroyer. This is super important. I just need to make sure that he doesn't aggro the other one. I'm waiting. I don't want him to walk through. I've never done this before, but I need to make sure that he doesn't walk through. Okay, you pull this pack right here. Wait, could you Mind Soothe this? That might be Priest Tech, because this would be percentage. But that would be interesting, Priest Tech. Okay, that'd be cool. All right, I'm going to make sure I get my first kick. Now, we have to make sure we get that kick there. We don't have a lot of kicks in this comp. Hard pull, but then we just gateway after this. How do you off-heal? It's called Dream of Cenarius. But you also Dream Guide might be the thing. But to clarify, yeah, Blizzard is changing around the Apex talents. Believe it or not, do you know why they're doing this? Because of beta. Because on beta testing, there was a bug with the 4th Apex talent, and most Guardian Druids were not playing that 4th Apex talent. Which is why they buffed it. Which is the silliest thing, because they hotfixed it way before the season started. They just wanted to make sure that you're playing it. That's all they're doing with the changes, just to clarify. I off-heal 1, I off-heal 2, I got you. And then you go gateway, up, perfect. We have no cooldowns. We're going to go to the right first. We are pulling all of this trash. We have Giga Time. We're pulling all of it on big 2-minute cooldown. So basically after this pull, we go back and we fight the corner pack. That corner pack is an actual monstrosity. I believe I just munched my kick, potentially. So we're just going to make sure. Nice. Okay, we got our kicks. Good job. Good job. Pull this back a little bit. I have enjoyed, although I want to keep them as cleaved as possible. I think it's better to just create more space with this pull. Okay, I see Desperate Prayer come out from Twix there. If he uses it here, the question, we should have big cooldowns on next pull. Here's the thing. This is a good question. We should have big cooldowns for next pull, but we have to walk in with full set of cooldowns. And everyone needs to be on the same page about this. This is the thing. We all have to be on the same page about what's going to happen here. So big cooldowns. You ever see The Land Before Time? You remember Chomper's song? Big water. That. We need that right now. Let's go. Full cooldowns, guys. Full cooldowns. Don't pull boss. We walk in, everything you got. Like full defensive, full everything. I get the first kick. This pack does so much damage that I think on actual high keys, you need to skip it. I think that it's actually borderline required to skip this on high keys right now. They've just designed this pack to do an unbelievable amount of AoE damage. I think that it's possible if you walk in with like full healer cooldowns and you just don't let the first few kicks go off, but it's a very dangerous pack. And then you go cooldown recovery, so you go big cooldowns here, and then go cooldown recovery before boss, but it's a little slower for sure. Nice. Okay, good job. Phew. Yeah, I think you have to. But to be fair, Beezix, when you're getting into keys, don't feel pressure to replicate what the top groups are doing, okay? Seriously. It's a big trap that a lot of people find themselves in. Do not replicate what top groups are doing. It's a bad idea, to be honest with you. There are so many reasons why this is true, but just trust your ability to do keys at the level that you want to do keys at is simply a different world than people in high keys with full comms, with full CC and full stops, and they love pulling casters because casters are good percentage. Remember, never forget. You ever play Priory? Beezix, did you play the last season of The War Within? You know Priory of the Sacred Flame? Yes. This is so important to understand. A lot of people actually mess this up, like a lot. You guys familiar with Priory of the Sacred Flame? You remember this dungeon? I hope we never have to do it again. Actually, to be fair, as a tank player, I didn't hate Priory. I hated it because it felt like it was just, you know, it took such high levels of coordination. Okay, so Priory, how would you, if you're listening to this, how would you describe Priory to somebody who has never played it before? Out of curiosity. How are we I'm going to probably have to take each of these Mind Blasts, by the way, which I'm okay with. I just need, it doesn't one-tap me at this key level, but it's deceivingly close to a one-tap, I'm pretty sure. If I get hit by any of these, and then I get hit. Okay, I'm going to go a little zoom out here, actually. Okay. So, yeah, the Mind Blast hurts, but if I have big cooldowns, then I'll be all right. So basically, I think that Priory actually wasn't like the worst dungeon in the world. The issue with Priory is this. It had a lot of casters. It just had a ton of kicks, right? Yeah, what's up? Oh, it's Wilbert. Yeah, what's up, River? That was beautiful damage. Wow. All right, they're all dead already. Cool. So Priory had a lot of kicks. And technically speaking, on higher key levels, the casters in that dungeon were very dangerous, right? There were a lot of dangerous casters. But in higher keys, you wanted to pull them because they technically had less health than some of the other foot soldiers. Let me explain the mechanic. A foot soldier in Priory did some melee damage to the tank. It wasn't too bad. A caster in Priory could one-tap a DPS and they spam bolted. You couldn't lock them down. There was effectively nothing you could do, kind of, outside of actually just getting the kicks. In a pug environment, they were basically death. You had to pull them. There was only so much. You had to pull at least some of them, right? Okay, let's focus up. Hold up. But advice was given because route videos were made for Priory and people were like, what's the best route? And the best route for higher level keys was, in fact, being able to pull as many casters as you could. But in actuality, the way you should have done that route in pugs was pull as few casters and as many of the tank mobs as possible. Because casters were death. All right, our timer, very good right now. We just got to live. Gotta live. Okay, back up a little bit here, though. Yes, so basically, if you were to copy the high-level route, you were going to lose almost every priory of the Sacred Flame that you ever attempted. It's that simple, I feel. It's actually that's just how it is. That's just literally how it is, man. All right, don't get hit, don't get hit, don't get hit. Just live. Myself included. Okay. I watch for the off healing. I don't have a proc right now. I kick the boss number 1. I watch this. Nice damage on these ads. Good. I like our damage on these tentacles. They're dying really good in this key, actually. Okay, we're going to go boom. I keep facing the wrong direction for that immediate wild charge. Okay, good. Nice, nice, nice. So, not playing Apex is sad for this last boss in particular. That is sad to me because I could game my Apex for last boss and do giga damage. So, it's okay. No, we will obviously time this key, no problem right now. Okay, so there's my kick. I don't want to send my incarn here, but I got to make sure I got something up in case these blasts start going off. Kill boss. Yes. So you shouldn't try. It's kind of like trying invis skip routes and stuff like this. Don't do that at lower keys. It's so troll. You know what I'm talking about? You know tanks that walk into like a +5 and they go, okay, guys, you guys got invis bots? And you're like, what? No? And they go, why don't you have invis bots? I'm like, because it's a +5. Because he's a +5. He's a +5. Fair enough, River. Fair enough. I hope that your sleep feels better soon. I should describe it as disrupting shout, to be honest. The room before the second boss is iconic. Yeah. The Paladin pull. All right, we got infinite time. Infinite time here. Just play safe. Let's get some crystals. All right, play nice and safe. Let's get our crystals. We win key. Easy clap, GG's. We will get at least 2 damage amps because I am not playing Apex. Light for 30 seconds. You want to wait? Watch yourself. The 30 seconds lines up with the beam. That's fine. No problem. Because the boss takes a second. Yeah, you're fine. Actually, 30 seconds is like a perfect countdown for this. Okay, 6 minutes going into Laura. Can't fail, right? Surely. Surely. Can't fail. Probably. All right. I actually dislike this boss as well. In fact, I pretty much like this. I dislike almost everything about this dungeon. In particular, the third boss is worse than this. I actually prefer this boss over the third one. To be fair. Third boss, worse than this. This is the worst. Third boss is worse than the last boss of Algathar Academy. Okay, good. Nice. Everybody's getting this here. Totally understand, River. Okay, I need to make sure I have cooldowns here as well, because I need what's called full coverage. If it wasn't such a small room, I guess visual, like I know why they brought it back. This is obviously because of the lore reasons, but I just don't like this dungeon in general. Okay, I'm gonna run fast. I've got this one. I've planted. I've telegraphed. This is where I'm going. Did we get it? Did we get the crystals? Oh, we did it right. We didn't miss a crystal because I saved my Stampeding Roar and did it correctly. Yay. Go team. Go team. All right, big damn. Go. 3, 2, 1. Bam. Feral Frenzy into the damage amp. If I could dump Apex windows into this, it would be pretty cool. Anytime there is a massive damage amp, I wish I was playing Apex. So Croth, this as an example, Apex does go really hard here, and you do lose. Like this, I would do nearly double damage. Everything else is decent, but this is an example of how Apex would go really, really hard. Barkskin is second early, so I'm just going to watch my health a little bit. But we're chilling. We're chilling. Here we go. Not going to get distracted. Not going to get debated by stream. I've already timed this. We did it last week. But this one is a good time right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, actually, watch this. I actually send a Survival Instinct, so he's going to melee me twice. And then I support my team by not being low health walking into this. And then I press Frenzied Regen for a Natural Resilience Shield, because he's going to melee me again. And then I go Healthstone, if need be, or just the Barkskin here. Nice. What is your Thrash macroed with? Just Ironfur. It is macroed currently with Ironfur. All right, we got one more phase. Nice. Ambrosis. You know, is ambrosia a dessert that I actually remember, or am I weirdly having some crazy thing happen with my brain? I swear as a kid, there was this dessert that my grandmother would make, and it was called ambrosia. Okay, I got this one. I'm planting. My healer also plants it. We missed the crystal. We missed the crystal there. Okay, we're going to have another phase here then. That's fine. Focus. I guess I should have moved to the far one. Yeah, ambrosia, right? It was like some purple, weird marshmallow stuff. It was cool. It was good. It was good. I remember. Okay, so now I just got to help my healer here. Yeah, it was like whipped. Yeah, it was like whipped cream. I think there were some fruit chunks in it. That sounds about right. Although it doesn't sound like something I would like, to be fair. I'm not. Yeah, marshmallows. It was the marshmallows. I don't really like fruit chunks. In my opinion, if a food has a texture, then the texture needs to be made consistent. If I'm eating something that's supposed to be soft and squishy, and I turn around and that shit has a crunch in it, I am not having a good time. I am immediately disturbed, haunted, and I will be traumatized for the rest of my life. If I wanted something crunchy, I would eat something crunchy. If I wanted something smooth, I would eat something smooth. It's that simple. It's not complicated. People overcomplicate this all the time. It's very simple. You have one texture with your meal, and that's all you need. Yo, +2 IO. Nice. GG's. I got scared. No, I saw that too. I did see that you had it. I know. But I also get scared there. I could have ran. I saw that you had it. And to be honest, I should have moved for what it's worth. Yeah, 0 death run. Nice job. I noticed that as well. Deco, if you have it in the future, you as a healer absolutely need to connect with the boss. It should not be your job to move. It should have been mine. I didn't quite catch that. So I get panicked about missing my crystal as well. And that was on me for what it's worth. 100%. Yeah. This guy's parents brought crunchy peanut butter once and it changed his life forever. But crunchy peanut butter is kind of okay because I don't have the expectation that it's going to be lickably smooth. Like lickably smooth and crunchy are two fundamentally different things. It lined up, right? Yeah. I actually think, yeah, exactly. Yeah. I wonder if you do it intentionally. That's what I was thinking. On purpose. That's actually a thing. There is a world where you intentionally want to delay the second phase because of 2-minute cooldowns, depending on the comp you're playing with. I have seen that. Unless you're going to get 3 phases. I think so. That makes sense. Twix, you're a beast. Twix, are you listening to stream? I know you've been on my stream before. He did win overall. I tried to tell you, this is not anybody. What is your Twitch again? Can you remind me? Is it Twix TV? Because people were asking who you were because they were like a shadow priest. Hold on, let me ask you in party chat. Are you... By the way. Yeah, I'm actually happy to see a Shadow Priest smacking, though. That does make me happy. I like seeing off-meta things just win. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Twix says he doesn't stream anymore, but for what it's worth, it's just Twix TV. Turn into 19 Spire. 19 Spire is pretty doable, but I don't know if I want to do it right now. To be honest, I kind of just want to do 19s next week, Deco, when we get more item level. How do you check your external receiving? So you go, the best way to do it, Binchy, is when you look at logs, right? Go to EHRPS. Does that make sense? EHRPS. Koga tried your bearable. I started having proud target and made it aggro so much easier. Nice. We have to work taunts into our rotation, though. Yeah, that is funny. Well, only with a ret pally. Twix, good to see you. Don't invite Pug S-Priest as propaganda. Thank you, Koga. I appreciate the bits. We have no workout redeem today, but I would get a milkshake if enough bits were donated, probably. But there you go. No Apex, by the way, works. What is your prediction for highest key times at MDI? Isn't MDI a speed running competition at this point? God have mercy on your soul, my boy. I couldn't do it. Had to reroll Brew Tank. Honestly, that's fine. I understand if you feel the need to play the meta tank. Makes sense. If you don't have friends to play with, it's probably better you do that anyways. That does make sense for what it's worth. Stretch? I should stretch. You're right, Curtis. He put a 1? Maybe. I don't know, man. He does big damn. Actually, Shadow Priest was pumping. You do big damn. That's a good damage right there. That was a clean key, though. I think that my route needs a little bit of work, though, from this point, though.
I have minced. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna buy 5 kilograms of beef. 1 second. 1 second. I'm about to buy 5 kilograms though. Yeah, what's up? What's up, Grouchy? New viewer here. Sure, you've answered this a million times, so sorry. But is there any tech for threat on bear? Oh yeah, a lot of tech for threat on bear, Grouchy. I would say depends first of all on what build. A show called Ranma 1/2. Oh yeah, I've watched Ranma 1/2 was a show we grew up with, River. We have seen that. Yeah, actually, Druid. I predict Druid or VDH. I think Druid and VDH are going to be the two tanks that are played in MDI. I think those are going to be the two. You won't see Brewmaster. Brewmaster isn't played for its massive damage. That's not actually what it is. Send one more, or are you done? Finito tonight. I was wondering. Yo, what's up, Monkey? Chilling. Doing some keys, playing no Apex build tonight. Is the MDI? Yeah. I don't know if it's a meme format, T-Muck. I kind of like... I think speed running is fun. I do think, though. Monk second and then VDH currently. Yesterday, I sent a GIF of Ranma. Yeah. Check out his vid on YouTube. I did it. Made it much easier. I think that will help a lot for what it's worth. I like both, but it used to... They changed it last time, so we only had the TGP. Now we have the MDI again, which will be speed running competition. Yep. We back to the MDI. So, aggro on bear. If you are playing, I'm vibing, my dude. Let's slam. I bet. So, we have 19 Windrunner Aspire. It's actually not that bad of a key. Like, technically, 19 Spire is kind of doable. I feel like 19 Spire maybe is me having to play Apex. You need an 18 Spire? Oh, 18 Spire is easy. Yeah, we can do 18 Spire real quick, Crane. Like, that's no problem, Deco. If you want 18 Spire, that's not a problem. 19 Spire is just the question of whether or not I have to play Apex, kind of. We can check if there's an Algathar. There is an Algathar right there if they want us. We could always apply and see what happens. I'm not going to lie. It might be worth just applying real quick, see if they'll take us. But, yeah. I don't think so, but you never know. Maybe. If they want us, I play Apex for this. Algathar is the only key I really feel like I want to play Apex. Windrunner Spire, I would still want to try 19 no Apex and see what happens, but we need Big Dam for it. If we did 19 Windrunner Spire. 18 is we time it with minutes left. 19, oof, maybe a little bit tighter. Could be a little tighter with that, though. The high key push thing, the speedrunning thing is so detached from normal gameplay. That's fair, T-Muck. I think I like both. So, for what it is worth, aggro on Guardian, Grouchy. You are more than welcome, first of all. If you're a new person on my stream today, you can ask me questions anytime. Don't worry about that. Like, never feel bad about asking questions. There are no such thing as stupid questions in my stream, first of all. Cool. Second of all, aggro on bear. There are 3 different builds. All 3 of them have different tips and tricks for aggro. If you're playing Druid of the Claw, then you really need to be gaming around this particular talent and getting that first Ravage off, right? Killing strikes. When you play Druid of the Claw, your first mangle in combat guarantees a Ravage. If you connect with Ravage, you will probably have threat. But as Druid of the Claw, your Thrash does not hit that hard. And therefore, if you just walk through and thrash something loosely, it won't guarantee threat if your DPS start hitting that thing. Therefore, you need to be gaming around the Ravage. If you're playing EC, that has more thrash damage. So, EC, Apex build, a Giga Raise walking into the pack will almost certainly guarantee threat, but still my solution is get Moonfire and thrash on the mobs. I probably have it. But more importantly, the actual chip and trick here is that Lunar Beam is a Giga Threat modifier. So for example, because it is a Guardian Druid spell, among other things, when you put Lunar Beam down, those things have threat. Almost guaranteed. Very difficult to lose. It would be near impossible to lose threat if you have Thrash and Lunar Beam on the target. So that's the first thing. Next thing, okay, is this. After we get invited, I don't think we're going to get invited. We just have to run your Aspire 19. We just basically go 19 into 18. We go 19 into 18 probably. That's fine. 19 is doable though. But probably need reps.
If you're playing my build, which I'm playing right now, which is the no Apex macro at Ironfur, you will have the most unbelievable snap threat and you will have zero issues to begin with. As long as, damn, that's a big warlock. If you, for example, literally just hit Thrash, you will have threat. Armani, oh, I forgot to respond to you. I just realized. I definitely did. My bad. My bad, Armani. Slay the Spire. There are a lot of big Augs applying for this. All right, we could take an Aug here. That's okay. Yeah, my bad, my bad. We'll schedule something. Congrats on the new house, by the way. That's cool. I remembered. So, if you are playing the no Apex build, Grouchy, if you have connected with Thrash, is that for DOTC or E? Again, DOTC snap threat has issues because you need to connect with your first Ravage. Then you guarantee threat. Before your first Ravage, you're not guaranteeing threat, you have loose threat. There are things you can do with positioning, with pacing, hence the guide covers all those things. That still applies to DOTC, but realistically, because so much of your damage is baked into this first Ravage, you want to make sure you understand how killing strikes works. That is an important aspect of playing Druid of the Claw and understanding, can I hold it for the max damage or do I need to send it a little early because I'm worried about threat problems? So that's first and foremost, okay? Next, who do we want, by the way, as last DPS for 19? Do we want anything in particular? It's a 19, so we have Aug, Warlock, and who? Devour? I think Devour does a big damn. I think this key is, there's nothing specific you need. It's just maybe Devour. Maybe like Devour. You could play Unholy too with a good Unholy. Mua, you want to come? I don't know if Unholy's the play. Rat Pally's not bad either. Don't really mind. So that's Druid of the Claw. EC has slightly stronger thrashes, but basically think Lunar Beam. If you're worried about threat, if something is hitting with Lunar Beam and Thrash, threat solved as EC Apex. But as no Apex EC, all you have to do is connect with Thrash. Literally, watch this. I mean, it's possible, but very rarely will I lose threat. If all I do is this BZ, I will have threat. You ready? That guy right there. As I walk past, if I do this, Grouchy, done. Threat solved. That's it. Just need to connect with the Thrash. That's it. So as long as I connect with the Thrash and I'm walking past and I go like this, boom, done. I have threat. It's actually so friendly as this build. Kenny McCormick. Nuts. How do we feel about this? Does that make sense? What we want last. I mean, unless Twix wants to do 19. Twix, you want to do 19? No, last. Devour? I feel like Devour would go hard for damage. Probably be the highest DPS on this. If I play no Apex, it will make the timer. We'll have to play this very clean if I play no Apex, is the thing. And that will be one of the factors. If I play Apex, it'll make the timer easy. Yeah, or DK. Yahoo! Fair enough. I like the note. Okay, does that answer the question? Oh, while strong with certain keys, to be honest. True, except this dungeon grips. You need CCs for the birds, but grips is only in the last area before third boss. I don't think you need it here. I feel like Devour will help. I guess first pull as well. Do I play Apex for this? Maybe. I think that this was... Not a lot will kill me if I play Apex, but I'll have to lock in a little bit. It's probably worth it for this key level. I think we'll just take him and send it. How do you get aggro of small ads that spawn from big ad when Thrash and Lunar's on cooldown? Hold Thrash for a second, sleeping. You can't Thrash back to back. You can if you go pace it properly. So one of the things about Thrash is because it has a cooldown. If, for example, I'm walking through and I Thrash and I know I need Thrash on the next mob, I can pause for a second, turn around, go Thrash again. You can delay. You control the pacing as a tank. But you'll see how I do this first pull. The question is Apex. Ugh. I don't like going back and forth too much in the middle of the day, but I think I'll play Apex for 19. Deco, what do you think? Do you think it'll be necessary? Do you think that my damage will truly matter? I think it might, Because I have a feeling we're going to have some deaths. Like a clean run, it wouldn't. But an anti-clean run, I feel like it will. So I'll play Apex for this. That's fair. All right. Let's do it. 18, I go back no Apex. 18's super chill. 19's pushing it. It's not, again, we've done the math, and it's not like my damage is that low, but I feel like it might actually come down to the 30 seconds in this key. There are some good Apex pulls on this. Yeah, there's no damage amps, but still. So, Grouchy, I'm going to play a traditional Apex build for this key, and you'll see the steps that I take for aggro. But it's funny because actually when I play Apex, I actually have, even though I do more damage, I have less threat, which is weird. Should be the opposite, but it's not like that. I actually have less threat in the night in playing Apex, not more. Even though you'll see the damage on the first pull and you'll be like, whoa. Okay, so when I play Apex, I do actually need my primary resource bar right here. So non-Apex has a broader spectrum style. Non-Apex is just, you don't have to think about anything. You macro your Ironfur. You never have to compete for resources. You have a bunch of free globals to spend on Frenzied Regen. You can literally go Thrash, Frenzied Regen, and Incarn. You don't have to worry about anything. It's just a very straightforward, chill. You're kind of immortal. You'll do a little less damage. Single target is actually comparable, but everything else, it's very, very chill. The thing to understand about non-Apex is just you are chilling. You just don't have to, you don't have to think or worry or be concerned that maybe you will die pretty much. But you have less peaks and valleys. Your damage is a lot more flat, which is actually good for keys often, because if you have only burst damage, it can be problematic. All right. Arson, do you have a Hearty Feast? Otherwise, I'll just put this one up. I got a regular one here. So Apex, I have to actually be thinking all the time about generating and spending. No Apex, I don't have to think at all. Zero thoughts in my head with no Apex. Apex, I got to think a lot. So I will have to lock in and focus slightly, but it would be cool to get a little 19, so I will do it. Yeah, so this, for example, I always have to be thinking, can I do a little bit more damage? Do I have to live? Am I going to die? And since I have no reps at 19, maybe I'll think, oh, I'm going to be fine, but B6, I've made a mistake in the 19 because I haven't done 19 Spire. As far as I know, based on my math in my head, no problem. Finally got Resil 18 today. Congratulations, Jan. Nice, nice. I'm still missing an Algothar. Actually, I'm missing Terrace, too. I'm missing Algothar and Terrace, but I'm not really in the... I'll get it next week. Next week, we get the mythic items, and I'm sitting on all my crests right now. This is my crest situation. I'm going to get a lot more item level next week. All right, let's go. Here we are. I think Arson might be playing demo this key. It's always a surprise, basically. Let's do it. Go. 15. Let's find out. Monster Team, we do Mysara Cavern. That's the last one. Mysara Cavern, I think, is genuinely... I've done that key so many times now, playing all sorts of different builds. And that's an interesting one. I like Mysara Caverns. I like my route for Mysara Caverns in particular. Ooh! This Aug Evoker just did the Kess Live tech. Ooh. That's interesting. Did you see that? That's actually tech that he just did. The Aug Evoker just did something that I did see. If you play Aug, that is actually good tech. So here, I go through, I thrash one, but I also have pre-Heart of the Wild up. Make sure we live. However, you will see that Apex does do big boom damage. So if you take a look at the DPS meters, this is kind of bait though. Just remember, it's not real damage because it's just first pull. First pull, you blast with Apex build. I'm telling you that I timed this key on 18. I've timed it without Apex. I've timed it with Apex. Both of them work. You don't have to play one or the other. But for what it is worth, the Apex does do big boom dam during cooldowns. I know. It's not my favorite build, but there's a reason that I play it in higher keys. I know. But then on this pull, I do less damage. So it's big up, big down, and I have threat problems. That would never happen in a previous key. Technically speaking, although I shouldn't have lost threat there, just because of the pat, he did actually, we had a death. That immediately takes away all damage that I could have gained. That would never have happened. Now, technically speaking, if you're playing Devourer this season and you think you might rip threat, don't stand in melee so I have a second to take it back from you. It is a very good tip. I do wish that a lot of people knew that, and I just don't understand sometimes why DPS players don't know that, because it's pretty straightforward. If you're a DPS player and you think you might take aggro, like as a ret pally, just pay attention. Or if you think for some reason that you might be able to take threat in a pull, just like don't stand in melee. That is a, sometimes it's a me thing, and other times it is not a me thing. So this pull, go here. Once it's grouped, apex number 1, apex number 2. Okay, I'm going to typhoon them out of the spiderlings and also to stop that fire spit. Good. I munched my kick. My bad, my bad, my bad. You think turning off the floating text? I don't tend to have visibility problems. I do pretty good on that. Even when I play healer. Sometimes when I play healer, I have what I think of like as tank privilege. So I do get tank privilege sometimes, which is that a mechanic doesn't kill me as a tank. But then when I play healer, if I stand in the puddle, it does kill me. So that does happen sometimes, to be fair. Okay, watch the grounds. I have Dispel to help my healer here on the poisons, so he can worry about the magic dispels. These hatchlings can come down with us, but I have to make sure I've connected now properly. I rebuff as well. So like on this pull, I will help with dispels. But I am less tanky now. So this is here. He has Fort Brew. Maybe I shouldn't have dispelled that one. I will Vortex. Typhoon them all together. But like when I play Apex, I am now focused, by the way, way more. And also, see that damage spike that just happened? That would never have happened if I wasn't playing this. I'm going to dispel my Warlock. Good. I back up a second. I can't all of a sudden, if I want to play this well, all of a sudden I'm having a hard time responding to everyone. It's such a weird difference. I don't like how locked in and focused I have to be. A lot of tank players, remember, they're not necessarily always trying to be full chatting as well. And I don't mind doing it for push keys. Like this is a push key, right? 19 Windrunner Spire would be an absolute push key, but it requires so much focus. And I don't always know if I want to be gaming this hard, even offline. Even if I'm not streaming, it's not even a streamer problem. It's more of a, sometimes I just kind of want to chill. Like as a tank player, I play tank all day. And oftentimes, to be honest with you, I don't want to have to worry about it. Okay, so I've got Thrash on these. That's Giga Threat. You can see my damage about to pop off. Make sure I keep the Ironfur up first. Don't greed too much. There we go. I don't always want to think too much, man. Yeah, Apex Bear is a tank where I don't feel like I'm playing Bear. I feel like when I have to... I play Bear, and I like Bear because Bear is simple. Because Bear lets me do the things that I want to do in the key. And I just don't feel like that when I play Apex, to be honest with you. I'm like, oh, I missed the global there. Oh, I'm going to lose a little bit of damage. Oh, I'm going to do this. There's endless optimization. And it's now, I feel like I'm playing prop pally, which I also like playing, to be fair. But in a lot of ways, it's just, I can't say I'm the biggest fan of it. That's all. It's not my preference. Okay, we can pull this now. Which tier piece would you ideally not have? Don't worry about that. Bear really just doesn't care that much. Bear doesn't care nearly enough to be thinking about secondaries to that degree. Okay, Spore Dispersal. So we're going to get some ads that spawn. This is where I hold Thrash to get threat. And then I bark scan myself because it hurts. So that was with a Thrash, and now I have to think about recovering the threat here. Now, granted, that was good because my team was standing in the right spot. He was standing back a little bit. But it's still crazy that one Thrash just does not secure a threat. It does when I'm playing no Apex. So what I have to do there next one, we're going to get one more AoE. I don't chain this in early. After this, we can go to the dragons. Cool? So I drop the Lunar Beam. I go here. CC, guys. CC. Good. One more Fire Spit. I got the instant incap or instant incap. Good. Okay, the next ones are going to spawn here. I'm hoping that we just burn enough damage that we don't have to fight one more overlap. Good. Okay, I'm going to make sure that I send my Apex here so we don't have to fight. I'm going to Typhoon this one, and then I War Stomp this one. Actually, War Stomp I feel like is kind of big value this season. I guess the nurse probably could create that constant focus issue too. Are Warrior Forgiven? I don't feel like I'm doing any damage. Are you playing full Apex with Warrior? Apex also has... Warrior has the opposite issue, by the way. Full Apex is more damage. I don't have CC for this. Okay, boss. Careful, careful, careful. Good. Okay, right now we win. We're good right now. You're playing full Apex and you still don't feel like you do damage? I can't say I would know then in that case. I haven't played my Warrior enough at an actually competitive level, so I wouldn't say I know the answer to that. Okay. I'm a little weak actually walking in here. I shouldn't have bark skinned that. I should have just stayed in range. So I'm going to make sure that A, I have threat. And then B, I might even commit... I probably just commit my SI. Like right away. Just a little sad. And then we pull this in for a funnel. But we're not supposed to AoE. Ethical damage, guys. Ethical damage. Bark skin now. Perfect. I wish I had Apex coming in here. This is an efficiency loss for myself. And then we're going to tank this boss on the corner. And people... Oops. Breath death. Okay. No deaths on 19 to mechanics. Here we go. It happens. We're going to pull this to the side. I think this is the best way to tank this boss right now is to actually tank him like in the corner so that if my healer gets this, he doesn't lose uptime at all. And then my melee won't lose uptime either. Don't press defensive there. I wish the DPS knew you're not supposed to press a defensive on the puddle. You really want a defensive on the phase. The puddle does not one-tap on 19 even. The puddle is going to one-tap... Even on higher keys, you're not supposed to press defensive here. You let your healer heal you, and then you press defensive on this phase to help your healer. I'm going to off-heal my Og Evoker. My Warlock also might be in a bit of danger. See, this, as a tank player, I like to pay attention to what my team is doing and know that my rotation is on autopilot. Because I want to pay attention. I want to be able to assess, hey, somebody pressed this there, somebody did that there, somebody didn't do this here. I like being able to do that stuff. But if I'm playing... Oh, that is GG's. Unfortunate. It's kind of a sad way to lose in 19, but just as a reminder, I want everybody to understand, even at plus 19s, we are about to lose this plus 19 because we have had not one... Not 2, but 3 tornado deaths on Ember Dawn. People just walked into tornadoes. It happens. People think that it doesn't happen at higher keys. It still happens at higher keys. It is a thing. It's a sad way to lose a plus 19, but there's no way with an Og Evoker that we time this right now. I think GG's. All good. All good. Nice try, nice try. No problem. It's all good. It do be like that. This boss, it happens in every keys, exactly. A lot of people think it just straight up doesn't happen. There's definitely no time, though. I think you call it here, though. Sorry for the dead. It's okay. It happens. It be like that. Who is the group tracker? This is called Mini CC, although sometimes it doesn't work properly. There you go. We can go 18 real quick for Mr. Deco. We go 18 real fast. These are Platinator. Correct. If you want mine, by the way, my Platinator is just in Discord. You can find it. I got to fix one setting with it. It's my first time ever doing this for what it is worth. I've never actually done it before. The focus that everyone on Apex, they should just restrict the talent points. I agree with that, by the way. So, as a reminder, where can I find your no Apex build? Oh, just in Discord. Everything is always my Discord, by the way. I want it to be a place where people can find helpful resources, routes, builds. Basically, if you want to get started with the spec, I want all those resources there. I'm building it over time. 6 months from now, it's going to be even sweeter than it currently is. 100%. I'm actually really excited. It's something that I kind of have as a goal, but my Discord is structured right now. I got to make it even better. But for what it is worth, when you take a look, I'm going to show you how this works. So when you join Discord here, so much easier. That's true, and we did want that, right? Good night, River. I hope you get some rest. So, my Discord, window capture on. Whoops, wrong section of Discord. Here. All right. I do put a go live notification, so if you don't want the notification and you join Discord, just mute it. That's okay. I give you full permission. That's what I do. That's what you should do. Every time you join the Discord channel, probably just mute the first thing. You control the pacing while the DPS is asking, is that it on grouping of mobs, following a pug route. Then they get mad. It's true, Pixie. You're not wrong. Going the route, and then they butt pull. It is true. It does happen a lot. I unfortunately think you're right. How do I chain pull? Are you playing with an assassination rogue? How can you play on US and OCE? I live in Thailand, so my ping is always 250 regardless. If I play OCE, I get slightly less ping. If I play not OCE, I'm at 267. And ping has been worse this week, although it's been a little better the last few days. First few days were unplayable. It was really bad. Deco, you are lead. You can totally list your 18. Your brother is an assassination rogue. Wow, GG's. Yeah, it sucks with the ping. I will say that the ping gets me a lot. It's unfortunate, but it's okay. Okay, so voila. When you come into my Discord, this is what you will see, and this is how you can navigate it. This is the idea behind it, okay? So this is my Discord here. There's a general chat, tank information chat, some Patreon stuff that's completely for free, and then you have all the other things. You can share your vault post here, and we can talk about what may be the right option. A lot of people, I think it's cool to have a conversation about what you get in your vault. That's number one. There's discussions. There's overalls that we can share, where we can basically be like, hey, we can compare. This was no Apex build. This was full Apex, I think. I was pugging offline as a Resto Druid. This is basically what we had going on in this key. You can see that my Brewmaster does 82k, and you can start comparing. Well, as a Guardian Druid, I feel like I don't do enough damage, but then you realize that Brewmasters also do low damage, and you're like, okay, they provide Mystic Touch, so we have this part of Discord. These are all of the guides. You can find the routes that I do with notes. Hopefully I've pinned all of them. I might have forgotten some, and you can find different route imports for MDT, along with some other things, specialized things when I make them. I'm not always the best at updating. I'll do my best. Like if we update a route for Seed of the Triumvirate, it'll be like this, the weekly variation, etc. Work in progress. Plus any of the guides that I have made for that will be right there. And then you can find different tank builds. So for example, you want to get started on Prot Warrior, I'd recommend this is the one. This is like a safer build. This would be like the 4 out of 4 Apex build, etc. You can look here for Guardian Druid. You'll find this is the normal Apex build. This is the one I've been playing this week. This is the one that is in the no Apex build, etc. You can find healer builds, DPS builds. Like let's say you want to try a Mistweaver build. You're like, oh, I would love to try Mistweaver. You go here, you look at the guide that I made with Megaset, boom, some of the videos, and you find the builds up here. Does that make sense? All this stuff. If you want my Platinator, you just go to my UI. You'll find the different add-ons that I'm using. This is Mini CC. You'll find Bartender. This is what I use for my bars. You'll find my Platinator profile right there. You just import that. All this stuff. And then you also, by the way, this is the most important section of my Discord, furry friends. This is where you send me photos of your pets because I like seeing your pets. Because I just really, really like seeing whether it's a very cute cat like this cat. This is an adorable cat. Whether it is a dog, I like seeing dogs and cats. I even like seeing snakes and lizards. I got 2 bearded dragons, so please, by all means, share me photos of your pets. This is the thing. No, this is furry. No, it's not for furries. This is for actual pets. For actual pets. Real life animals of any kind. Yes. This is important. Good clarification. Good clarification. Ooh, we got a warrior in here. All right, bet. Now, hold on. Now we need a shaman. Now grab a shaman, and I'm going to do big damn this key. Now you just want a shaman. Captain John wants to come as a holy paladin. LOL. Yo, what's up, Aaron Yeager? I watched you on my TV before. We need shaman or hunter, I guess. I guess we could get an og. All good. Incoming Sooty dog? Yeah. If you have pets, please share. That is how it works. Does that make sense, though? Okay. Neprox, to answer your question. How do you handle chaining with an assassination rogue? It's 18. 18 is fine. I like shaman in this comp because it'll just blast, but it doesn't matter. You can just take that evoker if you want. I don't know why they're signing up here. Maybe they're from stream. Obviously, you can just take that massive evoker. That is a large evoker. This is a big lizard. I like big lizards. So the point is this, okay? Yeah, it's fine. I get warrior buff in this key. That's nice. Damage, the timer in this dungeon is not hard. We will own this key. Don't worry about that. Okay. You have to balance end procs. There are technically two ways to answer your question. Are you still here, end procs? You asked a good question. When do I chain as a tank player when I have an assassination rogue in my party? That was the question that you asked me. Okay. Mathematically, there's a right answer. You will save 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds if you do it perfectly like this. But to be honest with you, the other factor that isn't talked about enough is whether or not your brother on his assassination rogue is having fun. That actually is the thing that I would tell you. If you want him to have a good time, don't chain often. If you are doing a key level that is high enough where you miss time by like 10 seconds, make those choices. But if he's playing assassination and you're the tank and you just want him to have a fun time, then just let him re-stealth, because he's going to have a more fun time, even if it's not the right decision. Even if it would save time to chain, if you're like, man, there's a big pull coming up, he's going to blast, but I need to let him re-stealth. Just let him re-stealth. You know what I mean? I think that's actually a very acceptable way to look at that question. Although, technically speaking, there is a right and wrong answer. Does that make sense? I think that that's the best way I can answer it. If you're doing a 12, a 15, a 17 even, you could just let him re-stealth. Timing 16's timer's not a problem. I would agree with you in that case. There are still some moments where the right answer is chain. An example being second pull of this dungeon. You kill the caster, and then you go to the next pack. You would not do that. Does that make sense? Because that's going to be like a 20-second time loss. He does not get to re-stealth in this particular situation. But there are other pulls where he totally could, and you could let him re-stealth. The overall amount of damage that he gets from being able to re-stealth is not so massive that you have to factor it in. It is more like if you just want to be a good tank and have him have fun, then you would do it this way. Does that make sense? That's how I would say the right approach here is. All right, am I playing Apex for this? Sure, I'll play Apex for one more key. All right, we'll do one more Apex key, and then we'll go. Big boom dam from the Guardian Druid. Do you think I top meters on the first pull? What do you think? Do you think that I am the top damage on the first pull, or you think that somebody else is top damage on the first pull? Let me see. Well, I think what I have to do, to be honest with you, maybe I have to lose threat and let one of them die, and then I can be top damage on the first pull. I have actually been super enjoying playing no Apex all day today. I was actually going to play no Apex all day, but then I saw that we had a warrior, and I was like, you know what? It would be fun to do max damage for a key. I don't mind it. I want to be able to play both, and to be honest with you, I have timed this now on 18 with both Apex and also no Apex. So I know that both of them work just fine. That was actually a slight suboptimal optimization. My big problem with Apex is that there is always something I could do better, and I find it to be kind of anti-chill gameplay. So I'm not always the biggest fan of it, but it's fun. Yeah. I like no Apex way more than I like Apex, but if you take a look at the DPS meters, I mean, that feels pretty good, right? Like that feels pretty decent. I don't mind this no Apex business is also... It's the thing about the Apex build is that you will always blast on first pulls of the dungeon. This is not Resil, so... Uh-oh. That's not good. It might actually matter in this key. It shouldn't matter too much, but... guys? Uh-oh. This is less than ideal. This is not Resil. Uh-oh. Lock in time. My healer needs this key. I may have it, we may have it, but my healer needs this key. This is less than ideal. Uh-oh. Remember, we had this on 19 just now, and then we had 3 deaths to the tornadoes on Ember Dawn. Would you like to guess and take a gander at who died on Ember Dawn? If you were to rank the people based purely off of IO score in that previous key, the 19 Windrunner Spire, in order of who died on Ember Dawn, what would you assume? You would assume that the person with the lowest IO did not get hit by a tornado. But it is in fact the opposite, as oftentimes does happen. IO is not always the best metric of success in keys. Sometimes it is. That is actually an interesting conversation. If I were to ask you a general question and I would say, hey, if somebody has, I'm going to give you an example based off this current season. If somebody had 3,800 IO right now, you would imagine that they would be better than somebody who has 3,600. Or do you think that, yes or no? My question for you is actually, do you believe this? That's an interesting question. I actually think that people are going to have very divisive opinions on this. This is a particularly divisive. You say no, or they have better friends. That is one of the factors. Or I think sometimes maybe it's not the friends. Maybe they have more time to play. Sometimes that's what I wonder too. When people are just all of a sudden, they have like this crazy IO. Sometimes I think to myself, how many hours a day do they play? That's another factor, right? Because I think that if you have 3,800, even if you have great friends, even if you're an Omega player, like I feel like you had to have been playing a lot. One of the things that I notice when I'm looking at keys is the people who have like the ridiculous levels of IO currently, you know what? They have like 115 plus keys being timed already. Now, granted, I have alts. Across my characters, I have not that many. And I play this game a lot. I think I have, what, like 80, maybe like 70 keys being timed across characters, maybe a 15 plus level. What does my Druid have? You're at 3,807 already? Oh, damn, really? That's crazy. What would you say if you're at 3,800 IO currently, WoW Polo? That's a great question for you then. Out of curiosity, what is the defining factor for people at your current level right now? Out of curiosity. If you had to say. I'm going to make sure I dispel this poison. Don't chain early because my healer has to watch these. Okay, I got one of the poisons. I'm going to give him targets to hit, but he's... Oh, yeah. We're not dispelling. I can see that I'm dispelling. I don't have any DOC procs right now, so I can't really off heal here, though. I'm going to live. Like, I don't really need anything, although this will obviously scuff the route quite a lot. The score, the pump you get when you get IO at that level. Hold up. Are we going to try to continue? Or the Aug Evoker says he's having a lot of IO, like a lot of UI problems. Are we playing? Are we not playing? Did he just breath there? I was trying to look at my radar. Oh, that's no problem. It'll just get you, Mr. Polo. If that, though. I wonder about that sometimes. I feel like I've gotten the opportunity to play the game at different levels across me experiencing World of Warcraft. And I actually wonder, what is it that really defines this high-level versus mid-level play? I definitely think that people underestimate, if anything, I think people underestimate how good players who are currently 3,800, I definitely think that people underestimate how good you have to be that high right now, if that makes sense, right? I think you could still time this, maybe? This would be kind of a save key, because we've had to pull this very differently now. What class are you playing this season? Watch aggro. In Caproar first. Oh, man. I really wish that DPS just knew how this works. I really, 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 really wish that this is not a hard thing to understand. But I swear, it's not that complicated. If you're a DPS player, and I'm tanking this, when he does Spore Dispersal, let me explain this. When he does this ability right here, ads will spawn based on the location. The first one is here. Let's go trigger them yourself. This one doesn't trigger on the side here, though. Oh, does it? They changed that since beta. I swear they didn't actually trigger when you walked over them. But all you have to do is just take a step back. Literally, you just backpedal one. You don't full send cooldowns as they're spawning. I feel like that's not that complicated. But it's a lot of times like this. Like, Sam, a lot of times, something I have noticed at the very least is this season in particular, I feel as though there are so many times where DPS players don't understand that you just have to take a step back. Devourers, for example, who are chaining early and they're trying to build their resources and stuff. Devourer Demon Hunters right now who are standing ahead of me as a tank and then also chain are problematic. Like, all you have to do is make sure that you're behind me so that if you rip threat, I can just quickly get it back, right? And when I'm playing Apex, it does happen. When I'm playing no Apex, it doesn't happen. But it is an interesting thing. I've noticed that I think way more this season than other seasons. I swear it wasn't as big of a factor in other seasons. I don't know if it's the way that these dungeons are working or what, but it's interesting to me. Like, if he, for example, is... Okay, I was about to say, if he is actually hitting all that, then we could have problems. What did you say you were playing, by the way, WoW Polo? Sorry, I forgot what you were saying. I was curious if you were a tank or a DPS. Well, I was like, activate the ads before the spore thing. You play Brute Tank. Gotcha. I guess that works as well. Like, I could do that, so it's a combination of the two. But somebody mentioned this yesterday, and I kind of agree. I feel as though the disparity this season, and I don't know if it's just because I'm not sure exactly where it's coming from. The disparity this season in particular between DPS players who have very, very, very little respect for tanks is much higher than before. And I don't know if it's because I'm not playing Brewmaster. Maybe that's what it is. And then Brewmaster just has none of the issues. But it's not just from my own gameplay. I've kind of noticed it across. I've noticed it a bunch. It's interesting to me. But it's absolutely like a fundamental difference that I have seen this season. Like, zero awareness for mechanics. Like, the amount of times I've done still 18 Pit of Sauron, and I have people who don't understand that the Cold Wraith is a snare. I was healing it on my Resto Druid WoW Polo yesterday, and I was just kind of amazed that no one got rid of it. Like, there were 0 dispels on that, and I was like, we have Fearless from the Warrior, we have Disengage from the Hunter, like, we have a bunch of options to help me here, and I was just sitting there, and I was like, do I have to heal this, or do I not have to heal this? Yo, what's up, Billy Bean? So I'm just like, okay, but then they go, I can remove that? And I was like, yes, you can. And like, I guess Pallies know because you can freedom other people, but there are also many other ways to remove that ability. So I don't know. It's an interesting season right now. Okay, I really wanted to hold stuff here because I have a way to gain my Apex on the next pull, though. Yeah, I got new mobs in a pull. To be fair, I know that Bear, when I play Apex, does technically have more struggles than other tanks at the moment. But it's not that bad. That double incarn bug is so annoying. When I play Apex, it can happen, at the very least when ads spawn. And I think to myself, if I was playing Fury Warrior, right? How do I use Heart of the Wild? Oof. We have a res, no problem. I think to myself, if I was playing Fury Warrior, I know that I'm zug-zugging. I get it. I'm big zug-zug brain, okay? So if I was going to be playing Fury Warrior in a season, when those guys are hitting me, I'm thinking, boom, Rampage, boom, Whirlwind, boom, Thunderclap, if I'm whatever. I don't actually know if they're playing Thane or whatnot. Yeah, so he's Thunderblast and Rampage and this, and he's constantly hitting buttons. But I see Spore Dispersal. So the first thing I'm going to do is press Spell Reflect. Not because I actually reflect the spell, because I want a 25% DR. I will think to myself, is this a moment that I should press Enrage Regeneration? Yes or no? Maybe. Do I have to press a health potion? I'm thinking about all this stuff, right? And then I see Spore Dispersal, and I say, okay, backpedal. And then I go back in and I zug-zug. It ain't that hard. I have to be pressing my buttons very fast. I feel as though it is not too much to ask to just backpedal for a second if I have not done the tank tech of gathering them beforehand. Although I could also do that tech 100%. I get it. 100% I could also do that tech. But like right now, just give me a second because this is a little bit of a loose gather and I'm walking around here for a second. I've even done the tech where I've held this apex for a second so I can go like bam and then like bam. I don't feel like it's a lot to ask, but sometimes it seems as though it is too much to ask. You know? It's a combination of factors. I played all tanks. Oh, also, hi, Billy Beanie. I hope that... I'm glad that people like my videos. I am excited to make more. By the way, next 2 days, I will be off stream. I will not be streaming the next 2 days, though. How to activate the mobs. On beta, there was a thing for a bit. You couldn't activate the mobs on beta. That was a real thing. I tried many times on beta, and I actually thought that was still the mechanic. But even if I were to go activate it, I'm worried that people would just not realize what I'm doing. Also, if I don't have the most coherent points right now, it is because I actually did decide to play Apex for this. And when I play Apex, I have to focus. I have to focus a lot more than me not playing Apex, unfortunately. It is anti-vibe tanking. I was thinking back, but onto the last packs, it's a unique style. It's actually what most tanks should do, end boss. It's not just... That's like... Guardian Druid is the one tank that can actually turn and run, but all other tanks should be using a back pedal because you don't want to get hit in the back too much. What's our timer at right now? It's a little tight. It's possible. I also think that they should just buff threat. I get... They can't remove threat from the game. I've often thought about what would happen if they just actually took threat completely out of the game. I don't think that would be okay. This is my after work and workout stream to watch. Thank you, Fight and Fears. You know, I actually watch people at the gym as well. I feel like watching Twitch at the gym is underrated. I don't know. I actually think, because what I do is I'll have somebody on, and when I'm not channeling my demons, at least. It depends on if I'm channeling demons in that particular moment, right? If I'm having like a, hey, we're just going to blast Airwind's Attack on Titan speech and like dubstep Levi fighting the Beast Titan on repeat. If that's what's going on, then I don't watch people at the gym. Then I'm just, you know, then we're just screaming and expressing some energy. However, I actually think I agree with you, because what happens is you do a set, it keeps me nice and tame. You do one set and then you go say hi. And then you drop the phone, and then you do the next set, and you go say hi. And it kind of like works out, basically. It's nice company at the gym. Although I am normally not a person who actually enjoys having company at the gym. Kitty said that she wants to start going to the gym with me, because I mentioned to her that I was like, I think to take care of myself, I got to start going to the gym again more. I stopped going for a little bit. I think this season I started doing more home workouts and stuff. But I think it would be good for me to get back to the gym. So probably soon. And then, yeah, I'm going to go back to the gym shortly. This guy is still too healthy. He's going to get another AoE. I cannot chain yet. No chain. He's going to get another AoE. I know we're holding cooldowns, but there's one more AoE. We have to wait for it. It happens now, and then I can go. That's a wipe scenario. So my healer has time to heal this AoE, and then the Woebringer casts. 3, 2, 1. Perfect timing. If someone dies... Okay. If someone dies because of threat, then who cares? I do. Because although I play this game a lot, there is a certain... Okay. Fair enough. And I actually think that WoW Polo, this is something... You mentioned the same thing earlier. I can't say that I truly let all bricked keys completely roll off my shoulder. That 19 Windrunner Spire... I don't get another opportunity to do it, unlike a lot of other people who get to play this game. Because I am playing an off-meta tank, and because I have not been a world-first player for a vast majority of my life, because I don't have those contacts, I don't necessarily get to do another 19 Windrunner Spire. the people in that key who made those mistakes, they do get to do another 19 Windrunner Spire. They absolutely do, because their IO is 100 points higher than mine, and they're playing meta specs. So the next time a 19 Spire is in queue, they just spam apply. They do one, they brick, they do another one, they brick, they do a third one 8 times. Congratulations, now they have 19 Spire. I see a 19 Spire in queue, I apply, I get declined, I apply, I get declined, I apply, I get declined, I apply, I get declined. Oh, somebody took me, nice. Then it bricks, and I just have to repeat that process. I think that that is far more common than people might realize. I think that I'm the majority, and Sam, you and Water Polo might be the minority on this one. It feels bad when like a threat issue happens and that's why we lose a key, as an example. Like, that feels actively pretty terrible, because the next time that I get to try a 19 Windrunner Spire might be like 2 weeks from now, might be a week from now. That's one of the reasons that I've been trying to get more consistent people to play with, is because it would be great if you gave me the opportunity to tank a 19 Windrunner Spire. I don't feel as though I would make that many mistakes. Maybe I will on the first attempt. Maybe I will on the second. But the third attempt, we're timing it. Maybe I have to learn a strategy at that key level that I don't currently know. I'm willing to learn. I'm not a prideful person. I'm willing to say, oh yeah, I haven't done it on 19. Maybe I die to a mechanic because it worked on the previous key level, but didn't work on the other key levels. Many factors to this. But ultimately, I do think that it matters, and I can't say it's like, oh, absolutely zero problems. It's like, no, right now, I think there are, 3 Guardian Druids in the world, maybe 4 or 5 that have timed a 19 Windrunner Spire. It feels a little bit more prestigious, even though I know it's technically not that hard of a key, and like I said, it's not like I couldn't do it again. I just don't get the opportunity to do it again. And if I got the opportunity to do it again, I'm pretty sure we would win. Does that make sense? Piro timed one. I know, because I happened to see that video pop up. So Piro timed one. They hilariously miscount at the end, too, and still had, like, minutes on the timer. What's our timer at right now? I think you still win this, especially because we're still going to win this particular 18, I think. But obviously the start was kind of troll. It's okay. So does that kind of make sense? This timer is very tight. Yeah. Super tight timer right now. The first pull was super troll. We didn't lost the first pull. The Evoker's UI got absolutely messed up. And obviously, like, I don't think this is one of those particular things, though. Yeah, I know. We're going to have to go big pulls. It's okay. Luckily, I am playing Apex, so Apex will allow me to cover some more mistakes because I'm going to do, like, big damn. Oops, I forgot I don't actually have a card. That was a mistake button there. My bad. It's not like this pull couldn't kill me, so I just go one over here on the AoE overlap. Vortex, Typhoon the center. Don't greed too much. Yep, I mean, that's the nature of playing Apex. If I incarn here, I'm immortal, but that means the next pull can kill me. That next pull actually is pretty scary, you're right. But you can see my damage here, and it does make a difference in this particular set of circumstances. Let's check our timer. We got 10 minutes at this point. Yeah, I'm going to have to go all the way in. There's no other option here. We're going to have to make it work. Yep. So we have to do this and just basically chain this in. But I can't bark skin yet. I don't quite have Stampeding Roar, so I need to create distance, which means I will wild charge to this one. Kick the first Chain Lightning, group this here. Bark skin, and then I have one SI to rotate. Pixel stack. Perfect. Yeah, if I was going to die, it would be here. I got to really time this SI perfectly. So the idea was that SI carries me to this Frenzied. That I press here. And then we carry this into the next Barkskin. Barkskin on that Nova right there. Perfect. I'm going to stop these whirls, actually. And then we rotate back to the Incarn, which will come up here in a second. And then otherwise, we get through this little bit right there. I kick that Chain Lightning. Nice damage. We press Incarn. We're fine. But I hold this Apex proc for next pull. We chain in now. Perfect. Go, go, go. Drop Lunar Beam down first. Kick Chain Lightning last second. One Apex Boom. Frenzied Regen. Thank you. I think you could time this right now. With enough damage on bosses, you can time this. It'll be really tight, because we still only get the last Lust at the end. Kick that. On this overlap, we're going to pre-Vortex so that I can Typhoon that right there. On this next Nova, if we happen to see one, I want to in-cap that Roar, the Axe Thrower, right there. Perfect. Yeah, I'm locking in because I know that my healer really wants this, and it would be kind of unfortunate if we lost it. But I don't know, 8 minutes at this point, this boss tends to last a little longer than that. Traditionally speaking, we would not win at the moment. But you never know. This one here, I'm going to take a lot of damage here in a second, but it's okay. My healer's got me, nice. I agreed one Feral Frenzy, and then I run out. I take the second one. Can you still do the ledge here, or did they fix that, by the way? Do you know, by any chance, Sam, if you can still do the, like, the ledge strat? I feel like that's something they would hotfix pretty early on. But if you can still do it, is kind of broken. The fact that you can just cancel the leap like that. The ledge work for 1 day? Yeah, I figured. That doesn't seem like something they're going to let. They normally don't let stuff like that work. Okay, 66% is the percentage we are looking for. Stack my Ironfur nice and high for this physical hit. 1 Frenzied Regen. Boom. Can hit Incarn for 2 Frenzied Regen. 66% happens now. He's going to cancel this. Ouch. All right, so my Evoker needs to press something. He needs Jesus. He doesn't have... I don't see if he has a second charge of scales. He needs to press some... Oh. That's not good. He proc cheat death there. Okay. Because it's a physical hit, maybe. If you're talking about the dance strat, I mean, maybe that might be why. What's our timer at now? 6 minutes? Oh, that seems unlikely. I'm not going to lie. It seems unlikely. In the candle cheese strat on this boss, you mean the shelf? So it's been fixed now. But my Evoker should stop baiting because he doesn't have... If he doesn't have scales, he shouldn't bait. What are you macroing with Ironfur? Just Thrash. If you are playing the no Apex. Keep clarification. You cannot macro your Ironfur if you are actually playing Apex. That is a big point of clarification, by the way. My Evoker, unless he has scales, should really stop baiting. The next one will go into the AoE. What is Apex? No problem. To let him bait? It might be... So there's an interaction where they have like a stacking modifier to dodge physical hits. And I wonder if that has anything to do with it, Sam. I would imagine... Yeah, so that... It might be that there is a stacking modifier for physical damage hits that you can basically stack your dance. Because it was when they introduced the talent trees, they made this a thing. Meg had pointed it out to me in terms of just being passively tanky. Okay, watch the Nova. Is our timer impossible now? Is the timer impossible here? How much time do you really need last boss? I don't think you can do last boss in 3 minutes. 3 minutes is tight. I think it's cooked. Good try. What is the rage generating power for Apex build? I like playing double FC, so for me, it's basically Thrash and AoE Mangle. It's just basically Thrash Mangle. I wouldn't overcomplicate it too much. You'll have like 330 for last boss. That's not impossible. Like 330 with Lust, I walk in with 2 Apex windows, but my Apex, again, EC Apex, it's not like I do crazy single target. I just do reasonable single target. I want my warrior to maintain as much uptime here, but we kill the boss now. I mean, I wouldn't give up, but I think we're going to be just shy 30 seconds, unfortunately. Missing the Lust first pull sucked. Oh, well, happens. So the rage generating power for the Apex build, Mangle generates more rage, technically. No, I would say, Basuna, I would actually disagree with that. I would say it's more, actually, right now. Any rage after those? If you don't have any rage, then you're definitely hitting wrong buttons. Make sure, Poons, take swipe off your bars completely. What do you spec instead if you skip going Apex? There's 6 talent points you get. I mean, not going Apex is actually kind of massive for just the amount of points you get from it is kind of a lot. You get 6. Apex is a 6 talent point investment. Like, that's a lot, by the way. So that's my full burn with combat potion. This boss, we are going to greed damage. I don't know if it's impossible. It might be. I'm going to go out a little bit. Yeah, I'm pumping here. Like, I'm going to do as much damage as I can do. It's not like our comp has pretty decent single target damage. That is one of the natures of it. I'm going to maintain uptime for melee. Come move this way. I was telegraphing that. I don't know. I think that there's some possibility of this. I'm going to watch. I'm even going to drag to the middle so that everybody maintains their uptime for melee. I'll do as many considerations as I can do. What's our timer at? Okay, I'm going to amp this Apex next. I'm going to amp this next Apex. I don't think I get another Incarn on top of this. So we're going to wait a second. Wait. There's no reason to send Apex early. I'm going to let my warrior take the very close one. I'm going to go into the puddle here. And then my warrior will take the one right there. There you go. Wait for 60. I go to... I get knocked back. 3, 2, 1. Okay, my warrior has one of these, but he needs massive uptime. We're going to be just shy. It's actually not that far off, to be honest with you. Like, it's surprisingly decent. I'm pumping right now. Like, I haven't missed many globals on this boss. I think I have played near as much single target as my build can put out. I have put out. We can even save this last Heart of the Wild to amp it with a Lunar Beam. Like, I can do everything in my power, but I think it will be just shy. I need to go out here. Yeah, it was pretty close, surprisingly. That actually, it almost feels worse when you have a key that's this close, to be honest with you. Well, not just 7 deaths. The Evoker was AFK for first pull. He had a problem with his UI, and then he didn't lust. And early on, we had several mistakes. How do you use the new Heart of the Wild? Minato. So, it's not, you don't have to overcomplicate it. In AoE, you can press Starfall by going into Boomy form, and then what you do, you go Boomy form, Starfall, and then in single target, you go Cat form, Feral Frenzy. That's it. It's very simple. It casts an ability every 2 minutes based on the form you're in, and that ability does do a lot of damage. But it is just damage. It doesn't help you live. And it's not a crazy amount of damage. It's a relatively reasonable amount of damage for what it's worth. So if for some reason you really don't want to play it, you don't have to. GG's. Nice try, nice try. I feel like I did pretty good there. As best that I could do. Single target at the end, I was trying my best to pump. I was trying my best. 55k single target. Not bad. Oh, no problem, no problem. No, it's okay, it's okay. You're fine. No, it's okay, no problem, no problem. I think you pull that back as much as you could. We were doing as best that we could, for sure. Is Evoker in the group at this level? It's not needed. Evoker is just damage. So the thing about Evoker right now is that they're just a DPS. They don't necessarily make the group that much safer. There are some aspects of why this isn't true. For what it is worth, though, Matt, Aug Evoker does no longer buffs the tank or the healer. Why are all your numbers? Well, first of all, we had an Evoker in here, right? That's the first thing. But Aug Evoker buffs everybody else, remember? This is the overall damage here. Blistering. Blistering is a tiny bit of armor, and I already get armor capped. It's very little Avercella. It matters more for Brewmaster than it matters for me as a Druid, because I reach armor cap anyways. So blistering doesn't do much. 3% for your healer source of magic matters. But I think that the actual answer of what Aug does is that it provides upheaval and CC. So it provides CC for what it is worth. That's more important. I think I'm being blind. Is there only a no Apex and no Raise build? What do you mean by that? In my Discord then? Armor cap? So the way that armor works, if you don't actually know... Yeah. It doesn't really do much at all. If you don't know how armor works, let me show you. I'll go over to some target dummies, and I'm going to explain something. It's actually really cool once you learn this. Armor has a diminishing return, as in the more of it you get, it doesn't necessarily give you more damage reduction. It's not additive, it's multiplicative. And what that means is that your first stack of Ironfur gives you 15%. Is there a no Apex with Raise? Oh, no. No Apex plays no Raise. Apex plays Raise. There is no Raise Apex build. So 6 talent points of investment, by the way. If you want to play Apex, you have 6 talent points that you need. Technically 7 if you include Moonless Night, actually, because I don't play this either. So this is 7 talent points if you play Moonless Night. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can put those 7 talents somewhere else, which is kind of a big difference for what it's worth. And also in the Spectre, you need this 1 point here, but that's not a big deal. So when I run my no Apex build, one of the reasons it's competitive is because of how many other points I get to put into other things. It still does less damage. Like that key, we would have overtimed it by an extra 30, 45 seconds or whatever. What's the vibe, my dudes? I don't know. I'm just chilling. I would like to play no Apex again for lack of push keys. Can do my 17, can do my 17, can do whatever. Chilling. I'm not fussing. I don't mind playing no Apex a little bit more. Deco's gonna call it. All right. I can play Resto, Druid. Gotta get breakfast ready. Damn. Goosely. What's up, Goosely? Can do your Nexus 18. I can maybe do one more. Do you want to do one more, Arson? I think Arson's is late stream today. When you go Alcathar, what buff do you take as Guardian? If I'm playing Apex, I like Haste. If I'm playing no Apex, I like Verse. Both work, actually. Wanna do a chill one, Arson? Just like for fun. Let's do 17 Pit of Sauron then. We could just do 17 Pit real fast. Or I hop on alt and do 12. Or like a 10 or 10. We could do alt stuff. You could take crit for no Apex for damage if you're sure you won't die. Crit or I like haste. I think Apex, I feel the difference playing higher haste when I have Apex. As long as we go fast, cool. Sounds good. Arson want to do one more? All right. Leons, would you want to stay for a 17? We have, I think both Arson and I have 18 Nexus. I don't really mind either way, though. We can also do 18 Epics. Shiny Phoenix just subscribed with Prime. Yo, what's up, Shiny Phoenix? I'd stay. Yeah, it's up to you. Or whatever you want. Chilling. We'll do more. We'll do more next week, though. My little eye, 13 bear forms. Yeah. I like playing with a warrior. Warrior gives me damage. All right, pass lead. Pass lead. I can list something. Chilling. Chilling. I am not streaming, by the way, for 2 days. Tomorrow and Tuesday, I am off. Just a reference for anybody listening. Yes. I will not be here for the next few days. So, although you have giant peaks and valleys with Apex, keep in mind that the overall damage is not as much higher as you might think that it is. Right? I'm trying, Wiz. I'm trying. Why don't you have 18 Algathar? We probably would have had it yesterday. Goosely. Is that you? Were you just from stream, Goosely? All right. A Prez Evoker. Should we take a Prez? He's a little... I mean, he's just bordering on too low for 17, and we wanted a chill key. I don't know. What's up, Delimbria? Hello. But the idea is... I definitely could use... I'm going to try. I'll still play, I'm sure. But I could probably take better care of myself. I don't have 18 Algathar, mostly because we've only got to attempt it, once? We attempted one the previous week, and then we played one now. So I've only got to do it a few times. The 18 Algathar, I was a second late in pressing one of my buttons. And that second cost me everything, M4. Yesterday. We had 18 Algathar. I do feel like our timer was actually pretty decent. I think our timer was good, in fact. But unfortunately, I was 1 second off on the battle axe pull of pressing my survival instincts and my incarn. And therefore, I died in the middle of that pull. And that was my bad. That was on me. That was on me. We could play with I haven't played with the Disc Priest, really. You want to play with Disc Priest? Yeah, that's why I don't have 18 Algathar. I'll get it whenever. I'm not that stressed about it. We'll play with this Priest. Let's go. Ooh, a Holy Paladin. Sorry, Holy Paladin. I would have taken that Pally. Wait. Do we have a way to get out of gargoyles? Is this trolling? Okay, priest can phantasm. Okay, hold up. Priest can phantasm. Warrior fearless does or does not work, Leons. How does the Starfall work? Oh, B, you just go like this. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Like that, easy. Fearless doesn't work. That's what I think. Warlock can soul burn teleport, yeah. But it does work for the dots. It does work for the Cold Wraith, and that one you can do there. Is it macro? No, I don't macro. There is a macro for it if you want, just to save a button on your action bars, but it's not the biggest deal in the world. I don't like it, though. Unlucky? Oh, no, it's okay, M4. That key is hard. Algathar Academy is a tank key where you got to learn how to do it, and then it's just reps and practice. Yep. No problem. A lot of reps for Algathar. A wheel, I mean, it's Brazil, so let's just do it. I'll play no Apex for this. Chilling. I'll play no Apex. Ooh. How often you get to push that button? It doesn't do that much damage. I mean, it's not nothing, but it's not that much. It's mostly for aggro. To be honest with you, it's a big aggro generator in AoE. Beezix. I would use it mostly for aggro compared to anything else. I think tonight is Sunday for me. It's Sunday night here. It's 4:50. I can go to the gym tonight. I'll have time. These two tier sets will be more useful. That's also true, Luca. So unfortunately, when you play no Apex, your 4 set just doesn't do anything. It is unfortunate. I wish it did. I wish it did, but unfortunately correct. The Apex does not actually benefit with the no Apex build. All right, let's go. If we lose, we lose. I do big pulls, but you will see that my health bar pretty much won't move even without a Mistweaver. Second pull, notwithstanding. Do. Whee. And it's not like the no Apex build doesn't do damage. It just won't do 120 KE DPS. So on my days off, out of curiosity, I'm going to work on some guide videos. I know that I'll have a little bit more time to actually do some of the things that I want to do. So here, for example, I just go like this. I go like this. That was a weird motion there. It's my bad. I simply thrash. And then I go here. And then I go there. And now I have threat. And that's it. Threat is now solved. I also don't have to think about literally anything. Everything, this big pull, my rotation is 2 buttons. No Apex allows me to basically just play very simply. That means I can Vortex Typhoon. That means I can kick that Icy Blast. And then I go like this. And then I go like this. I like Pit of Sauron. So on first pull, it's not actually bad. But, hold up. And then we're going to go like this. And then we're going to go like this. And here we go. But no Apex feels giga tanky. That's one of the best things about it. I like how omega tanky it feels. And I like how simple it feels. For me, the simplicity is a big sell. I would say, in my opinion. Simplicity is one of the biggest sells of the no Apex build, is that I just don't really have to think too much. And I appreciate not having to think too much. Now, this pull is living a very long time. So, I am noticing that it is living a very long time. Double slash do hurt a little bit. My Dispriest is already out of mana. Bro, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I think they should get rid of mana. I think mana is an outdated resource. And I think that they should just, at some point, they just have to decide to get rid of it. Yeah. The fact that some healers, mana is not a resource, and the fact that other healers, mana is a massive resource, is kind of off. Get rid of Dispriest? Well, I mean, I wanted to start with the take to win people points Armani, and then I was just going to say something about enhancement shamans. So the plan was we had to kind of, it's called, my brother taught me this. It's called social lubrication. And what this means is that you want to socially lubricate people so that you can convince them of your point. So I need to basically warm up the waters before I hit you with the thing. I mean, Warlock has mana too, to limit drain life for whatever reason. DPS having mana is also hilariously outdated. But if a DPS wants to have to game around mana, that's fine. Mana creates a skill gap. For who? But for who is the question? Because mana is basically a non-resource for half the healers. And it is a massive resource for many of the healers. Now here's the problem. I think that it should be everyone incorrect. If a Mistweaver walks into a very hard healing encounter, somehow having 10% mana, Jonesy, do you know what they're going to end the encounter with currently? I mean this. Like, let's imagine... We can't actually kick that, you know. I think my healer... Is he going to die to this? Well, there is... Okay, so there's... We can't get out of the gargoyles, though. Okay, so, like, this is... I don't have a healer right now. The healer is dead. This is me. This is with no healer. This is what my health bar looks like. And this is without Incarn, too. I would feel a lot better, actually, if I had Incarn right now. But this is just to clarify. Like, when I say that I'm immortal, I mean, this is, like, not an easy tank pull to do, necessarily. And I'm just not taking any damage. Like, that's one of the things about this. For mana to be different for healers, I don't think that's true, though. I disagree with that. I think that it creates gameplay that is... I think it's confusing for people who don't heal to understand whether somebody does or does not need healing. does not need to drink. Like, if every healer had mana as a resource, it'd be fine. But the fact that if a Mistweaver, again, somehow they were in a PvP duel right before the key started, and somebody cast Drain Mana on them, yeah? They would, if they started the fight with 10% mana, they would end the fight with 100% mana. That's just how it is. Okay, so that's a physical hit. I'm going to live, just Hellstone. Is the priest not playing Phantasm? That does check out. Again, it is still wild to me that many key levels, people don't understand that you can get rid of this. Keep in mind that I was healing in 18 where people weren't. There was no snare removals there either. It does happen. Maybe he hasn't had to. Maybe because he's always played with a Brewmaster or something. I'm not sure. It's hard to identify why that might be true. Okay, Frostbane Slash on me. Yeah. Or like what about like a Paladin? Okay, so I'm a little dry here actually because I've had to commit both SIs a little bit before normal. Please kick the Icy Blast. So we're going to actually break this shield. This is a shield we have to kill because it's on my Demon Hunter. Technically, Demon Hunter won't die, right? Like, I tried to kick it. Demon Hunter can, like, fly back, no? Can't they just glide back? In cap roar to give myself a second. Nice. Well, whenever you want to explain, can you explain the Moonkin Heart of the Wild thing? Oh, yeah. So basically, Heart of the Wild is a new cooldown. It's changed from how it used to be. It used to be just an amp that you would press basically whenever. Nowadays, Heart of the Wild is an active ability. You want to press it. Oh, you can't. So you can't actually glide back. I see. That makes sense. So nowadays, Heart of the Wild is an active ability, and you want to press it every 2 minutes because it does damage. If you press it in cat form, it will cast Feral Frenzy. Feral Frenzy is a single target ability that hits very hard. If you press it, mana, by the way. Mana. Just grab mana. Grab a drink. If you press it in Boomy form, it casts Starfall. Mana. We stop every pull for mana. So you change form and then hit it. Correct. It will cast an ability based on the form that you are in. That is one of the factors to it. I really hope we get a range kick, though. An AoE, you go Moonkin. Correct. Okay, nice kick there. Good. Okay, we're grouping it in. We've accidentally pulled these enforcers with it. We didn't actually want these. That's okay. So I'm going to go here. So he can Phantasm this right now. But I don't know if he knows that. So I'm going to SI that Frostbane Slash. That was the plan. And then I will in-cap to give my healer a second. And then I will get back to my Incarn. Yeah, it's actually kind of cool. I like the fact that it provides shape-shifting flavor without feeling so punishing. If you don't use it, it's not like you are going to do actually no damage. And I do think that that does matter for what it is worth. It's not like it's not so mandatory that you are absolutely, trolling. He did have Phantasm there. Did he actually get out of that one? Maybe he does have Phantasm. So, for example, right now, even, I could actually go do it in this poll, but not Boomy Heart of the... But that would be hilarious. Holy shit. I almost wild charge off the edge. That would be very funny. Does he have it? If he Phantasms, he also gets rid of the dot. Man, that would have been such a giga value Phantasm. Nope. Bye-bye, healer. Bye-bye. I off-heal my Goose Lee. Did he live? He lived with a pain sup. Damn. Impressive. No, it's okay. I think you still win. It's a 17. Essentially class power. Okay. I'm willing to concede the point. Does he need mana? Did he start drinking? Start drinking. Okay, he started drinking, right? Because he should have microsip there. Are you guys saying Phantasm? Yes. Para. Yes. It also gets you free from the magic dot. Both of those count as snares. Phantasm, wait a second. Hold up, Twix. Please clarify. Am I wrong? Because Fearless for Warrior is exactly the same, but I could have been under the wrong impression here. It's very possible. Phantasm doesn't get rid of Gargoyle, but it does get rid of Cold Wraith Dot. Is this the same connection here? The debuff does work for the Cold Wraith. Good clarification, and thank you for clarifying. I did not want to spread misinformation. Okay, so you can use it on the Dot just like Warrior Fearless, but you can't use it on the Gargoyle. Noted. My apologies. I have been saying the wrong thing. Thank you for clarifying. I don't have enough priest players on my friends list. I have actually been saying that for a bit, and I did not mean to spread misinformation. Much appreciated. I would have assumed that Phantasm would work. Yeah, I'm going to try to tell my team, like, I actually, again, one thing I still would prefer if DPS didn't put them so close like this. It would actually be better if you just put that one a little bit there. No problem. I'll make it work. Twix, by the way, thanks for gaming earlier. That was a cool key. I haven't actually... I've played with like 1 or 2 Shadow Priests, but I don't see many, of course. It's not a spec that is very well represented. Harmony of the Edge, you get the idea. So what I do is I completely go over here. Like, I'm basically showing people, I'm like, hey, guys, you see how we're all the way in this open area? There you go. So one priest goes left. That's a better placement. And then this one goes toward the others. So that you keep the puddles stacked. So I can basically break this one. And then we have a very clear line of sight on this. But oftentimes I see both of the puddles get positioned right on the edge. And I'm like, where am I supposed to put the boss now? Yeah. Wait a second, Twix. You tank? Are you tanking this season? Are you not playing Shadow Priest this season? You said you usually drag the boss. That's what tank players do. Were you tired of being declined on the bad spec? Did you finally decide? If you decided to play tank and you're not, like this right here, both of these are bad, guys. Like, you can't line of sight this one. Like, this is exactly what we're trying to avoid, just to clarify. Because what I can try to do is get him closer to this forge back here. But, okay, so there's the tiniest bit of space, but try not to stand in a puddle. Okay. Holy. Turning your back towards the boss, not on bear. Not when I'm playing this build. This build has 0, by the way, directional abilities. Every single thing that I cast in this is omnidirectional because I basically don't hit Mango very much. Sometimes I do at a reflex. If it's on my bars, I hit it sometimes. So basically, yeah, I have 0. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. But that's like, again, it's not something that a lot of people even really consider or think about too much. I never, ever want to come at this B6, personally speaking. I never, ever want to say, like, oh, 3K players, like, they should know better. Like, yeah, also our Evoker in a 19 should have lusted, but it's okay. Do you know what I mean? Or like, yeah, what's it called? The people in 19 Windrunner Spire who were 3,700 IO should not have gotten hit by tornadoes. True. However, you know what? It happens. I sometimes get hit by puddles too. And that's okay. Isn't it? Like, isn't that isn't it, do I always have to play perfect? If I make a mistake, does that make me a bad player? B6, you've been watching me for a little bit. I haven't played perfect today. I actually really want to be careful about ever saying, oh, like this person did the wrong. Yeah, but it happens. Sometimes I'm chilling. Sometimes it's the end of the day. What if it's like, if they were playing from North America, it's like way too late. In fact, all of you should be asleep right now. Literally, every single one of you should be asleep. If you are in America right now, you should not be awake. Unless for some reason you work night shifts. That will be the exception. You know what? Listen, Soul Soap, I know where you live. I literally know where you live, Soul Soap. Don't make me send somebody. No, you? No, you. No, you. Hush? No, I went to sleep too early. Now I'm awake. Bold strategy. That sounds like something I accept. It's actually better to just chain him and then we'll get the soul after. That's a good one. I accept this. Yeah, I'll take that. I tell you what. I'm in Pacific Standard Time caught. What time is it right now? Actually, does that just mean that you're an early riser? Okay, guys. can I be honest with you? I've been having a lot of problems sleeping recently because I've never slept well in my life. I am notoriously a single digit sleep parser. I know how important it is. So every single time I don't sleep on time, basically, my brain likes to let me know how important it is. If I'm laying there and it's 2 a.m. and I say, I should really go to sleep right now. And then my next thought is, you're a failure. Sleep is so important. If you don't sleep, you're going to get sick. And I say, that's true. I should totally fall asleep now. And then I'm laying there and I don't feel like sleeping. So then what happens is my mind says, if you don't sleep right now, everything you've ever wanted in your life, you're not going to get any of it. And I think to myself, damn, that's true. I should really sleep now. But I don't feel tired. And then it says, you need to panic because you're not going to bed. And I'm laying there and it's like 2 a.m. and I'm just like, you're absolutely right. I should panic. And then my brain says, if you don't go to sleep literally in the next 2 minutes, you are going to fail at everything you've ever wanted in your life. And I just think to myself, fuck, that's true. So I make sure I panic before I go to bed every night. And that does not help. I'm saying this half as a joke, but actually anybody who has a similar thing probably understands that I'm kind of joking, but also kind of not joking. It's so unfortunate. I'm like, you need to relax right now. Something wrong on the percentage? No, I just needed those guys. The route here has those guys. Unless we butt pulled something earlier. But yeah, that's how my brain works. It goes, you need to do this. And if I'm not all of a sudden sleeping very well, I think, you need to panic. And I go, okay, I'll panic. Don't worry, I can panic. I'm really good at panicking. Yeah, that's what it is every night. I go to bed and stay awake for another 3. I know, it's just literally, I just lay there. Like, that's the thing. Some people like, just lay there until you get tired. And I'm like, no, that doesn't work. I wish. Going to sleep is yeah, exactly. Going to sleep is by far the most stressful time of the day. Right before, like, as the nighttime comes around, it's by far. Going to work, not stressful. Going to do whatever else, not stressful. Anything else I got to do, not stressful. Taxes, not even that bad. Going to sleep every day is by far the scariest, most anxiety-provoking, absolute metric ton. That's the worst part of my day. Every time. It's like right before I'm supposed to fall asleep is literally the actual least favorite time of day. Every time. It's true. Nerves blows my mind, not going to lie. Because it actually does damage and it actually works. You mean? I fall asleep and wake up. If I can actually fall asleep, I'm a very light sleeper. Can I tell you what's really helped me with that, to be fair? I have had, by the way, over the course of my life, I've tried like every sleep medication known to mankind. Nothing has really helped me. The actual biggest thing that's helped me stay asleep, like there have been medications, by the way, which have worked, but I couldn't take them forever. So, concerned my back increases your tangent dodge. It's just a dodge. The dodging is the only thing that matters, but I'm not going to care about dodging this melee hit. My health is full. Yeah, dodging is the only thing with this build. Otherwise, Bear doesn't care about getting hit in the back because everything, like, watch. I can tank this entire boss. I can Moonfire and Thrash when I'm not facing him. That's the thing about this build. So yeah, you don't have to worry about actually facing the boss, really. Even the next pack, you just lose a dodge chance. You take slightly more melees, but melees don't really hurt with this build. Yeah. I wish. I don't know how people sleep well. Hebby, what's your secret to good sleep? If you sleep well, you got to tell me. I want to know. What is the secret to good sleep? So, like this next pack, right? This next pack hurts. But I could tank this entire pack without ever actually looking at them. So as long as I connect with the Thrash, and I watch that one Graveblade who hasn't done this, and I go forward, and I just see if they start casting on me early, because I didn't Stampeding Roar, because I'm lazy. It doesn't matter where I face. I could be... Watch this. I will prove a point with this. Ready? Look at the tank positioning. This is giving me a little bit of anxiety, but look at my health. So this is why this version of bear is so friendly, because you never have to think about it. Look at my health. You never have to worry about where you're facing. See this? This is important, actually. See? This actually works. Even with double slashes and stuff. Like, this is a very hard tank pull. Yes. But if you are playing Apex Bear, this doesn't work. Very strong clarification. If you are playing an Apex version of Guardian Druid, raise is a frontal. Raise is directional. So you cannot play the Apex version like this. That you have to be very hyper giga aware of, okay? So if you are playing that, raise is actually a frontal. A lot of people don't know this. Ravage as well with Druid of the Claw. So if you're, for example, here and you're facing this way, when you are playing the Apex build, you have lost so much damage, it's incredible. You might also lose threat because of that. It's actually a thing that a lot of people don't know about. Yes, so you have to be careful with that. But otherwise, this build is, that's why you can walk through things. That's why you don't have to gather that much or whatever, though. I sort of sleep problem turns out over. I think I do have sleep apnea. I've gotten checked before when I was too young to get diagnosed. The first sleep study I ever did where my whole head was in a bandage, it was like an epilepsy study for a while, but it was also a sleep study. I play tank as the build. Yeah, that's why I like. But the thing is, I feel like for some reason there's a lot of hatred in the WoW community, Dame, for builds that are simple. I don't necessarily know if I understand why and where it comes from. Pony Pew, it's just a no Apex build. I think I'm the only one who has decided to play this sometimes. Okay, the only thing you really need to know about playing this build, do not, under any circumstance, tell somebody that you're playing this build. What are the cons? It does a little bit less damage. That's it. That's the con. It does slightly less damage. Look at the overall damage in this key. Not that much. It's not a crazy amount less damage. It is just a bit less damage. And it is significantly tankier for most people. If you play the Apex perfectly, then they are similar levels of tankiness. But most people don't play perfectly. Also, Apex works better at higher key levels. There are going to be so many people who hear this and they just think to themselves, no, Owu, you're wrong. It's like, put this into practice. Try it. Tell me how you feel. Don't come at me with theory. Come at me with practice. Because in general, the vast majority of Guardian Druids are not playing in plus 19, plus 20, high-level, crazy coordinated groups. In order to get the most out of Apex, and Druid of the Claw as well, your route matters, the pulls matter, communicating with your team matters. This build is so straightforwardly versatile that no matter what you bring it to, it will always do the thing that it needs to do. Does that make sense? So exactly, if you have a butt pull as a great example, this build has the best way to recover that. I would describe it as being the most pug friendly, correct? Right? Yeah, it's fine. Apex does a little bit. Now, granted, Apex does do a lot of damage. I have finished Pit of Sauron with 120k. But look at the timer, is fine. People think harder / more difficult. Do you recommend? Yeah, if you are going to do this, the answer is yes. If you decide that you want to play no Apex, then you macro Ironfur only to Thrash, not to anything else. But I would agree with you for what it is worth. People have an over prioritization on difficulty being a metric for success in gaming. And it simply is not true. As in, people are, if we're playing Arcane Mage before, I guess this is a bad example though. Get talents, just do exclamation Discord. You can find all my talents there. Go exclamation Discord. Yep, you'll find it there. And if you want the guide for this, I made it for YouTube members and for Patreon people. But it's both straightforward, although you have to learn how to play it. If you play this poorly, you're not going to replicate the same amount of damage that I can do with it. But out of curiosity, people who say that this build is so unplayable, watch my keys. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like this, I want to see all the logs of people who have done significantly more damage. If I'm doing... Oh, we have 2 of these up. Why do we have 2 up? Did we miss one earlier? Okay, hold up. Locking in. This is actually super scary. Can't let that bolt go off. In cap. I didn't realize we had 2. Vortex Typhoon. Dude, we're gonna die. Oh, man. We missed one. I wasn't even paying attention. Oh, that sucks. Well, I mean, we were gonna finish with a nice overall. That is unfortunate. I don't know. I didn't see what happened. I didn't realize we had 2 of them up. All right, GG's. Well, what I was going to say as we finish this key, that's okay. No problem. GG's. Nice try. Yeah, no problem. I had no idea that we missed one. I actually wasn't even paying attention. Which builds is it in the disc? It's the no apex. Just no apex, no macro Ironfur. Like this. Voila. Like this. You just macro thrash and Ironfur? Yeah. So basically, I don't actually press Ironfur, to clarify. Like, I'm not actually pressing Ironfur here. It's just on my bars. Yep. Reason they're doing Druid and MDI is because fleet coordinating and then pulling huge. Yeah. That's a big part of it for sure. Exclamation Discord. Bayergy. My bad. Sorry. That was for Twitch peoples. Here, I show you. This the Discord link here for la YouTubes. I think it's pinned if you check the pins on YouTube. There you go. My bad for the YouTube people. There you go. I had not noticed that we missed the pile. But the idea is, I would just like to contend with the fact this is not bad tank damage. We finish. Do we need to? Bash on cooldown. There is more to it than that, but yes. If you take a look at the breakdown for what it is worth, this is what the breakdown looks like on my logs. She just fixed my fingers. For some reason, I can't see more than 70k overall. 70k overall is not bad, though, Lyria. Like, as if you're a Guardian Druid doing 70k overall in a 14, that's pretty good. That's quite good. That's very nice, actually. That's a good amount. I don't know if I need crests or vaults or anything like that. I guess the weekly quest. I think, never mind. 70k is good. If you want a new dungeon, I think I'll save this. Is okay. I'm not really going to do that many more keys on Druid. Nah, it's all good. It's all good. The rest of this week would be spent finishing some vaults and stuff because I will be off the next 2 days. We could do some quick alt keys real fast, though. I think people might just be jaded from Guardians beforehand. Yeah. But this is no problem. Like, I just... there are so many factors to just consider that it's very playable and will help a ton of people. And I wish that it was more accepted. There's certainly a thought process, though, in gaming that if I play the thing that is so much harder, then I have to be doing much better than the thing that is so simple. So I can see the copy right now. The one is just straight up. It's the first one. It'll just be under Midnight Tank Builds. Wait, 4 new messages under pets. People have shown me their pets. I want to see. Let's go to Midnight Tank Build, Guardian Druid. It's literally the one. There are 2 builds right there. It's the no Apex, no Raise, no Mangle. That's the one. Yeah, no Apex, no Raise, no Mangle. And then this one is the normal Apex build. And to clarify, Lyria, if you compare to other Guardian Druids, sure. However, if you're comparing to Brewmaster, Brewmaster doesn't exactly do a ton of damage right now. Also, by the way, this is a really important thing to think about. Mystic Touch only buffs physical damage. Physical damage isn't everything in the game. My buff buffs everything in the game by 3%. It's 3% verse. If you're playing with a comp that does a bunch of physical damage, Brewmaster buff, big value. No, if you're playing with a comp that benefits from Mystic Touch, then a Mystic Touch provides way more damage than a Mark of the Wild. But if you're playing with this comp, these guys don't get 3% damage from a Brewmaster. So if I were to play with a Brewmaster, and a Brewmaster was to, for example, do 92k damage, I have done way more damage. I also provide a buff to the healer, and that matters. Yo, what's up, Arson? Hey, Arson. GG's. I don't know if we got IO today, but next week we slam. Next week. I'm also going to take 2 days off. I think it's healthy. I got to get into your... I think you're on the stuff, though. You think Mark of the Wild is always more damage? If you're playing with, like, a Hunter, a Rogue, or a Fury Warrior, or something like this, I feel like then it does matter. Raid buff should be removed from Mythic Plus. I agree with you, by the way. He's playing the macro, so... Yeah, let me get some Rage being built. Let me just pull this boss for what it's worth, though. Friday, Saturday, late nights. I'm kind of down for that. Yeah, we'll see. All right, so if I pull this boss right now, right? And I were to go like this. Brenzy just subscribed with Prime. Yo, thank you. So, I am not actually casting Ironfur. This is the thing. Yes, it is also defensive value. So, I am not casting Ironfur. All that happens is that I just, every time I hit Thrash, it will cast for me automatically. As long as I have the Rage, then the Thrash will cast it. Does that make sense? So you don't have to think about it because you hit Thrash so often. This is always going to do this. Trying to learn tank, your content helps a lot. I'm glad that it has helped. Does that make sense? I'll die now. But that's how the macro works. And then if you want to do it, here, I'll show you the macro here. You just basically take Thrash and you just do this. This is exactly here, though. Because this season, if we take a look at that key, one of the reasons that my health bar doesn't move, this is a tip that I think I covered on the Patreon, right? Even though there's nothing there. I probably am, yeah. I just out of habit. It's just so you don't cap. Yeah, you want to spend Rage, and Ironfur is helpful, but it's not to do damage. If we take a look at my healing done in this build in particular, it is massively natural resilience. You get way more favored as well because Lunar Beam uptime is so high and Thrash is giga juiced. So this is the idea, though. Natural resilience is a massive shield. When I press Frenzied Regen, I get 30% of my max health as a shield. Guardian Druids should be using this. It is a massive... It's a big up for Guardian Druid to actually understand how to use that. Does that make sense? So you don't want to ignore the natural resilience shield. But yeah, it's not like... Just to clarify, once again, it isn't 50% less damage. It does do fine. It does better in bigger pulls. My single target, I have actually realized, is not that much different. It really isn't. It's hard to say because none of these bosses are truly single target. But yeah, it's interesting. I like this build. It's a vibe, and I just like being able to vibe tank for what it's worth. I do enjoy it. Okay, let me go get a little snacker snack. When I come back, I will decide whatever we're doing. Fair? Good morning, Padana Pajamas. How's it going? I think that the thing that should be rewarded in gaming is having fun. And I think everything else should be secondary. I think if you have fun while you game and you can still make something work, then it's good. Even Dark Ranger only does 70% fizz damage. True, but the 5% versus 3%. No, well, okay. I wouldn't use this in Raid, Keanu. I like parsing in Raid. I only raided the first week on Guardian, but I like to set like 99 parses or 100 if I can. It's difficult, and keep in mind that I'm also, if I am doing this with 270 ping, if you had the same item level and the same gear and you are at like double-digit ping, you should be able to do more than me. If I can do this at 270 ping, technically speaking, you should be ahead of me. Identical characters, identical route, identical comp. Technically speaking, you should have more globals than me. This is another thing to consider. So if I can do this, you definitely can. Does that make sense? But in Raid, there is a pad build that you can play for max damage. Technically speaking, though, as long as you hold threat and you can do the tank things, tank damage and raid is a meme. It doesn't matter until you're in very high level mythic content. So if you don't care about your damage and raid as a tank and all you want to do is be super tanky, never die, and just do the mechanics, then you could 1000% do it. And you could play this. You would be immortal, but I wouldn't recommend. I think it's very easy to just play a normal thing, though. Play Thrash and Minfire. Yeah, basically it's no Mangle. I mean, you can take a look again here. Mangle, I pressed it a few times there, but it's not much. Yeah, there are some keys, I think. 18 Mysara Caverns. I'll press a little bit more Mangle, though. No, I pick on her because both her talent get one shot. If they're getting one shot, that's because they're missing taunts. That's not because they're dying. That's because they're missing taunts. Heroic Paladin, I'm pretty sure even with gear, they have to make sure that they are taunting correctly. That's the mechanic on that fight. With that's just mechanics. You have to, that taunt swap will kill you on Heroic. It's a rhythm to it, and it's kind of hard to see with how chaotic that fight is. So to be fair, Lyria, it's most likely not their talents. It is almost certainly just the taunts that are not being done. And that wouldn't matter what your talents are. I'm pretty sure I died even with Survival Instincts up on that fight. I'm not sure. I only did it once. I don't really like raiding, so I raided first week, and then I was like, GG's. I don't want to raid again. All right. Quickly, I can take a look to see, though. Just 68% physical damage. So it would be close with the Mistweaver, but they already have one, too. We can quickly check to see if there's a key that I need, but most likely it's a next week angle. You have to move return on AD keys. I mean, I do. Taunt during judgment can't take slam after being judged, correct. Both is obviously better. 2. I got a question. Is Guardian Druid a good tank to learn tanking on? If it's your first time tanking, banana. There are 3 Guardian Druid builds. One of them, absolutely. Very easy, straightforward. It will let you learn tank and you will do a good job. One of them is very simple to learn. 2 of them are much more complicated and you're going to have problems probably. There is a build that will allow you to just play in a way that will just give you a lot of confidence and let you learn the dungeons. I'd recommend for that purpose, as a first-time tank, you can start with the no Apex build. If you wanted to maximize your damage at a later level, you would swap to Apex. But both work just fine. There's pros and cons to both. So yeah, I would say Guardian is going to be a good first tank, but it is no longer the best first tank if you are only considering Apex. So that's the key there, is what build you play matters a lot. All right, let me go get a snack real quick. I want to finish out my vaults probably. I'll be right back. Quick snack. What? Try Druid. You like it. I'll be right back. 1 second. Yo. Hi. Where were we? I've got a giant glass of milk. Hello. I am back. Wow. So, I'm here to play Prot Warrior. I actually would like to play my Prot Warrior, to be honest, though. Starting EU account. Yeah, they do, Travis. I mean, if you're trying to pug 19s and 20s, especially off time, Travis, I would not recommend it. NA. Yeah, it's really tough. But it depends what time. If you play early, like in the daytime, there's so much more. But if I were, for example, to look at what keys are available, actually, to be fair, there's an Algathar Academy. My point is void. Okay. My point is void. Apparently, there's a comp right there. I don't know if they'll want a Brewmaster, but fair enough. Solo pugging as a ret, around 3.2. Q times are already hell, yeah. No, I don't think that re-rolling Akazane is going to give you that much better Qs, to be honest with you. You could attempt it, but as a solo DPS, the biggest thing is that you need more IO, and it's just basically ultimately, you need more IO, and you need more item level than the other people who are applying. It's kind of what it is. If you re-roll Warlock, there are going to be plenty of other Warlocks in the queue. You'll just be competing against them. I actually don't even think that people hate Ret right now, for what it is worth. I don't think people dislike Ret that much. It used to have more of a reputation than it currently has. So I don't think that re-rolling off of Ret to like a Warlock or a DK will do that much, will make that much of a difference. Why did you choose to main Druid this season over other tanks? Because I like Guardian at the time. Like, the truth is, I just like Druid. There's really not much else to it. I just enjoy Druid. That's why, to be honest with you. Man, Zan's in a key? What's this? Zan or Canned? He's in a key. I always love playing with Zan. He pumps, too. Should we heal a 17 Nexus? That's tough. They don't want the Druid. I understand, but Druid blasts this key. I think Druid makes Algathar much easier than Monk does. If I actually locked in and I play Apex for this, I think Druid is the best tank for Algathar Academy. Maybe VDH is also good, but I think that when the timer gets tight like that, yeah. Shield a 17 Nexus, your first 17. Congratulations, Blake. I wouldn't mind playing whatever. I was going to come back and think about healing a key on Prez. 19 and 20. In the no Apex, yes, depending on the 19 or 20. Like Algathar, maybe not Wiz. Everything else, yes. I think there are some timers right now which are much tighter than other timers. There's a 20 Nexus. John's trolling. No, it's mostly I just want to do like 1 or 2 more keys, but Druid players understand. We don't fault him either. I mean, it's certainly not because it was looking like a good spec on beta. I just like Guardian Druid. I think that, to me, personally speaking, again, I know why I play the game, so hard time taking a class without a death grip. It's fair. I think Blood DK is doing pretty well. Sam said he got rank 1 Blood DK on NA already. Earlier. That's got to be doing good. Can you show me your stats? Yeah, I would optimize my stats differently. I think one of the issues is that Apex versus non-Apex, I actually think their stat prio would be different at like the highest level. Elbow, it doesn't matter too much. You want enough haste, and then you want literally whatever else. If you have more verse, that's fine. Am I showing the build? Bloodbatter, really? Try this link. If you do, there are some links that work. Try that one. Does that work? I mean, you think the potential is build 1 key level lower? Sure. I guess you put Symbiotic on the healer. I actually am not playing. I think that non-Apex has more potential to play this, but I like movement speed. I like movement speed. Movement speed, nice. Movement speed, very helpful. If I was going to want 1 more point down here, I'd probably swap this. You could put this into here. I don't really find this to be that valuable.
Still not working? Weird. Basically, blood bottler. Doesn't load any messages. Weird. It's about like this. About the Warlock topic, I thought getting your brew back in action. So that would be helpful. I'm playing no Apex Prot Warrior. Yes. 1 out of 4 Apex Blackcurrant. Make sure when you say no Apex Warrior, you mean 1 out of 4 Apex, right? 1 point in Apex is big value. Definitely don't go. Yeah, okay, 1 out of 4. I'm about to say not 0, but 1 out of 4 allows you to pick up Indomitable getting buffed and stuff like that. Certainly feels good, yeah. All right, they don't want me for this. They want a brewmaster. They want a brewmaster. Unfortunate. I feel like I own this key, but I understand. They're concerned. They say this Guardian Druid, he's gonna die. Which actually I might, so fair enough. There's a Blood DK right there. Oh, is that the guy who stole it, Wiz? There's no way there's more than... How many Blood DKs can be this high right now? Is that him? Is that the one who stole it from Sam? Dodie Parton? Oh, not this one. I take it back. Wu-Tank, what's up, Wiz? Like it's hard to say. Basically, yes. Let's call it 1 key level below. Sure. That's if you want a general rule of thumb, yes. What if I reapply as Resto? Do you think they would take me as a Resto Druid? What if I reapply as a Resto Druid? What does that look like? Man, Zan still... Oh, wait, no, they already have a healer in this. I see. They're looking for a DPS. Brazil? I could play Boomy. Now, okay, let's go do an alt key. Does anybody want to come to like a 10 or a 12 of some kind? Here's where my alt keys are at right now. This is what we got going on. I was seeing at Vel total. I hope you understand, but obviously that is don't say that on the internet. You gotta be careful about that one. Vel, you understand, yeah? Not to have any weirdness about what you just said. I get you, but be careful. Other guy has 20. Gotcha. Outside of the weapon, what's the next crafted guardian embellishment would you opt for? Vel, did you understand why just now? There's very, very, very... I just don't know what to do. I can't comment on that, but also I really cannot comment. Okay, if you didn't understand why, no problem, I got you. Twitch has very strict rules about this. Incredibly strict. Can't engage it whatsoever. Will not engage. Does that make sense? It's like literally there's like a wall in my mind. Like doesn't matter what I want to say. Nothing. Can't say nothing. Yeah, just like safety reasons. Yeah. So my monk, we can crest for more on the monk. That's fine. We got Druid's done. Pally did a vault yesterday. And then my warrior did a vault already. These are the 2 that I would need. So my blood DK. Should I do a blood DK key? I can take one blood DK right now. Milk. I fucking love milk. Wiz, you can hold me to this. Are you ready? Starting tomorrow, probably. Maybe not today. I do have work tonight. Starting tomorrow. I trained myself to drink milk like this. Meloril. I trained myself. I actually underwent training to make sure I could drink milk. Doesn't the milk get warm? I mean, not if you drink it real fast. My body revolted against you. So, I'm 240, by the way, but it should be fine. Let's see here. What do we have? Did I take my vault already? I think I did. Yeah, by the way, my alts get like literally the best vaults ever. I think you got Mythic. What was this? Yeah, Mythic tier. What's up, pleb? Trained at the Moo Moo farm, like from Diablo 2. What am I supposed to hold you to? Milk? Oh, no. I think that I haven't necessarily done the best job of taking my health very seriously. And so I've been kind of lost without a fitness goal. I haven't really figured out what it is that I want to be able to do. You know what I mean? What do I have? I have a 12? Oh, I did do a 12 last week. I'm not doing a 12. I don't know. I'll take a 10. I'll take a 12. We'll just do a quick 10. Quick 10. If anybody wants to come. NA realms. My fitness. I'll answer WoW questions in a second. Who this? Nika. Wait a second. Nekua. I know who you are. I know what type of man you are. That boogeyman. No, I'm the tank. Tide effect wants to heal. Well, this key is going to go well. Okay, I'll take you. But it's kind of unfair. This is... I don't even get to... Nice health pool, bro. Yeah, fine. First of all, I want to take these two play people. Second of all, should we just do 12? Do you think you can keep me alive, Mr. Tide Effect? Well, fine, if I take some very geared people. All right, hold up. I'll answer all the things in a second. Momentary. Do I tank a 12? I said it was okay. Velenita. It's just... ask. I would just ask for completely respect on that one. Just... There are some things on stream, for what it's worth, that I won't engage with very specifically because... it's just not something you would ever chance. You know what I mean? My stream is a huge part of my life and very important to me. Nah, I take. No. I got this. But do we want to do 12? Do I tank this on 12? Yes or no? That's the question. Should we go 12? Or should we go 10? I feel like I just do 10. We do 5 tank key? Hold up. 240 blood DK? 240 versus 12. Okay, obviously for 10 it's no problem. 240. Blood DK no scared? I'm a little scared. I mean, I wouldn't say no scared. I would say a little scared. Yeah, everybody in this key wants to tank right now. All right, what... Oh, wait, I have some adventurer crests. This is good. All right, so the good news is that I have some adventurer crests. What can I use them on? I can at least upgrade my weapon to we can upgrade the weapon. Okay, there's one item level. Nice. What about my chest piece? That's rough. The chest piece is not looking good. That's looking rough. Okay, should I get Forset? What's Forset? Death Strike deals 8%. I mean, that's pretty good. Okay. I feel like we could do this. Yeah, I go weapon real fast. Okay. Do I have... how many catalyst charges do I have? Oh, I only have one. No, I can't do it. Wait. I only have one catalyst? What did I use my other... oh, I need 2K. Did I already use my other one? Interesting. Okay. So no Forset. I can at least enchant my legs, I guess. I could... so I have Mythic... I got Mythic Head with Leech. That's nice. Oh, that's right. This guy's missing one vault. That's right. I didn't do it the first week. All right. We'll attempt it on 12. All right. We attempt it on 12. If I die and I rip, then we just go 10 real fast. That's fine. Do or do not. There is no try. That's true. By the way, fun fact. If you ever see me in the middle of something, like I'm doing something in World of Warcraft, and I just casually open my talents like this, or I'm, for example, I have like the auction house open, but I also have my spellbook open, it's because I'm hiding party chat. I just want you to know this. This is something that you can always identify. If I'm in a key, and all of a sudden, you just randomly see me, and you can't see I'm hiding party chat, because I am saying something that I don't want you to see. This is basically not all the time, but sometimes. This is most of the time, in fact. Yep. This is just a fun fact, if you didn't know that. All right. I might have to lock in a little bit, but I feel like this will go okay. Okay. I was thinking to myself, I haven't had a fitness goal in a while. I think at the beginning of this year, I was more motivated. When I first moved into this house, I was like, I want to gain a few kilos and become bigger than I've kind of ever been. That was my goal. First few months, I just wanted to actually see if I could put on more size than I've ever put on, basically. I managed to do that because Kitty was feeding me like a metric ton of food. So that's the hardest part for me is just eating. Like I struggle to eat a lot of food, so that was really tough. But anyways, I managed to do that, and then I was like, oh, I'm getting a little chunky, and I wanted my abs back. So I cut recently, and I basically, when I say that, I just mean I didn't eat like several. I didn't try to like drown myself in food. So I naturally, my calories went down like 1,000. But then I started liking these milkshakes. And ever since I added the milkshakes back, I'm now in a caloric surplus, so I'm gaining weight again. I kind of like the idea of getting a little bit, maybe a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger, potentially. But I've been running sprints. I've been doing a lot more movement, just become fitter. But I basically am back to bulking. This time, I'm currently about like 84, 85 kilos. I think it would be cool to get to 88. I think 88 kilos would look good on me. That would be over the course of a little bit. So just all I adjust is food. Yeah, my training is just whatever I do for training. The problem is that I don't have a lot of motivation right now. Aesthetically speaking, I'm pretty happy with where I'm at. And I don't have a lot of motivation. I have honestly, I have next to zero motivation to change the way that my body looks. Isn't that weird? But it's kind of true. Like, I'm not going to lie. What's the point? Like, there's not a lot of point right now into me looking a different way. Because I already have a partner who wants to jump my bones and stuff. So it's not like, well, what's the point? Like, I don't really feel the need to look a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller, a little bit this, a little bit that. Like, I'm pretty just satisfied. Damn straight. There she is. Hi, kitty. So the idea is I have no desire to change the way that my body looks right now. And I'm kind of lazy when it comes to fitness. I just want to keep myself healthy. Right. That being said, I thought maybe if I give myself a fitness goal, I could. It's just like fitness is a huge part of my life, but I have been like, well, I could just play WoW for another hour or two, or I could do some home workout, but I haven't had a serious plan. And I think that my mental health has been suffering because without the ability to lift heavy circles and grunt, I am beholden to my thingies, you know. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Bye. No warning. They were not anticipating this. I've bamboozled them. They were super not expecting that. There you go. Get wrecked. Get owned. They were not expecting that. Ragnarok just subscribed with Prime. Yo, thank you. Love the My Hero Academia posters. Thank you. I really like that show. I've been rewatching it recently, and I forgot just how good that show actually is. Whoa, I've already messed up. Bro, no, I've already messed up. This is not going to go well. I've already hit the wrong buttons. No. Don't panic. I have grips. No. It's line of sight. I got it. I'm grips. Okay. Whew. Can you actually tank, by the way? Yeah, I feel like I'm having a midlife crisis. Can I tank a 12 at this item level? I mean, is it actually impossible? Oh, I've hit the wrong button here again. Uh-oh. Like, no 4-set. I don't know. I feel like maybe on a blood DK, it's not impossible. I feel well, we're doing good on the first pull so far. Yeah, it's not. It's actually, I got a sack. Yeah, I would say, I mean, that went well. I was panicking, but it went well. Like, I'm chilling. Chilling is a strong word. Chilling, you're never chill on a blood DK. And aggro will be problematic, to say the least. I would say you're never truly chilling on a blood DK. That's one of the reasons I don't like this tank. It's the exact opposite of my Guardian Druid. It requires me to lock in. Is this a plus 12? It is a plus 12. A 10 would be easy. A plus 10, a plus 12 requires me to actually play the blood DK. But I have a feeling that I will be able to do it. The question is, how big do I pull? Because I've got cooldowns. I've got this.
We go here. Watch this. I'm not even going to do baby pulls. I've got big pulls. Big. Let's see. What is a blood decay? Blood decay is BDK. Okay. So BBD. No, that doesn't sound right. I'm not even going to try. At least on bear, it's BBD. Right? Like big bear damage. But on blood decay, it sounds even worse. Yeah, it's, that definitely, there's no way I get away with that. Okay, on the bear, it's like a funny bit because it's like, haha, big bear damage. But on blood decay, there's no way. I think it's basically GG's if I were to say that. Yeah, there's no way. I don't think, Wiz, we've gone, yeah. I was thinking about it. I heard the acronym in my head, and I was like, yeah, it's not going to happen. I guess I'm playing like a baby. A lot of these keys, first of all, I think something important to clarify is that I do have a very geared healer. A lot of these types of challenges, you can't necessarily replicate with pugs. The hunter in this key, first of all, I know who he is. I know exactly what type of man he is. Number two, he is very geared. Okay? The DPS in my key are very geared, which means I know that things will die on time. My healer is quite geared. That doesn't necessarily mean I couldn't do it in a more average plus 12 type group, but it also is definitely not a reflection on how I think a lot of people would find their gameplay. Does that make sense? My healer is like 3,600 IO right now. He normally wouldn't be in a 12. So I can tell like he is going to help me a lot more this key. Although surprisingly, I can tell I'm not relying on him that much. So like this pull is a big pull, but it's dying within my cooldown windows. In a regular 12, this would still be very alive, and I might have to cycle a little bit better. Does that make sense? Like, so it's not, I don't want to pretend like it's definitely a reflection on what you could expect. Although surprisingly, and this might shock people, I am not that bad at blood decay. There are some tanks that I am less good at. Surprisingly, blood decay is not one of them. I actually think I'm kind of decent on blood decay. There's something about blood decay which actually makes sense to me. There's something about Brewmaster which makes no fucking sense to me, man. Like, Brewmaster, I cannot understand that tank to save my life. I only can play it right now. Yeah. I can only play Brewmaster because it's so powerful right now. If it was any other iteration of that tank, there's like zero shot that I would do good on it. That tank and my brain do not mesh. But blood decay does actually make sense to me. So I understand kind of, I think, how to do it. I think it would be hard at the highest level because of ping issues. But yeah, if I had a geared blood decay, I would feel confident. Like if you asked me to tank this on a 17 with a blood decay that was relatively geared, I'd be like, yeah. 18 pushing it a little bit, but I actually wouldn't be that stressed. 19, I guess I'm starting to feel it, but you know what I mean? Rest in peace, Key. All right, go boss. I'm even confident right now pulling funnel and stuff. Although, yeah, it's not a very fair challenge. Also, I missed one Mythic Vault because I actually thought that I wasn't even going to play my DK this season. Go. Run? Oh, I don't have aggro at all. Oh, they didn't understand. My Rep Pally, you better bop yourself. You're dead for sure. Get out of the pack, Rep Pally. Get out of a pack, Rep Pally. Rep Pally. Rep Pally. His greed sickens me. I hope he enjoys his overall damage. He didn't even run. He literally stood in the pack the whole time. He killed all of the small ads by himself. He had every opportunity to press bubble, to run, to press bop, he could have gotten to us. He didn't even think about it. He was just like, nah, this is my life now. Oh, Rep Pallies. Oh boy.
What key level do you think I should be able to do? It depends completely on your comfort, Kurt Chaos. Item level is actually not the thing that makes or breaks keys. The things that make or break keys are your comfortability with it, your knowledge, your ability to drive whatever class it is that you're playing. Performance and skill ultimately matter more than just your individual expression of item level. Yeah, it's like the pacing, experience on that tank, how well you're able to play. So it's not item level that drives performance. There are many people who are 275 item level and a blood DK, and they can die in this key. And there are other people who can do it with 220. 220 is probably pushing it, but you put it in the right hands and you can do that. There's a limit to this for sure. Like if you're talking about very high keys, then you obviously need gear. But in general, a simple way to understand it is that at your item level, you could be doing effectively almost any key you wanted. You'd feel it, I believe, 265 item level Brewmaster. Brewmaster is doing pretty well right now, so I was about to say like 17, 18, but probably not 19 or 20. Realistically, it's more like 12 to 15 probably. But Brewmaster also is a weird tank that it depends so heavily on, yeah. It actually, Brewmaster of all the tanks though, with this conversation, depends entirely on what healer you have. Because even if you were fully geared on a Brewmaster, you could struggle at that key level if your healer was not helping you at all. So I think that does matter too. This is working though, I would say. I feel like we're doing good. When we time it, easy. I got this. All right, so what I know, because I'm planning in my head right now, this is how you're supposed to tank for what it's worth. Right now in my head, I'm thinking I'm going to disadvance number 1. I'm going to go tag this guy. I'm going to go to the right. I'm going to blood boil this, grip this, and now I'm in the pull. I'll IBF just to settle because I am just shy of my other cooldowns. And then I know from here, when that caster is dead, I can chain in, but I also don't have to be extra aggressive. So I'm going to kick the rest of the steward, and then I could decide to chain, knowing that what I have available on the next pull is going to be, these guys will be dead, so I'm going to run in with this advance, and then I use the initial movement speed to go here. I'm going to go here, pop Vamp Blood right away. This allows me to get aggro as well. I'm going to back up here. I'm going to put my D&D down, and then because of how I pulled earlier, I do need this pack. I grip 1 in. My Vamp Blood expires. I'm going to grip them all together after a Blinding Sleet. This goes down. This goes here. Lichborn just for the leech, because I have it. Why not? And then I will be Death Striking to heal myself, and I won't die. Death Strike number 1. Blood Boil here. D&D goes down. You see how I'm making a plan in my head? That's why I can do this. It's not actually depending so much on my healer. It's my ability to express that skill will carry me regardless of my item level. There, I got stuck on a little ledge, so I had to turn around and do this. Does that make sense? I think that those types of things, my ability to understand the dungeon, know what type of damage is happening, plan my cooldowns a bit better, time those death strikes, that gives me a lot more confidence than just having 20 more item level. Does that kind of make sense? And also, I have tanked this dungeon 200 times at this point. So I'm very familiar with the damage patterns. I know that if this poison blade goes off, I would have to AMS. I know that this guy is going to do a big burst of very physical damage, which means that I can get a mastery value right beforehand if need be. And I just Death Strike it back up. I know it won't one-tap me. I know I have to kick this. If my Ret Pally goes and he does this ability right there, then they're all going to sync on me after. So I need to make sure I have something up for that because I might get one-tapped at this key level. So right before the Brutal Chop, I want to make sure I have a Death Strike, and then I Death Strike right after. And then I'm fine. That type of thing. That's going to carry me.
So that was the AoE, which means that I can go into this pack. And then the Brutal Chop happens. I might proc Purg. And I Death Strike it back up. And then I'm here. And then I know I can use my Mass Grip to stop the Poison Blades that are about to happen. Because I'm playing Gorfine's Grasp. We did get one more AoE, so it was actually a mistake on my part. Shouldn't have chained that early. I have Vamp Blood, so I Death Strike back up. I don't think you need a certain key. I chained it. I thought it would die. You can only chain it after the AoE, but also I believe in my healer and I want to challenge myself. I'm feeling a bit too overconfident. Your overconfidence will be your downfall, supposedly. So I know that this is the bone hack that comes from this is a physical hit, which means that what I can do is I can AMS this first one, so I don't even have the dot on me, which means I go into it with full health. B, I can have Vamp Blood up for every single one, this bone hack. I let him hit me 1, I Death Strike 1, I Death Strike 2, I Death Strike 3, no problem. That was it really? Yeah, I think a lot of people think that that's a good double because you have that big guy alive, and then they go like, well, we don't want to fight just one mob, but it's actually it's a bad chain. Yeah, it is. I have actually, hopefully, people know that you're not supposed to do that. But we're chilling. I don't actually mind Blood DK. But there is a key level where that's stressful. Normally, I don't like pushing on a Blood DK. I like playing it as an ult, you know what I mean? Che, yo, what's up, Che? How's it going? How's your Warlock feeling? I feel like it's a good season. It must be a good season for you because you're actually a demo enjoyer, and demo's doing really good right now. I'm tanking some vault keys on a relatively, I would call it definitely here. Look, so I'm 242, but it's no problem. Easy 12. All good. All good. I hope you're doing well, Che. Blake just subscribed. Yo, thank you for the sub. Our Zilzon is definitely stressful. It is not a vibe tank. There are many tanks right now which are completely vibe tanks. Not Blood DK. Blood DK don't feel like a vibe. The vibe is Brewmaster, 100%, and no Apex Guardian. How's it going? So far, it's going pretty well, actually. I would say it's going pretty well. Che, thanks for saying hello, though. Blood DK energy, that's true. If you add the opposite of you and then add Louis, and then you'll get the end of that, Blake. The no Apex Immortal Bear is almost too chill. Yeah, I like that's my favorite. JK, did you just try to play it? It's so nice. That's what I'm saying. You actually, that's why I like it though. Isn't it nice? Yeah, did you just try it? Yeah, it's super fun, isn't it? Isn't it just kind of like it is the moment? Yes, I haven't proc Purg once this key. I'm getting overconfident, by the way. You think you're overconfident? Bro, I'm getting overconfident. Look at the polls I'm doing on my random ass Blood DK. There's that archer in the back. Hold up. I see a hype train. Hold up. I gotta focus. This poll. Blood DK. What? Oh, there's the Death Strike. There it is. We've got this. Whoa, I missed the Death Strike. That was the wrong global. Yeah, I do feel like that's a fair nerf. I actually noticed that on beta testing. Was just like, wow, it feels so nice to have 2 kicks as a DPS. For sure. That is actually a very nice thing. But I hope that you have been having a great season, Che. Is Blood DK just Death Strike? So you have to do a bit of there's a lot of things about Blood DK which are nuanced and complicated, but effectively you have to do a bit of mental math as the key levels get higher to decide, are you going to get one-tapped? It's not as cooldown reliant, but as key levels get higher, it's not cooldown reliant. Like, you do have impactful cooldowns, and those are very important. Mostly, Vamp Blood has incredibly high uptime. I think that a lot of mistakes, one of the biggest mistakes that I've seen Blood DKs make is thinking that Vamp Blood for some reason is like a long cooldown. But if you're playing sort of defensive talents, Vamp Blood is incredibly short cooldown, and you should basically make it. But you have IBF and Dancing Rune Weapon as your alternatives. So here, the decisions that you need to make on Blood DK are just, am I going to get one-tapped? Can I build right now because I need some runic power? Do I have to Death Strike? Did I forget to build because that might be a mistake that you've just made? So you have to make a lot of decisions, though. Yeah, the hardest thing about Blood DK for me would just be the ping. That would be, I think, one of the hardest things for sure. That's one of the reasons I don't enjoy it. Because playing this tank on triple digit ping is definitely, let's call it, suspicious. So there, I had hit a Marrow Rend, but in higher key levels, that might have been a Death Strike. And if I misplanned that, like here, I don't need this. I want to make sure that I understand and kind of plan ahead a little bit. So you have to do some math as a Blood DK, I think, to play it well. But the other thing is that one of the things that many Blood DKs don't know is that because of how your mastery works, sometimes you want to take a hit of damage in order to prevent the next one tap. If that one tap is physical, then you can intentionally let your health drop so that your Death Strike gives you the shield so that that physical hit doesn't one tap you, which is a factor that is complicated to explain and, for what it is worth, highly nuanced. But, and there aren't that many moments this season where I think that would make a huge, crazy difference. But at the same time, it's not a difference. But that's one of the things that you have to, those types of decisions make Blood DK very anti-new player friendly. Because although, like, if I Death Strike too early, I could actually lose the ability to live because I won't get the shield that I actually need to live the following hit, if that makes sense. But yeah, this is surprisingly chill on 12. Every time I play my Blood DK right now, I'm like, it's surprisingly chill. The one thing that I don't know, because I just haven't played Blood DK in literally forever, I have no knowledge about how Reaper's Mark truly works. I have no idea how to min-max Reaper's Mark. I have no idea, actually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure for high enough levels, you might actually need a full-on blood shield tracker. Che, thank you for coming to say hi. I do appreciate it. Now, while we're chilling in this key, what blood type is the best for DPSing? Blood DK. A+, AB, O negative. I think I like the AB. I like up, down, left, right, left, right. That's what I do. That's my flirting tactic. Basically, whenever I meet people, for what it is worth, right, outside, it is impossible to correctly track. Ooh, Sam, you're here. Hi, Sam. Do you actually right now, at the level of Blood DK you're playing, do you factor in how much your blood shield is technically valued right now? Is that something that you think about? I'm trying to think about where I would do it, and to be fair, most of the times you're going to get one-tapped is just straight up, like, impact. Like, my Sara Caverns might just proc Purg, but it's not like you would really factor in blood shields in that context simply because there wouldn't be much to factor. Like, you're just going to have to Death Strike rotationally there. I don't know if that is something you would or would not do. I'm very lackluster. I would need to ask you a bunch of questions for Blood DK if I really wanted to get my gameplay proper. But it does feel pretty good right now. It feels better than my other tanks at the same item level in the same key. Gotcha. I only remember the last time I actually played Blood DK was Shadowlands. So you would track Umbilicus? Yeah. And I'm assuming you are playing Umbilicus, right? I mean, maybe you're not. Vamp Blood. I'm assuming, I mean,
Unless you are, unless, for example, in a plus 19, you think, well, I could be playing slightly more damage, so why would I be playing Umbilicus? Is Deathbringer the go-to hero build? Well, Fluffy Pawsy, if you are talking about Blood DK, there happens to be somebody in the chat who is very good at the spec, and I would recommend that you ask him. Sam the Death Knight, right behind you, right above you there, Fluffy Pawsy, was the #1 rank Blood DK on North America, and now, as of apparently 2 hours ago, or whatever, was checked, is now the #2 Blood DK. So, unfortunately, he's cooked, you know. He was the right person to ask exactly 2 hours ago. Just playing with you, Sam. If I had Blood DK questions, I would ask Sam the Death Knight. Yeah, he is now washed. He'll get it back. I would definitely be asking you questions. But right now, this character is still going to be a 1 a week. Maybe in like a month or two when I get kind of bored, I would consider Blood DK or Prot Warrior would be the other one of these tanks I would be interested in playing at a more competitive level. I can't tell you right now which one though. Yeah, no, I'm just playing with Sam. It's okay. Sam has seen me at my best, and he has also seen me when I am completely blindfolded in a key and running into a wall. Yo, Sam, later this season, like toward the end of the season, can we do that again, please? By the way, can we please do that again? Like, but I want to win. I want to do, let's call it at least a plus 15. I don't know which key. I haven't thought about it. But at some point, can we please do that again? I feel like we need to win one of them now. Like, I want to time a plus 15 completely blindfolded. Okay, I'll show you right after this. Yeah, I have it. We can try just like later in the season, like before the end of the season. I want to tank a plus 15 completely blindfolded. I think this is a great idea. Oh, Mythic Heart, or not Mythic Heart of the Wind. Heart of the Wind, cool. Do you need neck? Yep, I want to do it again, but I want to win this time. I don't just want to finish the key. I want to do this. That did not feel that bad. I don't know how it was to heal me, but I felt surprisingly good. Does he need the neck? I have a 220 neck. Oh, nice. Okay, big ups. Nice. Solid upgrade. I got my little haste verse neck. What stats are you playing for Blood DK right now? Okay, so we get this, and then I don't know what Crow looks. How much did this do? Let's find out. God, that is not a good trinket. That is such a bad trinket. Blindfolded the whole key? No, just me, JK. Just me. Only me. No, not the entire. The other party has to lead me. All right, so enhance QOL. Let's find out. Enhance QOL. Wait. Do I even have it on right now? Interface. Where would it be? So let's see. Bars and resources, maybe. Total absorb tracker. Is this it? Is that it right there, actually? Just total absorb tracker from enhanced QOL. Interface and bars. I'm assuming this one. Huh. I didn't actually know you could do this here. I wonder where that would show up. Interesting. Okay. That's cool. I did not know that was a thing. So, yeah, this is an unbelievably bad trinket. This is so much better, though. Finding instantly impressive. Hey, Wiz, I'm getting wiser over time. Do you know the add-on that shows all your characters and what keys they have timed? Ooh, I don't remember what it's called now. I remember there was like a thing before. I don't know if it's the same one. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, Sam, if I want the first vault we did, I think I showed you. I mean, this was unbelievable. It's just alter ego still. Is that the one? Look, the very first vault I did on this alt was just straight up. Congratulations. Here's a mythic leech helm. Saved instances. I think that's what it was. Yeah. So we have this, then this, and then I got this out of the heroic box last week. So that's a pretty decent trinket, and I can upgrade it now for free. Alter ego. Yeah, you're welcome. That add-on is horrible, is it? So we just do 1 volt a week. This is basically this character. Now I have my evoker left, and then basically I am done. But eventually, if I wanted to actually play this character, it could be fun. I was just going to go upgrade this trinkets. I have the Light Company Guridon. I feel like I'm always dying in Mythic Plus as a Blood DK Stasabi. Oh, plus 15's in Prot Warrior. If Prot Warrior is always dying, there are 2 things I would recommend. Number 1, make sure, the obvious one, don't drop your shield. That's one of the things. Thank you, thank you. Don't drop your shield, number 1, right? Shield block uptime is important. Make sure you have that track somewhere and make sure you're not dropping it. That's the first thing. That's the less obvious one. The more obvious one's next. If you are dropping shield block and you find that you have way too many times without it, honestly, just play heavy repercussions. It's just don't think about it too much. Yes, you're going to be sad dropping into the fray. Just play heavy repercussions. I think it is one of those talent swaps that people are going to be, it's like just like saying just macro your Ironfur as a Guardian Druid. People will be so upset that I would recommend it. I really think it would help so many Prot Warriors just play heavy repercussions. Then I never, ever, 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 ever have to think about it. It just completely removes it. You can macro it. You never think about it. Just play heavy repercussions. It's a big tip, I think. Number 2 is on when you're on your Prot Warrior, do make sure that you are not getting hit in the back. So while you're moving between things or while you're moving in a pack, make sure that things are not hitting you from behind. Those are the 2 big ones. But if you promise your shield is always up, there are some pulls this season. There are bleeds. There's a lot of magic damage. There are some pulls for sure that Prot Warrior does just need a bit of external healing. And if they're not getting it, Stasabi, it's possible that your healer, like you do need a little bit of help on some pulls. Nexus with the Null Sunders, etc. But you can, in general, make a plan. I will say that there is Fluffy Pawsey. What is this? Gifting subs. What is this? Do you have a log to look at? You might. Oh, gifting subs. Thank you, Fluffy Pawsey. 10 community subs. What is this? What did I do to deserve this? Thank you. Take heavy recursion. That should be baseline. I really think that that's actually helpful for what it's worth, though. Just put on a guy that will live the whole duration, but not sure. So this is, I use this macro. I'm not even going to lie to you. I might just, if I were to play Prot Warrior, there's a very real chance I would actually use this macro. It literally solves so much for Prot Warrior just to have this macro. It's a cook, but, you know, Fluffy Pawsey. What are you actually enjoying this season for what it is worth? Are you a Blood DK? You were asking me about Blood DK earlier. So this macro right here, let me enable my cooldown manager for you, and then you can see. I got you. So we'll just go advanced cooldown settings. Don't focus on this, just focus on my bars, okay? So don't look at this. Look at the bars of shield block uptime. If I walk in and I just do my base rotation, yeah? You can see my shield block uptime in this pack. I will be going 1, 2, and you can see that my ignore pain is just always casting. Just 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 like this. This is the whole rotation right now. And then you fill with revenge. Yeah. Don't look at the middle part. Just look at the shield block uptime. And I am not geared. I am very under geared. So it's not that I have Omega haste value. It's just left click. It's just left, right, left, right, left, right. Green shiny bear with a prop pally alt. Nice. Dude, my prop pally is not feeling so good right now. Every time I go do a key, my warrior feels so much better. And then my blood DK feels better than my prop pally, so I don't know what's happening right now. But this is the rotation. And you can see my shield block cannot physically drop. It is actually impossible. Like, I cannot drop my shield. And my ignore pain as well. I'm just using a macro for this. And granted, I'm not doing actual keys yet. So I have to make a plan on certain pulls. Probably have to respec Dwarf and stuff, you know. We'll see how it goes. But I do think that that's not a bad Prot Warrior suggestion. Well, let me go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
What I miss? I'll play 16s on the Warrior and 15s on Pally. Post most time feels absolutely safe until it just gets one shot. I assume that is an option in the Blizz UI. Correct. How can I see shield and ignore pain? Oh yeah, so you just go like this. If you want the bars like I have here, you just have to edit the main part of this because I don't really like the main part here. For Warrior this season, I think there's absolutely a world where I would consider actually having my cooldown manager enabled. There are some tanks like Guardian Druid I don't use a cooldown manager, but otherwise you just go to gameplay enhancement. You go to advanced cooldown settings, and then you can do this. Yes, I also don't like that coercion. I don't want to have to re-roll, but I feel as though I would have to. So I would take ignore pain off here. I'll take shield block off here. I'll take this off here. I'll take this off here. I would have these three, probably. I play these three. I want to know the duration on these three abilities. And then the rest would be these bars, so I can have ignore pain, and then I don't hit this. So if you want something on a tracked bar, all you need to do is you take this thing and you put it here. So avatar will now be tracked on this bar. And then you can reposition these bars and also resize them however you so desire. So no problem if you want to do this. It's not that bad. Surprisingly, is that not well known that you can do that? A lot of people have asked me actually where that comes from. I wonder about that. If that isn't actually well understood. Okay, so Warrior's already done a vault. I'm just doing 1 vault per week on Warrior. By the way, you want to see my first 3 vaults on Warrior? Here. First vault ever on Warrior. Watch this. Bam. Mythic Heart of the Wind. Nice. Second vault on Warrior. Bam. Mythic Head. Nice. Third vault on Warrior. Bam. Mythic Shoulders. Nice. Just do 1 key a week. A single key per week. That's it. It's like play Warrior. You look at my rings. Like everything else is like 192. Just casually walking around with 3 bis mythic pieces. Yup. That's it. That's how it was. 1 vault key per week. Oh, it doesn't take that long. So now I have my Prez Evoker. That's my mom nicknames in college. I'm glad your mom had a nice college life. And now we can play Prez for a second. I am not maintaining any further characters, just this. Having to take 2 sockets in a week, that's tough. Well, actually, at this point, though, keep in mind, don't take sockets. Edgar Allan Q, if you didn't know this, JK, you can take an extra bonus roll for a guaranteed mythic loot item soon. Do not take a don't redeem the tokens for a socket. Keep the tokens. Next week, you will get a chance to redeem that for an extra mythic item from a dungeon, which I should make a video about because I think that's also misunderstood. If it works the way I think it works, Guardian Druids, you should listen about where you spent this. You should know where to spend your bonus rolls. Okay, so my Prez Evoker, I have a 10 Windrunner Spire. Excellent. Don't worry about this. I don't know what my gear is, but it's not looking good, probably. That's fine. I'm 222. Can't be a problem. Can't fail. This is going to be easy. Wait a second. This isn't right. Wait. No, I have a better weapon than this. Okay, the offhand is sus. The offhand is super sus, but I knew I had this. Okay, so I'm 228. My apologies. Also, what did I get for my vault? I have Mythic Chest, Mythic Legs. It's not fake swap. Which tank would you recommend for a beginner? I think that EC Macroed Ironfur Guardian Druid is the best. So we're going to be doing some Blood DK today, I guess. So my 3 vaults here was Mythic One-Hander, Mythic this, Mythic that. Those are my 3 vaults thus far. Mythic Legs, Mythic this. Yeah, I just want to do 1 key real fast on the Prez. And then technically I will not have to do anything in the next 2 days. I think that the best beginner tank is still, just in terms of the easiest tank to actually play, is probably still going to be a no Apex Guardian Druid. That will allow you to just play in the simplest way possible. You will never have to think about that. VDH, what's up, Bell? You get any more big keys today, Bell? All right, Shaman, cool. Sounds good. Quick vault. Time just Nexus. Nice, nice. There's a macro Ironfur Druid for the uninitiated. Goofy. What a goofy question to ask. Whoa. We bricked other 19s and 20s. Fair enough. We bricked a 19 Windrunner today. I felt like I was tanking it really well. I was going to say, okay, Goofy. The macroed Ironfur build is a version of Guardian, which does a little bit less damage, but basically what happens is you walk in, you thrash, you don't have to think about your rotation very much, you will just win. It's a very straightforward tank. It does not require you to face the mobs. It does not require you to do much of anything. You can focus and learn how to tank properly. I do like winning. It's the most straightforward, simplest tank to play. It's a few buttons. You press those few buttons. You will be giga tanky. You will be practically immortal. You will provide Guardian Druid buff to your team. And it's very easy to play. What healer do you recommend? I mean, that healing... First of all, healing and tanking is a preference. Goofy, there's a video I made about the best first tank to play, and I still think that that holds true for what it is worth. If you're interested in that video, go to my YouTube and just type in best first tank, and you'll find it there. I think that that video has a more in-depth explanation, but effectively, you can do that. Yeah, that's one way. You can find it there. Over the next few days, I'm going to be gone for 2 days. If I could make anything, if I could make any content during those 2 days, what would you guys want to see? Imagine for a second that I could, for example, create a guide, create a this, tanking that, healing this. What would you guys want to see? I don't understand on your Brewmaster. I'm always energy starved. So first of all, don't always blackout kick. Play blood on my first. I like my blood earlier. I would say biggest things, Sabi, is that don't always Tiger Palm. Explain after blackout kick. Do that on single target, or if you're playing Counter-Strike in some priority situations. But a lot of blood DKs that I have seen just casually be walking around, never ever blackout comboing keg, makes me sad. Wait, what's this? What is this? Wait, what is this? What are we doing here? Hold up. Are we pressing cooldowns? I am not geared enough to actually take aggro and stuff. What's happening? What's happening? Holy. Okay. Oh, I'm just gonna have to send this in emergency. I panicked. I don't know what we're doing. Does he? Oh my god. What is this? Guys, I might need a 10 donated. Does anybody have a 10 that I can donate? He's doing his best. He's doing his best. Remember, somebody asked me earlier about item level. We just did this on a 12. Okay. This is a great point. Excellent point. Somebody asked me earlier about item level. This guy, no problem. That's fine. I'm wondering if there's going to be an abandoned vote coming. This is a great example for what it is worth, okay? Item level simply does not time keys. Because this guy is 40 item levels above where my tank was. He is very geared. Not only did he die there, but he also wiped the group on accident. You know what? It's all good. You know what? It's all good. Can call it. I'm just no problem. No problem. I get vault. Elsewhere. No worries. GG's. Nice try. Nice try. It's no problem. All good. No problem. That's okay. But I feel like that was a great time to just call that real quick. And I don't have another 10 on the Prez, so I'm going to have to depend on a friend to give me a 10 real quick for the Vault. But no problem. I'll do it in the next few days. I'm sure I can find somebody for a 10. That is A-okay. Doesn't matter what your gear is, for what it is worth. It doesn't matter how geared you are. Now, Vault key? No problem. Not that worried about it. I'm genuinely not that worried about it. I'm chilling. Good luck on your 18 Windrunner Spire drabs. Does complete keys. A 16A with a 2-item level here that ends the key with 45k. Oh, does complete key. I mean, 45k HPS overall? What dungeon was this? That's okay. I'm not that stressed. I'm sure that my prez can get one another day. That is all right. I ain't that stressed. I found a video about the No Apex Plus members only with a sub here, unlock it. Sub on Patreon or on YouTube. There's a lot of videos here. If you want to access that, fake swap, Patreon has way more Guardian Druid tips, or you can do it on YouTube. Either one of those subs. A sub here does not unlock it. So make sure that you do not waste your sub. Here, Patreon, I have a lot of videos there, or on YouTube. Wow. What's he playing? Is that good or bad? Very bad. Very bad, Eukaria. Not good. This is very bad HPS. I mean, maybe, I guess if depending on the tank you had, like maybe just there was nothing to heal. Maybe you guys killed Croth like super fast. I don't know. That seems super low. But sometimes overall HPS is not always the best indicator of things. Okay, let me go buy 5 kilos of steak. Well, it depends on how much damage people take, Jonesy. Additional, yeah. Bro, everything is getting more expensive, you know that? I have to spend, my steak was, like, for 1 kilo of steak, it was like $12. And now it's apparently like $16. Damn. It's tough. Fluffy Pawsy. Your gifted subs has accounted for this difference. Thank you earlier, Fluffy Pawsy. I think I missed your comment afterward, and that's my bad. But I hope that you are enjoying your bear and your prop pally alt. My pally does not feel good right now. I'm not going to lie. My pally does not feel fantastic. Every time I play my pally, I wonder why I'm on the tank. It's not like you can't play it, of course. It just feels weird. Obviously, some gear would help. I feel like they just need to buff its armor baseline. I think that would make a big difference for what it's worth. Okay, I'll work on some guides over the next few days. I'm going to work on some Patreon content that I've been wanting to do. I'm playing Rhett for real, though. Rhett's actually doing good this season. Rhett's in a really good spot right now. Oh, excuse me. Okay. I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to take care of myself. I'm going to have a nice dinner. And I will see you guys Wednesday. I'm gone for 2 days. 2 entire days. In my key range, I should play. I feel kind of safe with my paladin. I think gear goes a long way. A bunch of things go a long way, for sure. 100%. Night, Mr. Wu. Good night. Good night, everybody. Let us see who is online in the world of Twitch. I got Resil 12's 3K IO for my first season. Nice. I want to start pushing, but I'm limiting myself to 10 to 12 to get the reps in. Whenever you are ready, Flop, don't rush. There is no point in rushing. There is so much time right now. You just don't have to think that hard about this. Don't worry about it. You're going to be able to enjoy as best that you want whenever you want. The season ain't going nowhere. We got a long time left. 100%. So don't feel like you need to be doing it at this exact moment in time. Make sense? Now, don't feel pressured. All right, Vlad is on, although we've rated him like several times in a row. I would have no problem rating him again, of course. I always like rating Vlad. He's a vibe. I'm not going to think about it too much. First person on suggested is this person that I have no idea who they are. I went to first person on suggested, and their name is Saffron Tild. What is this? If I say hi to them and they respond, we're rating Saffron Till. Otherwise, we're rating Vlad. All right, let's find out. Hello. She's raid leading a community crown kill, I think. She said, thank you for the follow. I don't know who this is. I don't know. I just sometimes, the way I've been doing it recently is at the end of stream, I go over and I literally just look left and it will just say suggested. First thing on the suggested is just who I've been going to say hi to. Don't freak her out. Do not cause a raid wipe, deal. She's actually raid leading right now, and she's playing Resto Shaman. Don't freak her out. When we go over here, do not freak her out. There you go. All right. I'll see you guys Wednesday. What's up, King? Good morning, King. I hope you have a great day. I'll be back in a little bit. Hi. Bye. Good night, guys.